Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. BNHA. Spiritual Aura Part 2139 Chapter 31. Kai-kun, let's bathe together. Meanwhile, Namori, who was in the kitchen preparing lunch, quickly approached upon hearing Kiko's arrival, but instead of interrupting, she decided to give the beautiful woman some time to vent. After witnessing the touching scene, Namori wiped the tears that had accumulated in her eyes, then returned to the kitchen to prepare aromatic tea and a delicious strawberry milkshake, little Kai's favorite. Carrying a tray, Namori re-entered the living room, only to find Keiko now with a clean face and a beautiful smile, with Kai sitting on her lap. They reviewed something on the little boy's laptop, which had not received a single scratch after the fall. I brought some drinks, Namori commented aloud as she approached, causing the pair of tech enthusiasts to look away from the computer, and moments later, Kiko's soft and steady voice was heard. Thank you very much, Namori, sorry for not greeting you earlier. Don't worry, Keiko. With a smile on her face, Namori handed a cup of tea to Keiko and the milkshake to Kai, who thanked her with a smile before returning his attention to his computer. This brought amused smiles to the faces of the two beautiful women. Well, let's let this little one continue working, Fufu, Keiko commented a bit playfully as she stroked the little one's silky black hair on her lap, to which Namori responded equally amused. Fufufu, yes, he's already in his own world. By the way, Namori, have they done any medical tests on Kai? Did he receive any injuries? Keiko asked with a hint of concern in her voice. Well, they did some initial tests, which indicated that Kai was in perfect condition, although I have scheduled an appointment for tomorrow for more thorough examinations, Namori replied in a serious tone before bringing her cup of tea to her lips. That sounds perfect, Keiko commented, satisfied, but soon her gaze turned dangerous as she asked in a dark tone filled with malice, and do you know why you were targeted in the attack? Keiko's question also changed Nemori's expression, who now had a serious look, her beautiful blue eyes acquiring a subtle dangerous gleam as she responded in a slightly lower tone than usual. It's not exactly clear yet, but I suspect it wasn't a targeted attack, and he just had bad luck, although the investigation still needs to advance to be sure. Why do you think that? Keiko asked, somewhat confused as she took her cup of tea. Because of the attacker's mental state, it was quite unstable and irrational, as if she wanted to kill us just for fun, not what you would expect from a targeted attack. Furthermore, only All Might, and we knew the time we would meet, and I made sure to use different routes, plus I never noticed we were being followed. Well, when you put it that way, it makes some sense, but still, I think it's better if you reinforce the security measures and maybe hire some guards. It's better to be safe than sorry. You're right, maybe that's the best. If it works for you, I can help you with that, Keiko commented with a small smile, to which Namori was grateful. That would be a great help, I'll leave it in your hands then. It will be a pleasure. By the way, do you mind if Momo and I stay tonight? Keiko asked as she hugged the little one on her lap, but despite her usual tone, Namori couldn't help but notice a certain hint of insecurity and persistent fear, so she quickly responded with a smile. Of course, even if you like, now that I'm home all day, you could bring little Momo more often to keep Kai company. That could be a good idea. Also, Kai needs to resume his studies and Momo's teachers could help with that. You're right, that's an excellent idea, Keiko commented thoughtfully, to which Namori quickly nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed since she hadn't even considered it until now. Well, a lot had happened in the last few days, so she couldn't be blamed either. Well, then I'll make some calls and order something to eat. As she took her phone, Keiko commented with a smile, to which Namori quickly responded with a smile. No need for the food part, the truth is that Kai is a big eater, so I made a lot of food, there's enough for everyone. Well, then I suppose I'll take your kindness and try your culinary skills, Keiko replied with a small smile, but then added after realizing something, by the way, Namori, don't you want to hire some staff to handle the chores? This house is quite large. Actually no, after all, I don't have much to do besides taking care of Kai and I truly enjoy cooking and looking after him, so it's not that much work. Plus, I don't want too many people around the house, although I might consider it in the future. After thinking about it for a moment, Namori politely declined. After all, she was now officially unemployed, and these few days of taking care of the house and Kai had made her feel relaxed and calm, as if she were on vacation in some way. Well, if you say so. After the brief chat, Keiko quickly made a few calls while Namori served a sumptuous meal, which immediately caught Kai's attention. He began to eat voraciously, simultaneously praising its taste, which brought a beautiful smile to Nemori's face. This is really delicious, Oni-chan. Fufufu, I'm glad you like it. It's really good, you're really talented in the kitchen, Namori, Keiko commented, somewhat surprised as she savored a delicious plate of cold pasta. It's a relief that you like it. While Keiko was eating elegantly, she suddenly seemed to remember something, so she quickly turned to look at Kai, who was still eating voraciously, barely managing to maintain minimal manners, and spoke to him with a smile. By the way, Kai, the day after tomorrow the company that will build your forge workshop will come to take measurements and such, so make sure to give them all your specifications. Keiko's words took Kai a little by surprise, and he quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and thanked her, a bit embarrassed. Thank you very much, Auntie Keiko, though you didn't have to. Nonsense, I promised to give it to you, and I will. However, I will first hire a skilled blacksmith to teach and supervise you. After all, forging can be dangerous. You could get burned or something, Keiko commented casually with a small, amused smile at Kai's embarrassment. Well, it might be good to have someone teach me a few things. It will save me time. Thank you very much, Auntie Keiko. Kai could only thank her a little awkwardly, to which Keiko responded with a tender smile. You don't have to thank me, Kai, I'm doing it because I love you. Thank you. Meanwhile, Namori watched the interaction with some amusement, feeling relieved. After all, although her little baby had changed a lot since that event, in situations like these she could still see the little one she had known since he was a baby. He always got all shy when he received gifts he really liked. Foo, you're a sweetheart, Kai, Namori commented playfully, something to which Keiko couldn't help but nod. But at that moment, the beautiful blue-eyed woman's phone rang, so she quickly took it, and after reading for a moment, she spoke. Kai, your Aunt Yumiko sends you many greetings and told me to call her in a couple of hours, so stay tuned. Okay. Although Auntie Yumiko gets up really early, it must be quite early in Paris, Kai commented casually while eating, to which Keiko added while checking her elegant wristwatch. Yes, she must have something to do today. It must be 6 in the morning there. A couple of hours later, another elegant black car arrived at the property, from which a woman in her 40s stepped out, dressed in an elegant skirt and vest suit. With her blonde hair neatly tied up, she held little Momo by the hand. Upon seeing her mother, little Momo ran to her and hugged her lovingly as she spoke. I missed you, Mom. I missed you a lot too, Keiko responded with a smile as she stroked her little one's head, who quickly ran to Kai, who was at his computer, and hugged him. Kai-kun. Hi Momo. With Momo's arrival, Kai quickly closed his laptop and set it aside, greeting the little girl with a smile as she quickly sat next to him on the couch, then curiously asked him. What are you doing, Kai-kun? Another project? Yes, it's a small virtual assistant. Oh, and what's it going to be called? Momo asked with bright eyes, waving her little hands in the air, which made her look very cute. I really don't know yet, maybe I'll just call it Sage. That name sounds weird, doesn't it? As Momo and Kai started having fun together, Keiko and Namori began discussing some things with the woman who brought little Momo, who nodded with a serious expression while seemingly adjusting her schedule on her phone. By the time evening arrived, Kai had already spoken with Yumiko, Nijire, and even the Pussycats, who congratulated him for being so brave and promised to visit over the weekend. And he was now training in the gym while Momo acted as a cute cheerleader. Meanwhile, Keiko and Namori were watching Kai's training from a table Namori had set up in the gym to monitor him, sipping tea slowly and elegantly while chatting about various topics. Amid their pleasant conversation, Keiko's serious expression seemed to fluctuate a bit, almost imperceptibly, but she quickly gathered her courage and asked in a serious tone that hid her true feelings. Namori, would you mind if Kai sleeps with Momo and me tonight? Keiko's words took Namori a bit by surprise, who paused with her hand in the air while bringing the teacup to her lips, but she quickly reacted and set the cup down on the table, smiling as she commented. I really don't mind. I know you care a lot about little Kai and want to spend more time with him. You know, if you like, you can even bathe him when he finishes training. He's a scaredy cat with water, so I bathe him every time he finishes his workout. Well, I'll give it a try. A beautiful smile formed on Keiko's face as she watched the pair of little ones in the gym. After finishing his training, Kai stretched a bit, then left the gym with a smiling Momo, closely followed by Namori and Keiko. They quickly returned to the house, where, to his absolute surprise, a wild Keiko kidnapped him and took him to the bathroom. Well, Kai, your aunt is going to bathe you today. And no, I can bathe myself, Kai quickly replied, a bit nervous, which made Momo laugh joyfully, while a beautiful smile formed on Keiko's face. Kai-kun, let's bathe together, an excited Momo commented cheerfully, to which Keiko asked, pretending to be sad. My little Kai doesn't want to bathe with his aunt? Noticing her mother's actions, Momo quickly imitated her and, while making puppy eyes, commented, sadly. Kai-kun doesn't want to bathe with Momo? And no, it's not that, it's just that I'm big now, I can bathe myself. Foo, none of that, we're going to bathe. With a pair of excited mother and daughter, Kai was dragged, stripped, and bathed against his will, so he could only surrender to his fate. He did his best to ignore Keiko's explosive body, which didn't lose out in the least to Namori's. While Namori could be described as the epitome of sensuality, Keiko was more of a cool and elegant beauty. With a smooth and voluptuous body, large and round breasts, perhaps even slightly larger than Namori's, long and stylized legs, and a tempting and sensual rear, which, along with her serious and controlled style, made the woman exude a mature and tempting charm. After the bath, Keiko put matching pajamas on the tired Momo and the silent Kai, who seemed lost in his thoughts. She then put on matching pajamas herself and, after bidding Namori good night, lay down on the enormous bed with a little one on each side. Time passed slowly as the children fell asleep shortly after, resting on Keiko's generous bosom. She felt an unparalleled warmth and peace in her heart, which made her, despite all the recent tragedies, unable to help but be grateful with the life for the little ones in her arms. They gave her life meaning and motivated her to keep moving forward at every moment. With a beautiful smile on her face, the woman of divine beauty, who possessed an enviable genius and a power and fortune that would drive anyone mad, embraced the little ones with love and care. She then closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep, an incredibly pleasant and enjoyable one, the likes of which she hadn't had in a long time. 139 Chapter 32. We have visitors today. Almost a year had passed since that encounter with the female ogre, and during this time, Kai's routine had changed a bit. Firstly, little Momo was now a frequent visitor, to the point where she practically lived with them. However, in Kiko's case, since the property was quite far, she spent less time there due to her work. Meanwhile, Nijire, who attended school unlike Momo and Kai, could only come to play on weekends, though not every weekend, as she sometimes had schoolwork to do or accompanied her parents on their travels around the world. But although Momo and Kai didn't attend school, that didn't mean they weren't studying. In fact, now Kai was obliged to take private lessons alongside Momo. The good thing was that it was only a couple of times a week, since he could skip math and English classes. Additionally, to Kai's surprise, the Pussycats continued to be incredibly close, coming to play all the time, helping him train, teaching him martial arts, and more, to the point where the hero's mountain base was almost a second home for Kai. On the other hand, his forge workshop had been completed a long time ago. Though it was initially somewhat difficult to forge items of a certain quality, thanks to the teachers Keiko and Yumiko had hired for him, he eventually got the hang of it. Now he was a fairly decent blacksmith, capable of making 1,000-layer Damascus steel swords 10 out of 10 times. Creating high-quality Damascus steel swords was an achievement that made Kai very proud, making him feel like a real blacksmith. Therefore, honoring his word, he had given his best works to both Keiko and Yumiko, who received them with smiles and praised him to the skies as a genius. But curiously, on one occasion when Kai visited his aunt's houses, he noticed they had all his creations in small exhibitions in visible places in their mansions and hadn't tried to sell any. Intrigued, he asked them the reason, only to get interesting responses. "These are Kai-chan's works, of course, I can't sell them." "Do you think I need the money, Kai?" With such answers, Kai could only remain silent, but interested in knowing how much one of his creations could sell for. With his aunt's help, they organized a small auction where some weapons with only 500 layers he made in his beginnings were sold. To his absolute surprise, his creations ended up selling for prices ranging between 1 and 2 million yen, which was crazy considering they were items he made when he was just a novice. So he immediately thought they had manipulated the price to make him feel better. However, shortly after, Kai discovered that wasn't the case. In fact, the demand for weapons like the ones he made was quite large, something he verified by posting several of his creations in online auctions, where he achieved prices exceeding 3 million yen, although the shipping was a pain. But the craziest thing was when he posted a 1,000-layer sword and earned almost 6 million yen for it. Apparently, his blacksmith brand had become a reference within the community, which by the way was a hammer surrounded by an aura. So from time to time, he sold items in auctions, though they were of lesser quality than those he gave to Keiko and Yumiko. Making weapons wasn't the only thing Kai did with his forge. He also made various types of kitchen knives for Namori and even learned some jewelry making to craft many accessories for her and the people around him. But what made him the proudest so far were, without a doubt, the urns he made with his own hands, where his parents' ashes now rested. In the middle of the garden, Kai was standing on one hand, perfectly still, with a focused expression on his face, wearing a comfortable black tracksuit. Suddenly, the blue-eyed boy was propelled several meters into the air, did a somersault, and landed on his feet. "Yes, I made quite a bit of progress at emission." With a satisfied expression on his face, Kai exclaimed to himself while moving his wrists. At that moment, a little Momo, dressed in an adorable blue dress with flower prints, peeked from the entrance of the house and exclaimed loudly with an adorable smile on her face. "Kai-kun, breakfast is ready, all right, Momo." With a smile, Kai entered the house along with Momo, finding Namori, dressed in a simple white blouse and comfortable black pants, sitting in the dining room with her laptop in front of her, seemingly lost in thought. "What are you thinking about, Oni-chan?" Kai approached and asked casually while focusing Gyo on his eyes to look at her, but as always, he couldn't find any signs of aura. Since the fight with the female ogre, when Kai had been forced to protect Namori with his aura, the blue-eyed boy had been looking at his older sister with Gyo every day, trying to see if she had awakened some kind of aura. But so far, he hadn't noticed anything. Full of curiosity, during this time Kai had tried different things to see if Namori could awaken an aura, since it wouldn't be bad if she could use it. He tried to use baptism on her in various ways, such as covering her in aura, enhancing her abilities, or massaging her with aura, something he regretted because she now asks for it very often. But so far, Namori had not shown the slightest sign of awakening an aura. However, as a result of all his experiments, Kai discovered that by using the properties of emitter and enhancer of his aura, he could give a kind of buff to other people, increasing their strength and natural recovery for a while. "Do you remember I told you I wanted to start writing, Kai?" Namori responded with a question, then gave Kai a loving kiss on the cheek. "Yes, I remember. Are you having trouble writing?" Kai asked as he sat down with Momo next to Namori, who replied while shaking her head. "Not so much with writing. I have more trouble coming up with an attractive idea that might interest readers." "What do you have so far?" Kai asked as a woman of about 45 with dark purple hair, dressed in what looked like a sober and elegant uniform, came out of the kitchen carrying several plates, which she placed on the table. Well, my idea is to write a fantasy novel, so I want to write about wizards in the modern era, but I'm not quite sure how to frame it. Although I have more or less designed the main characters in the first scenes, I still feel they aren't good enough. After everyone thanked the woman who brought the food, who bowed respectfully before returning to the kitchen, Kai responded in a thoughtful tone. Why don't you try making it like a secret society of wizards that hides from non-magic people? You could even create interesting names that sound derogatory, like how wizards refer to non-magical people as muggles or something. Plus, you could make the protagonist a little kid who enters the world of magic. Over the past year, Kai had been researching this world's entertainment to see if the things he remembered from his past life existed, noticing that some did and some didn't. However, when he tried to produce the works he remembered himself, he realized an obvious fact: it wasn't that easy. Although he remembered the plots, characters, and other details of the works, he couldn't remember the specific details and only recalled the broad strokes. So, if he wanted to reproduce them, he had to recreate them himself using real artistic skills that he didn't have. The attempts he made demonstrated this, ending up with something boring that didn't attract even himself enough to give them a chance. So all that research came to nothing. That sounds like a good idea. Namori's eyes lit up with the idea before she fell deeply into her thoughts. While Namori was lost in her thoughts, Kai began to eat as if his life depended on it. After all, a few months after training his aura and haki, the amount of food he ate increased exponentially. For this reason, Namori decided to hire someone to help around the house. After a while, Namori took her laptop and began to type on it at great speed, almost as if she were possessed by inspiration. She then nodded, satisfied with what she had written, and looked at Kai. That's an excellent idea, Kai. A lot of ideas came to mind. Namori thanked him with a beautiful smile as she watched the blue-eyed boy devour his food, to which Momo intervened with a sweet smile. Kai-kun is very smart, so his idea must be great. Namori Oni-chan. You'll write a great book. Fufufu, you're right, Momo. I'll become a famous writer, Namori commented amused, to which Momo responded cheerfully. Yes, when you publish your book, I'll be the first to read it, hehe. Oh, then I already have my first little fan. Oni-chan is very happy, Namori commented sweetly while caressing little Momo's hair, who nodded happily with a spoon in her mouth. Namori smiled joyfully at seeing the two cuties who brightened her days happily eating. But suddenly, she remembered something and turned to look at Kai, then spoke in a somewhat more serious tone. By the way, Kai, we have visitors today. And who is coming today, Oni-chan? I thought Nijire and the Pussycats were coming next weekend, Kai asked a bit confused, to which Namori responded in a grave tone, surprising little Momo slightly. It's Chief of Police Kenji Saragame. Upon hearing Namori's words, Kai put down the utensils in his hands and asked in a serious tone. Did something happen? He'll let you know. A bit nervous about Kai's reaction, Namori decided to respond evasively for now, which only increased Kai's concerns. He quickly asked while looking her in the eyes. Is it serious? You could say so, but it's not bad for us. That's good then. Meanwhile, little Momo moved her head cutely between Namori and Kai, who had resumed eating with somewhat complicated expressions on their faces. She felt really confused by the strange conversation they had, but due to the exhaustive education she had received from her mother and teachers, she decided to remain silent and continue eating. Maybe Kai-kun would explain what happened later. 139 Chapter 33. Your parents' case has been. After breakfast, Namori took little Momo to the house library to read for a while, as it was her favorite pastime. Then, she bathed Kai and dressed him in a short-sleeved white shirt and black pants, while she put on a loose blue dress that matched her hair. They went down to the living room, where their guest arrived after a while. Hello, Kai-kun. It's been a long time. Likewise, Suragame-san, what brings you here today? Even though he had a good idea why he had come, Kai couldn't help but ask. Kai's question caused Kenji to turn and look at Namori, who had a worried and solemn expression while nodding. Well, I'm here to inform you that your parents' case has been resolved. Confirming his suspicions, Kai's demeanor immediately changed to a solemn one, and his eyes took on a dangerous gleam, which surprised Kenji a little, but he quickly composed himself as everyone sat in the living room. Meanwhile, Namori felt her heart might leap out of her chest at any moment, and the urge to retreat overwhelmed her, but she mustered the courage to continue. After all, it was best to choose the lesser evil. Although Namori was fully aware that exposing Kai to that traumatic event again was not the best idea in the world, there was no way to avoid it. After all, Kai's parents were very famous, and the case even involved high-profile figures, which would inevitably lead to all the media talking about it. Just imagining what could happen to Kai if he found out everything through some news or internet post, possibly while alone, filled Namori with terror. So, as soon as she heard from Kenji that the case had been resolved, she immediately asked him to help inform Kai. But the worst part was that the timing was the worst possible. Yumiko was in Italy with Nijire at a fashion conference. Keiko had to travel to the United States for work, and the Pussycats were on a very important mission in another prefecture, leaving only her to face the delicate situation. Due to this situation, Namori was tempted to postpone the matter for a week until one of the girls returned for some support. But the case was too high profile, and the internet was full of information about it. Even the news channels would not stop talking about it. Although Kai didn't watch TV and only used the internet to search for very specific things, the risk increased every day, forcing her to make a hasty decision. Apprehensive about what might happen, Namori sat next to Kai and held his hand tightly, as if trying to make him understand that he was not alone. Well, Kai-kun, I suppose I'll start from the beginning. After what you told me that day in the hospital, I started doing various investigations, and after a while, I managed to identify those responsible. Are they still alive? Kai interrupted Kenji in a heavy voice, causing Namori to grip his small hand tighter with a worried expression. No, the culprit was a villain known as Bioblast. You might recognize the name, since he was the target of your father's last joint operation. Kenji paused briefly, waiting for Kai to ask more questions, but the boy just hung his head in silence, preventing anyone from seeing his expression, which only served to increase Namori's anxiety. So Kenji decided to continue his monologue. Bioblast should have been sent to Tartarus after being captured, so it was really strange that he could have done this. That's why I continued investigating and discovered that a politician had made strange moves when Bioblast was captured. He managed to reduce security to a minimum for just over an hour the night before Bioblast's transferred to Tartarus. Kenji intently watched the little boy with his head down, alert to anything that might happen. For some reason, he started to feel a slight sense of danger emanating from the boy. However, after noticing nothing particularly unusual, he continued. After this, I contacted Tartarus, and through a DNA examination, we confirmed that the prisoner in the jail was indeed not Bioblast. So he gathered evidence against the aforementioned politician, accumulating enough to secure his arrest a few days ago. Noticing that Kai remained in the same position without moving a muscle, Namori grew even more concerned, so she approached the boy and hugged him while speaking lovingly and carefully. Kai, are you okay? You know you can count on me? As if he had come back to life, Kai immediately lifted his head to look at Namori. However, instead of reassuring the worried woman with enchanting blue eyes, this only increased her concerns, as Kai's face now seemed devoid of emotions, as if he were wearing a mask instead of a face. I'm fine, Oni-chan, don't worry. Kai turned to look at the dog-headed detective and continued. And thank you very much, Suragame-san, for your efforts in bringing justice to my parents' case. All this has taught me an important lesson. Noticing that the dangerous gleam in Kai's eyes only intensified with each passing moment, Kenji hurriedly asked, what did you learn from all this, Kai-kun? Nothing important, really. Just something very obvious, so obvious that I don't know why I hadn't considered it until now. I must be pretty dumb, now that I think about it. Kai spoke in a flat tone, with no trace of his feelings, but the dangerous gleam in his eyes only grew with each word he spoke. What is it, Kai? Namori asked apprehensively, as the room seemed to fill with an inexplicable sense of heaviness. Something very basic, actually. Something I should have known from the beginning. The only good enemy is a dead enemy. The moment Kai uttered those words, an incredible pressure emanated from the blue-eyed boy, leaving Namori and Kenji momentarily blank. Namori was the first to react, as she had felt something similar in the past. It's Elisa-san's mental shock. As she regained her thoughts, Namori quickly noticed that little Kai had disappeared, so she immediately ran hurriedly to the garden, where she could see Kai's back disappearing among the trees. Kai, with Namori's desperate cry, Kai turned to look at her, still expressionless, only to see her running with all her might in his direction, her face filled with panic and anxiety. What's wrong, Oni-chan? Why did you say that? What do you mean the only good enemy is a dead enemy? What did you mean by that, Kai? As she asked, filled with panic, Namori hugged Kai tightly, as if she were terrified of losing her baby. Well, it's just that, Oni-chan. If Bioblast wasn't alive, Mom and Dad would still be with us. But I won't be as naive as Dad. I will finish the job correctly, Kai replied in a tone that seemed to darken with every word. Please, no, Kai. I know you're angry, frustrated, and full of rage about what happened, but you can't follow that path. Please, Kai, swear to me. Swear to me that you'll still be my little baby and that you won't become a cold-blooded killer. Please, I'm begging you. Namori pleaded, genuinely terrified, as she clung to the boy with all her might. After all, Kai, at his age, was already terrifyingly strong, to the point where she knew only the best heroes could put up a fight against him, not to mention how strong he would be in the future. Therefore, if the boy decided to follow that path, there wouldn't be many capable of stopping him, especially if his incredible intelligence was added to the mix. That's why she clung to Kai, as her deepest instincts screamed that if she let the boy go now, he would never be the same again, and she would lose him forever. As for Kai, despite feeling incredibly guilty seeing Nemori's tears and hearing her desperate pleas, he was not willing to back down. After all, the moment he was told the reality of his parents' case, he had an instant revelation. No matter how strong he was, no matter how invincible he could become, it would only take one moment of carelessness for life to screw him over again. This would cause him to lose the people he had come to love as his family in this life. Something he could not allow to happen under any circumstances. The conclusion Kai reached, after thinking about a solution, was quite simple. The most effective thing he could do to prevent anyone from harming his loved ones was to instill fear, to provoke such terror that no one would dare touch them for fear of his reprisals. Therefore, he had to be strong and not be swayed by the tears of the woman who sincerely loved him, even if it could cause a rift in their relationship. After all, anything was better than letting something happen to her because of his carelessness. After taking a deep breath to calm himself a bit, Kai prepared to deny Nemori's pleas. But at that moment, and for the first time since becoming aware of his quirk, he felt his aura activate on its own and begin to fluctuate slightly, as if announcing its presence. That's right, in this life I have my aura, a power that can slightly bring imagination to reality. I just need to create the craziest abilities possible to keep my family safe. No matter how ambitious it is to keep them safe and happy at the same time, I will be the most ambitious man in the world. I will develop the craziest and most powerful abilities that have ever existed to achieve my goals. It's not for nothing that I have all the aura affinities, and even if I can't create them, it's not like I can't resort to plan B later. It's okay, Oni-chan. I swear, I won't do it, Kai said to Namori in a warm tone with a somewhat strange expression. Thank you, Kai. Thank you so much. Kai's promise was like a miraculous balm for Nemori's troubled heart. She continued to thank him while hugging Kai with all her strength and crying with joy, seeing that her little baby was not lost. Meanwhile, Kenji, who had been watching the whole situation from the side, showed a big smile on his dog face. Noticing that the dangerous gleam in Kai's eyes was rapidly diminishing, he decided to leave quietly and give them the privacy they needed. Similarly, Momo, who had inadvertently heard the commotion caused by Namori, looked out the window with a worried expression on her adorable face, tears welling up in her big eyes as she felt insecure and fearful about the scene. A while later, Namori dragged Kai back into the house, where she took the scared and tearful Momo and then brought them to bed with her, where she hugged them lovingly. Momo, don't be afraid, nothing serious happened, we are fine now. It's okay, Oni-chan, a tearful Momo replied, to which Namori commented with a small smile. Why don't you help me hold down this disobedient Kai, who can only stay in bed today with Oni-chan and Momo? Okay, Kai-kun can't go anywhere and will stay with Momo and Oni-chan. Seeing his two arms embraced by the beautiful blue-eyed woman and the adorable little girl with black hair, Kai could only sigh softly as he looked at the ceiling while a warm feeling filled his chest. 139 Chapter 34. Birthday Party Part 1. Weeks later, a small shared birthday party was being held at Kai's mansion, celebrating the birthdays of the three little ones, Nijire, Momo, and Kai. After all, they all had birthdays around the same time, so they decided to have a party for the three of them. Kai, have you finished packing the gifts? Nemori's voice could be heard from the entrance of Kai's forge jewelry workshop, where he was finishing wrapping two small chests. He was wearing a black shirt, dark blue jeans, and a leather belt and shoes. For her part, Namori was wearing a beautiful, tight black dress that reached her knees and had an elegant neckline, showcasing her voluptuous figure. This, combined with her symmetrical and stylized facial features and her elegant glasses, made her look sensual without losing elegance. I'm done. Quickly, Kai finished wrapping the small chests, then picked up two elongated gift-wrapped boxes beside him, and hurried out of the workshop while responding loudly. This only brought a playful smile to Nemori's face as she accompanied him to the main house. After a while, two high-end cars arrived at the property. From them emerged two women of divine beauty, holding the hands of two adorable little girls who looked like miniature versions of the beautiful women. From the car on the left stepped out a woman with refined and sophisticated beauty, long black hair, and expressive eyes reflecting wisdom and power behind her elegant glasses. She wore an elegant red dress that highlighted her stunning figure, while the girl next to her wore a pastel-colored summer dress, with her hair styled in two pigtails held with ribbons matching the dress's color. From the car on the right emerged a stunning beauty who looked unusually young for her age, with large sky-blue eyes, silky hair of the same color, and a voluptuous figure that rivaled the other women present. She stood out in her black pants and turquoise blouse with a significant neckline. Meanwhile, the little girl following her wore a simple yet elegant white dress, evidently high fashion, which highlighted her energetic expression and hair and eyes of the same color as her mother's. Noticing the arrival of the visitors, Namori and Kai went to the door to greet them warmly. But suddenly, a wild pair of stylish arms grabbed the little blue-eyed boy and lifted him into the air. How can my little Kai-chan be so handsome? Yumiko commented cheerfully after giving the boy in her arms an energetic kiss on the cheek. You look great too, Auntie Yumiko. Used to this treatment, Kai simply replied with a smile, making Yumiko beam with delight. Happy birthday, dear. Thanks, Auntie. After congratulating him, Yumiko quickly noticed the particular gleam in Kiko's eyes, so with an amused smile, she handed the boy to the woman who struggled to express her feelings properly. Happy birthday, Kai. Auntie brought you something you're really going to like. With a small smile, Keiko congratulated the boy in her arms. Thank you, Auntie, but you didn't have to bring anything. Fufu, how could I not bring something for my little Kai? After a brief conversation, Keiko finally let the boy go and then joined Yumiko and Namori while Kai started a small conversation with the little girls. Happy birthday, Momo-chan. Nijire-ne-chan. Happy birthday, Kai-kun-chan. The two adorable girls responded cheerfully, holding the blue-eyed boy's hands. Nijire-ne-chan, that dress looks great on you. Is it new? Momo, noticing Nijire's elegant dress, couldn't help but comment while hugging Kai's arm. Thanks, Momo, and yes, my mom made it especially for this party. And your dress is also very pretty, Momo. Nijire responded energetically, hugging Kai's other arm tightly. Hee, thank you. Momo replied somewhat shyly, but after a silent conversation through looks, the two adorable girls turned to Kai and asked simultaneously. What do you think of our dresses, Kai-chan-kun? You both look great, Kai replied automatically, without a second's hesitation. After all, years of training had to be useful for something. Hee, they both giggled shyly. Shall we go in? Yes. The children headed inside the house, so the mothers and Namori decided to follow shortly after. Inside, despite all the party decorations, they found the three kids sitting around a video game console that Kai had set up, laughing and shouting at each other. How is that different from what they do every time they get together? Yumiko commented, amused upon seeing the children, who didn't seem like they were at a party, to which Keiko responded with a small smile. Yes, you're right, but I'm really glad to see Momo so free and happy at times like this. It was really a difficult time for her before meeting Elisa-san. She helped me a lot. Haha, you're right. She's much more lively now than when I first met her, Namori added, somewhat proud of the positive influence Elisa had on those around her. By the way, Namori-san, do you plan to enroll Kai in primary school? After all, Elisa-san refused to enroll him in preschool, Yumiko asked curiously, to which Namori responded while shaking her head. I thought about it, but I think it's better to follow Elisa-san's ideology and give him a home education, at least in primary school. We'll see about secondary school. I'm planning to do the same with Momo, Keiko added, nodding in agreement, to which Yumiko added while bringing a finger to her lips. Is that so? I, however, enrolled Nijire in primary school so that she could socialize more. Although she's a whirlwind of excitement at home, she's surprisingly unsociable and quiet outside. While the women were chatting amicably, a large van arrived at the property. The Pussycats, dressed in civilian clothes, got out, carrying a pile of gifts and what appeared to be a pet cage, as Namori went out to greet them. Hello, guys, it's a pleasure you could come. We wouldn't miss little Kai's birthday for anything in the world. Tomoko commented energetically, raising her arms to the sky, to which Shino added with a small smile. Tomoko is right, there was no way we could miss it, Fufu. And where's my future husband? Ryuko quickly asked with a smile on her face, looking around, causing Namori to respond in a gruff tone. Stop that. Kai is off limits, and he is playing with Momo and Nijire. Fufu, you can't fight pure love, Namori. HMPH, you're nothing but a Shotokan. Be careful, or I might report you, Namori replied, crossing her arms under her voluptuous chest, making Ryuko jump and immediately respond defensively. Hey, I'm not a Shotokan, I was just captivated by his future potential. Yeah, sure, tell that to the officer. While Ryuko and Namori had their, now, typical argument, the rest of the Pussycats headed inside the house. After a cordial greeting, Tomoko darted over to Kai's small group and started playing video games with the kids as if she were one of them. It's a pleasure to see you again, Yumiko-san, Keiko-san. It's truly a pleasure. Chitora and Shino respectfully greeted the beautiful women who were drinking tea at a table near the children, who responded elegantly. The pleasure is ours as well, Shino-san, Chitora-san. Please sit, let's chat for a while. After a while, Namori and Ryuko tired of arguing and joined the group drinking tea. After some time, the party finally began, with a birthday song, congratulations, and the inevitable gift exchange. Kai was the first to start the gift giving, taking two small chests in his hands and presenting them to the excited little girls, who looked at him with bright eyes. Momo-chan, Nijire-ne-chan, this is something I made for you. Thank you so much, Kai-kun, chan. Momo proceeded to open the package slowly and carefully, while Nijire, on the other hand, tore the wrapping apart. Both girls found a beautifully carved wooden chest with different patterns. Opening the small chest, Nijire found a thin, elegant silver necklace with a spiral pattern, adorned with 3 beautiful blue diamonds, giving it a sober and minimalist charm. Delighted with her gift, Nijire ran off with a huge smile on her face and demanded loudly from Kai. Thank you, Kai, it's so pretty, put it on me, put it on me. Amused by Nijire's high energy, Kai quickly put the necklace on the adorable blue-haired girl, who then ran to her mother and began posing in front of the adults present. How'd I look? Great, right? Kai made it just for me. Yes, you look gorgeous, darling. Mommy is jealous, Yumiko commented amused upon seeing the smiling Nijire, which made the little girl even happier. Hee. Meanwhile, Momo found a beautiful bracelet with a chain pattern adorned with 3 small but lovely black diamonds in her small chest. Then she quickly ran happily to Kai and hugged him. Thank you, Kai-kun, it's beautiful, I love it, please put it on me. Of course, Momo. Kai quickly put it on Momo, who, imitating Nijire, walked calmly to her mother to show it to her. Mom, look at the beautiful bracelet Kai-kun made for me. It's breathtaking, make sure to take good care of it. I will, it's my treasure, hee. Momo replied happily as she took the bracelet with her other hand and brought her arms to her chest. Well, I guess it's time for the second gift. There's more? At Kai's comment, Nijire burst with new excitement and ran with bright eyes in front of Kai, who handed her an elongated box wrapped in gift paper, which Nijire quickly tore apart. 139 Chapter 35. Birthday Party Part 2. Under the wrapping paper lay a minimalist black wooden box, which contained a satin cushion where a beautiful, all-black ninjutsu sword rested. Nijire quickly took it out of the box to unsheath it, revealing a stunning matte black blade. Huh? Why does it look like this? Didn't you make it, Kai-chan? Upon seeing the blade, Nijire couldn't help but ask, confused. After all, there was a collection of Kai's works at her house, and they didn't look like this. Yes, I made it, but since it was a Japanese sword, I decided not to use Damascus steel and instead used a rather interesting steel formula that I discovered a while ago while experimenting. But don't worry, it's just as strong and durable as my other works. Thank you, Kai. Nijire sheathed the sword again, then excitedly hugged Kai while expressing her gratitude. I'm going to cut some tatamis, Nijire exclaimed loudly, full of excitement, but at that moment, Kai threw cold water on her dreams. That's not going to happen. The blade isn't sharp, Kai commented playfully, which caused Nijire to stomp her feet cutely while asking. But why? Aunt Yumiko specifically asked me not to sharpen it. Moom! Nijire shouted, indignant, as she turned to look at her mother, who simply responded with a smile. Sorry, sweetheart, but having a sharp weapon is very dangerous, Fufu. Mom, don't worry, I might still sharpen it for you in the future, so take good care of it, Kai added calmly, to which Nijire could only respond with frustration. Alright, as Nijire went to sit sulking in a corner, Momo finished unwrapping her own gift. Inside, Momo found a beautiful gladius in a leather sheath, which she carefully took out of the box and unsheathed, revealing a stunning blade covered by an intricate pattern typical of Damascus steel. Thank you so much, Kai-kun. You remembered when I told you I wanted to see the famous Pompeii gladius with my own eyes. It was a pleasure to make it, Momo, and of course, I would remember. You don't say you want something very often either. Hee, thank you, Kai-kun. Seeing that Kai's gift-giving had ended, Yumiko commented with a small smile on her face as she approached the blue-eyed boy. Well, Kai, now it's your turn to receive your gifts. Yumiko's words inevitably excited Kai, as his aunts always gave him rather impressive gifts, something that the beautiful blue-haired woman quickly noticed as she took a square object wrapped in gift paper. This is my gift, Kai-chan. I hope you like it, Yumiko said with a smile as she handed the package to Kai, who quickly opened it, full of curiosity. He found inside a beautiful wooden chest containing an exquisite antique military compass, something that greatly surprised the blue-eyed boy. A Galileo compass? Fufufu. I hope you like it. It's a small trinket. I saw it when I was in Italy and immediately knew you'd like it, Yumiko commented, amused at seeing the little Kai absolutely stunned. A small trinket? It even has the damn authenticity papers. This thing must have cost a fortune. Although it's pretty cool, it'll look amazing in my workshop. Thank you so much, Auntie Yumiko. Anything for my Kai-chan. While Kai imagined how cool the compass would look in his workshop, Keiko, not wanting to be left behind, quickly grabbed a beautifully wrapped gift, which was obviously a book of about 600 pages, and handed it to Kai. This is my gift, Kai. I hope you like it. An old book, perhaps? Although, well, that was more my mother's and Momo's style. Curious, Kai began to open the gift, only to discover that it was the manual for a high-precision 3D powder metallurgy printer, which left him completely stunned, something that brought a beautiful smile to Kiko's face as she commented playfully. The printer will arrive in a couple of days, but for now, you can start reading the manual, Fufu. Thank you very much, Auntie Keiko. Fufufu, I'm glad you like it. Now my gifts seem like trash compared to this, damn money. Nothing's made by hand with love and dedication are worthless because of it. The adults present couldn't help but smile, amused at the conflicted expression on the blue-eyed boy's face, as it was terribly obvious what he was thinking. But shortly after, the Pussycats quickly approached Kai while holding several gifts. Well, Kai, we have also prepared a gift for you. With a small smile on her face, Shino took the lead for the group as she held a pet carrier. From the carrier, she took out an adorable black kitten with deep blue eyes, colors that exactly matched Kai's hair and eyes. Oh, it's so adorable, Nijire commented as she ran toward the kitten, something Momo also did, tilting her head cutely between Kai and the kitten. It looks just like Kai. It really does, Nijire nodded in agreement with Momo's comment, while Kai received the curious kitten from Shino's hands. The kitten meowed adorably as it looked at him with curiosity. How did they manage to get a black cat with blue eyes? I've never seen one in real life. You didn't have to go to so much trouble, thank you so much. Kai commented in a somewhat strange tone of voice, as he seemed to have a curious stare contest with the kitten. Meanwhile, Nijire and Momo gazed at the kitten with bright eyes, as if they wanted to snatch it from his hands. Fufu, how could we not give a gift to our Kai? Besides, since you spend all day at home training or in your workshop making things, we thought it would be a good idea for you to have a pet to keep you company. Ryuko commented playfully as she and the others placed the remaining gifts near Kai. Thank you very much. although I've never had a pet, I'll try to take good care of him. Kai commented distractedly as he opened the other gifts with one hand and held the kitten with the other, realizing they were a bunch of cat supplies. They ranged from an automatic litter box, scratching posts, and beds to even suitable carriers and lots of toys. Hee, don't worry, we also thought of that and brought everything you'll need, Chitara commented cheerfully as she showed Kai several books on cat care that they had brought. Haha, we can do that later, but first, we still have the most important thing. What name are you going to give him, Kai? Tomoko commented excitedly, causing everyone present to look at Kai with curiosity. As he confirmed that the kitten was indeed a male, Kai couldn't help but get lost in his thoughts. What should I name him? In both of my lives, I never had a pet, so I have no idea. Well, we could go with the typical, Kuro, but that doesn't quite convince me. Yuru, I don't like that either. Well, if he's a black cat, that name isn't bad. Well, his name will be Salem, Saramu, Salem? Nijire asked, confused by the name, a sentiment shared by everyone present, but to their disappointment, Kai didn't explain further and simply nodded, satisfied with the name. Yes, Salem sounds good. From now on, you'll be Salem. As if he somehow understood, the kitten meowed adorably, making Kai nod in satisfaction. Shortly after, seeing Nijire and Momo's expressions, Kai couldn't help but smile playfully, as he extended his hands with the kitten toward the girls. You can hold him, but be careful, he's just a kitten. Oh, okay, careful, careful. Nijire commented, caught between excitement and panic, but not quite sure how to hold the little kitten. She tried various ways to pick him up, only to instantly regret each one and switch to a new method, which ultimately turned into a funny dance that made everyone present laugh. Nijire Oni-chan, you just had to do the same thing Kai-kun did. Momo commented with a much calmer demeanor as she gently received the kitten from Kai's hands, though the excited sparkle in her eyes overshadowed her composed facade. As Nijire and Momo went off to admire the kitten in a corner, Namori approached Kai, carrying the small chest in her hands, while the Pussycats helped by bringing several large boxes. Well, Kai, these are gifts that Oni-chan prepared for you, Namori said with a smile as she handed the small chest to Kai, and the Pussycats placed the other boxes in front of him. Thank you, Oni-chan. Kai thanked her as he opened the chest, finding inside a beautiful braided gold chain that had what appeared to be two lockets as pendants, one shaped like a book and the other like an outstretched hand. When Kai opened the lockets, he found a photo of his mother in the book-shaped one and a photo of his father in the hand-shaped one. This brought a nostalgic smile to his face as he got lost in his memories. But soon after, the blue-eyed boy hugged Namori. Thank you, Oni-chan, I knew you'd like it, Namori replied with tears in her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away and added with a smile. But today isn't a day for tears. You should open the other gift, I know you'll love it. Alright. After putting the chain around his neck, Kai began to open the boxes, finding an enormous number of pieces in different shapes and sizes. They were undoubtedly parts of an excavator, and it had to be a fairly large-scale model. It's a 100% functional 1/8 scale replica of an excavator. I know you'll have fun building it, Namori commented playfully as she saw the excited expression on Kai's face, who quickly thanked her while examining the pieces. Thank you, Oni-chan. As he inspected the pieces, which were incredibly detailed, Kai quickly exclaimed aloud. Sage, organize my schedule, leave some time open to build this baby. Done, sir. Would you like to confirm your new schedule? A synthetic female voice responded to his command, to which Kai nodded in satisfaction as he replied. No, send it to my computer, I'll review it later. As you wish. The last year of working on the new and improved Sage had paid off. Although it was still far from perfect, it was now a true virtual assistant capable of responding to abstract instructions with precision, managing all the electronic devices in the house, and even monitoring the cameras and security of the property. While Kai was having fun in his own way with his gifts, Nijire and Momo received their respective presents from the adults at the party, while they took turns borrowing Salem between them, absolutely in love with the little kitten. This made the Pussycats smile ironically as they watched how Kai was more interested in the pieces of his scale model than in the cat, though they sincerely hoped that would change over time. 139 Chapter 36. The best hero in the world. 6 years have passed since that memorable birthday party, and things have changed significantly. Firstly, Namori, thanks to her talent and partly to Kai's ideas, achieved great success as a writer. Her book series sold worldwide, was translated into over 20 languages, and even led to a highly successful big-screen adaptation. Meanwhile, Kai has grown at an impressive rate during this time, reaching nearly the same height as Namori at 1.75 meters. But he doesn't look like a 12-year-old. Instead, he appears to be around 15 or 16, something that also applies to Momo, who, although not as extreme, still has a body far too developed for her age. Kai's rapid growth has actually caused some problems for Namori. After all, the blue-eyed boy is incredibly handsome, to the point that if it weren't for his hair, eyes, and obviously, his quirk, Namori herself would have trouble believing he was the son of Jiro-san, known for his plain appearance. Kai possesses a face that seems to have been sculpted by angels, with perfect angles, powerful and sharp eyebrows, and hypnotizing blue eyes. The eyes seem capable of stealing the soul of anyone who looks into them, giving the young man an enchanting allure. But that perfect face was nothing compared to the flawless body he had sculpted through years of near-fanatical training. Despite being agile and well-proportioned, his physique is incredibly defined, with visible abs, strong and toned arms, and a powerful chest, turning the blue-eyed young man into a modern-day Adonis. The problem Namori is currently facing is that, for some time now, she has noticed having thoughts beyond what a sister should have for her younger brother. A deep desire had begun to awaken in her, to the point where she had to stop bathing with Kai and even gave him his own room, as the tingling was becoming almost uncontrollable. But that, instead of reducing her impulses, greatly increased them, to the point where her sessions went from being a couple of times a month, to a couple of times a day. Which inevitably led to Namori now looking at the body of her, no longer so small, Kai, full of desire. This filled her with deep terror, of losing her mind and doing something crazy that she might regret. Well, with this, I've more or less finished the draft of the 5th book, and I can hand it over to my editor, so I think it's best for me to return to being a hero. It's not a good idea to spend so much time at home right now, and that will help me deal with stress and keep my mind occupied. Besides, Kai has been doing very well these past years and hasn't had any relapses. As she reviewed the text document on her laptop, Namori whispered softly to herself, quickly arriving at a decision. She then decided to talk to Kai, who was in the garden sitting in a lotus position with his eyes closed, something he had been doing a lot lately. Kai, Oni-chan wants to talk to you about something. Come inside for a moment so we can talk. Of course, Oni-chan. Kai opened his eyes as he responded, then quickly got up from the ground and followed Namori into the house. The beautiful blue-eyed woman made him sit on a sofa while she sat in front of him with a serious expression. Kai, I've been thinking about returning to being a hero, but I want to hear your opinion first. I think that's a great idea, Oni-chan. Although you've done very well with your writing, I know your true passion is being a hero, and now that I can take care of myself, I think it's a perfect time for you to try again. Kai responded with an encouraging smile as he looked at Namori, who couldn't help but smile beautifully back at him, commenting in a voice full of sweetness. Thank you so much for your words, Kai. You have no idea how much they mean to me. I'll call my old agency and see if they're willing to take me back. Haha, don't worry, Oni-chan. Go for it, I'll become your biggest fan when you return, Kai replied, amused by Namori's excitement. After giving Kai a big hug, Namori went off to make her calls. So Kai returned to the garden with a smile, once again taking his lotus position and resuming his meditation while strengthening his lungs and breathing at a steady, though somewhat strange, rhythm. The last 6 years had been very fruitful for Kai. After Namori told him about the mental shock he triggered during his conversation with the police chief, something he hadn't even realized at the time, he began trying to control it somehow. Although at first, he had no idea what to do, since it was related to Haki. He spent months studying the mini-self within his voice until he eventually, by chance, discovered that this mental shock effect occurred when the mini-self opened its eyes, which was quite curious, really. With a clear idea of what to do, Kai spent a lot of time studying that mini-self. This not only allowed him to make it open its eyes at will, but he could now even control almost all the aura around it. As a result, his Haki became stronger and sharper than ever, and over time, that aura grew even more. However, while his power and control over his Haki had improved dramatically, the same could not be said for its advanced states, which he could not replicate, no matter how hard he tried. This led him to doubt whether they truly existed, or if he needed a life or death event to awaken them. Although his Haki had somewhat stagnated, his aura advanced without problems, to the point where he considered himself an expert in using it. He not only had an incredible amount of it but could now create an N field of 300 meters in diameter for several hours with relative ease, which was undoubtedly a feat worthy of a master. As for the Nen categories, he had also mastered them to great levels. For example, with materialization, he could now create swords that were not only indistinguishable from the real object but also much stronger, sharper, and more durable than before, not to mention that he could create swords with special abilities. The same was true for the other categories, with which he had created some quite interesting and powerful things, and he had even succeeded with several of his experiments. But if he had to mention the strangest thing that had happened with his aura over these years, there was only one thing to say. Sage, Kai announced aloud after meditating for a while, causing a sphere of light with 4 wings to appear out of nowhere in the air and respond with an evidently feminine tone. Yes, sir? What changes did my body undergo during meditation? Kai asked while stretching, which caused the sphere of light to flicker as it responded, and at the same time, a kind of hologram with all kinds of data and graphs appeared in front of the blue-eyed young man. Here are the specific data, but I must say that no significant change of any kind was observed, apart from the usual increase in aura, which remained constant with variations of less than 1%. As Kai casually reviewed the data, his mind began to wander about the reason for the existence of that small sphere of light, which he didn't quite understand himself. After all, it had simply appeared one day while he was calling his virtual assistant, and it could be said that it was an aura-made carbon copy of it. Curious about the appearance of the strange entity, Kai began studying it, quickly concluding that, although it had no combat capabilities, it was incredibly useful. Through his aura, it could replicate all the functions of the virtual assistant that he had been improving for years. But that wasn't all. Since the sphere of light could somehow control his aura independently, it could do things like it did just now, displaying holograms of what he sensed with Nen, studying his body, and even remotely controlling his aura constructs and other similar things. Moreover, over time, he discovered that it had its own Hatsu, one with abilities that he really needed. Because of this, Kai now wondered if that sphere of light was actually his Hatsu, and all those other abilities he had created were simply curious applications of Nen rather than a true individual expression of his aura. After all, he could certainly recall Jane Free CSS making a distinction of this kind. It's really not that simple. I might be wasting my time, and maybe there's no such thing. While Kai was somewhat disappointed by the failure of the small investigation he had been conducting for a couple of months, an agile dark figure leapt down from the second floor, landing on all fours beside him and beginning to rub its head against him. "So, you finally woke up, you lazy thing, you'll be running an extra kilometer tonight?" Kai commented playfully as he stroked the head of the large feline, which was about the same size as an adult Doberman. This caused the cat to flop down on him in protest, meowing loudly as if it had truly understood what its owner had said. But the intensification of aura really has some interesting effects. It didn't just make Salem grow much larger than a normal cat, but even Oni-chan and all the others now seemed frozen in time. They practically stopped aging, and even Chores seemed stronger. As he petted Salem's belly, Kai couldn't help but comment to himself, marveling at the unexpected results his aura massages had on the girls and the intensive training he had given the cat, healing it when it was tired, something that Chitara had also tried, although the effects weren't as exaggerated as with Salem. Suddenly, Namori came out to the garden holding her phone in her hand, clearly excited and with a huge smile on her face. She quickly said, "Kai, I've spoken with the agency, and they're very happy about my return. I'm going to meet with them in person and also place the order for my new hero costume. Do you want to come with me, or would you rather wait at home?" "I'll stay home, Oni-chan. I have something to do, and besides, it'll be quicker for you if you go alone." Kai responded casually, thinking that now that Namori was going to start as a hero again, it would be a good time to bring a certain ability he had been working on for some time into reality. "You're right, but you know, I'm a little excited and nervous. It's been so long since I was a hero that it feels like an eternity," Namori said with a mix of excitement and nerves, causing Kai to push Salem aside and get up from the ground. This made the large cat meow in annoyance. "I don't see it that way, Oni-chan. To me, you never stop being a hero. To me, you are and always will be the best hero in the world. After all, you gave everything to save me," Kai said warmly as he hugged the beautiful blue-eyed woman, who was now a few centimeters shorter than him. Kai, deeply moved, Namori hugged Kai with tears in her eyes, her heart filling with deep joy and a sense of accomplishment, feeling that all her efforts were worth it. She had managed to raise the best man in the world, her little Kai. "Well, Oni-chan, you don't want to be late. Your time to patrol the streets is waiting for you, hee." With a smile on his face, Kai patted Namori's beautiful dark blue hair while speaking to her in a warm tone. This caused the divinely beautiful woman to look at him with joy, smiling like a little girl about to receive her favorite toy. "Hee, you're right. I'll be back for dinner. Of course, I'll be waiting for you." 139 Chapter 37. The Guardian Beast. After Namori left, Kai headed to one of the rooms in the house, which had absolutely nothing in it except for its white walls and a strange inscription on the floor. The inscription had a curious appearance, resembling a mix between a circuit and tribal runes. After discovering that certain breathing techniques could enhance his aura, Kai began searching for more ways to achieve the same effect, which led him to the divine script and Nen inscriptions. These inscriptions possessed very interesting properties, such as boosting aura or producing curious effects when they detected Nen or making an object incredibly hard and resistant. Following this line of thought, Kai dug deeper into his memories about these concepts, recalling that although it wasn't explicitly stated, there were abilities that seemed to utilize these concepts to function, like Nav's hide and seek teleportation doors. This immediately positioned the idea as something of vital importance in his books. Determined to recreate something similar, as he couldn't even remember what they looked like, Kai spent years experimenting with the help of Sage and his supercomputer. Eventually, he managed to recreate something that, although he wasn't entirely sure it was the same, worked, and that was all he needed. However, although this did allow him to enhance his aura, execute certain abilities with a lower cost, and even reduce the difficulty of some techniques, his new aura script, as he decided to call it, couldn't do something that Kai was sure the original could: function as a sort of programming code for Nen. This idea came to Kai as he recalled the Greed Island arc. The entire concept of the cards, the book, and everything else seemed to function automatically, like the message left by Jane Forgone. It had undoubtedly reinforced the tape recorder where it played so it wouldn't break, while also using manipulation to control it, all automatically, as if it were a running algorithm. Moreover, if Greed Island was a video game, it had to have something to do with programming. Because of that, even though it was just his theory, to this day, Kai kept Sage, using half of his supercomputer's capacity to search for possible solutions. One of the things that strange ability, or perhaps Hatsu, could do. Since it could control his aura and electronic devices, it could perform experiments at super speed, essentially conducting brute force research. "Stay by the door. If anyone comes, don't let them in until I come out. As he entered the room, Kai instructed Salem, who meowed in understanding before lying down protectively at the entrance. His aura seemed to have not only enhanced the cat's strength and size but also its intelligence. Once inside the room, Kai sat in the center of the aura script circuit in a lotus position, simultaneously infusing his aura into it, always breathing steadily, albeit with a strange rhythm, one he determined over the years to be the best for enhancing his aura. When the idea became completely clear in his mind, Kai closed his eyes and began to conjure what appeared to be a syringe, which started to materialize in front of him as light, so he quickly called on his trusty assistant. Sage. Yes, sir. Try to merge with what I'm creating. At your command. With Kai's words, the winged light orb quickly moved toward the syringe, taking shape in the air, causing a light to envelop them. As Kai focused entirely on his aura and the specifications of the ability, he had been developing and testing for a long time. Initially, Kai wasn't sure how to form pacts, but recalling that Gon only needed his conviction and words for the aura to act on its own and form the pact, he decided to do the same, and it actually worked. So, imagining his aura as a witness, he began to announce aloud. This ability will create a parasitic Nen beast that will protect its host in life or death situations, even at the cost of its own life. For that, a drop of the host's blood is required to gestate the Nen beast. The guardian beast will feed on the host's vitality, much like quirks. Under no circumstances can the guardian beast harm the host, and if for any reason the host cannot supply the necessary energy, the guardian beast will enter inactive mode. The guardian beasts can never attack their host and can only ignore their orders under 3 conditions. 1. By my explicit command. 2. If the orders endanger the life of the host. Or 3. If they contradict an imposed limitation. The guardian beasts cannot attack another guardian beast or harm the host of that beast. If the host orders an attack, the guardian beast will ignore it, and I will know immediately. Additionally, I will always know if a guardian beast dies or disappears and the causes of the event. Kai quickly examined the syringe enveloped in light, noticing that it was glowing steadily, which made his expression even more serious. After all, this wasn't the first time he had tried to develop this ability, but it had always failed, forcing him to try different things and impose new limitations. This was just another attempt. The guardian beast will be able to use all my defensive and counterattack abilities and will develop a unique skill that complements its host. To do this, it will need a sample of my blood and all of my aura. After that, even if I recover, I will only be able to use 10% of my total aura capacity until the beast is born in 24 hours. Seeing the syringe start to flicker, Kai stared at it intently, a bit nervous, as this had always been the step where he failed. He had already tried various approaches, such as giving the host the ability to use aura, utilizing all his abilities, developing a complex hatsu, and more, but until now, all had failed. After a while, the syringe stabilized again with a steady light, bringing an immense sense of relief to Kai. Despite wanting to celebrate with all his might, he restrained himself and continued to announce aloud. The guardian beast can only use up to 70% of its total aura, but if it dies in combat or the host faces a mortal danger they can't handle, the guardian beast will conjure an impenetrable barrier to keep the host safe. Seeing the syringe still in place after flickering a bit more, Kai prepared to give the final instruction, a crucial one that could potentially cause the entire process to fail. The guardian beast can be updated with my new strength and abilities, but to do so, I will need to give it a drop of my blood and all my aura. The process will take 24 hours, during which, even if I recover, I will only be able to use 10% of my total aura capacity. With the final instruction, the syringe began to glow intensely until, at last, the light faded, leaving behind a beautiful antique-style syringe that appeared to be entirely made of metal, with engravings all over its surface resembling the pattern of the aura script on the floor. It worked. Seeing the syringe, Kai jumped up in excitement, shouting with all his might, which immediately alerted Salem, who hurriedly got up from the floor, only to meow in annoyance as if complaining about the scare. Ha ha ha, finally, I almost didn't make it. Paying no attention to the annoyed Salem, Kai took the syringe in his hands, grinning from ear to ear, and then studied it closely, utterly fascinated by his success. But soon after, the syringe in his hand began to change shape and glow, turning into a ball of light with wings. Sage, what happened with the ability? Seeing his reliable assistant again, Kai immediately asked, full of curiosity, soon receiving the answer he expected. The ability has been successfully integrated into my functions. I can now monitor the guardian beasts at all times and, through them, monitor the physical state of the hosts. Perfect. Just what I was hoping for, ha ha ha. Completely satisfied, Kai took the ball of light in his hands and kissed it, to which the light orb did not react and simply continued to float steadily after being released, as if it was used to this. Well, now I just have to wait for Oni-chan to arrive to create her guardian beast, although I need to reinforce the security system since I'll only have my Haki for 24 hours. While thinking about how to organize the creation of the guardian beasts, Sage disappeared, as it wasn't needed anymore and still had experiments to run. Meanwhile, Kai left the room, closely followed by Salem, who walked beside him with a steady, calm stride, like a faithful follower. For now, Nijire and Aunt Yumiko are on hold until they return to the country. Oni-chan will be today, and for the Pussycats, it's best to ask them to take a day off every 3 days to create their guardian beasts. As for Momo and Aunt Keiko, if I'm not mistaken, they arrive tomorrow, so they'll be next, although I suppose it's better for Aunt Keiko to have her guardian beast first. As he organized a schedule to grant the guardian beasts to his family, Kai made his way to the living room, where he sat on one of the sofas and took his computer. He began reviewing the entire security system, while Salem lay down on one of the nearby sofas. After checking the entire security system, Kai reviewed the information on the guards who were stationed at the entrance to the property. These guards were retired heroes that Namori had hired several years ago, and since they worked in shifts, it was best to double-check those who would be on duty during his time of vulnerability. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry, especially with his lousy luck. 139 Chapter 38. A ticket for such a grand EV. Today had been a great day for Namori. She had regained her position at her former agency and even managed to surprise everyone when she demonstrated that she could lift nearly 300 kilos with relative ease. This, of course, led to a storm of questions. After all, it's not every day you see a woman with stylized, feminine arms like hers pull off such a feat, especially without a strength-enhancing quirk. Faced with the inevitable flood of inquiries, Namori simply answered with the truth, or, well, almost all of it. During her years with Kai, Namori had caught his training obsession, so it wasn't unusual for her to join the blue-eyed young man in his workouts. This undoubtedly contributed to her significant increase in strength, speed, and reflexes. However, if it were just the training, the results wouldn't have been so impressive, and she certainly wouldn't have been able to maintain her sensual, soft figure. What really made the difference were the massages that Kai, out of the goodness of his heart, definitely not because she was forcing him or anything, gave her 3 times a week. These massages went far beyond mere relaxation and pleasure. Not only did they make her recover from pain incredibly quickly and wake up feeling refreshed the next day, but they also ensured that the muscle she should have developed from all the physical activity remained unseen. Yet, somehow, she still retained all the benefits of the training. Well, Ryuko was actually the first to notice the odd phenomenon, but that wasn't important. What truly mattered was that thanks to all the physical activity and Kai's massages, not just her, but all the Pussycats, except for Chitora, who loved her muscles, had masterful strength and flexibility while keeping their bodies soft and delicate. Not to mention, they didn't have a single wrinkle, and the softness of their skin could even put a baby's to shame. But Namori couldn't go around revealing that information. After all, it was clear that as soon as the news got out, a horde of people, especially women, would start searching high and low for Kai to achieve similar results, something none of the girls wanted to happen. Because of this, when asked, Namori simply gave the version the girls had all agreed upon. That it was simply the result of intense training with a very specific routine, along with a strict diet and schedule that allowed her to develop her strength while maintaining her slim figure. One of the reasons Kai wasn't mentioned in any part of the agreed-upon story was largely due to his own request, which was expected since he was incredibly discreet about his quirk. To the point that not even Namori herself was sure she knew all of his abilities, which had likely grown exponentially over time, thanks to his near-fanatical dedication to training and researching his quirk. Kai was so secretive about his quirk that even the Pussycats, who trained with him every week, believed for years that his quirk was just super strength and presence detection. However, over time, the young man with blue eyes began to open up more to them and eventually let them know more. Namori smiled a little as she recalled the astonished faces of the Pussycats when they saw Kai suddenly conjure a sword and emit lightning. By the way, she could never prevent him from electrocuting himself, no matter what she tried, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest once when she saw him playing with fire. When she finally arrived home, Namori got out of her car and ran to find Kai, eager to share the good news. Only to find him in the living room, lying on a couch, seemingly lost in his thoughts while staring at a holographic screen filled with data and graphs, with Salem sleeping on a nearby sofa. Kai, seeing her beloved Kai, Namori ran over, filled with excitement, and launched herself to hug him, causing the young man with blue eyes to tear his gaze away from the holographic screen and then return her embrace warmly. "Looks like you had a good day, Oni-chan," Kai commented with a smile, watching with affection as Namori, who could barely contain her excitement at being a hero again, acted almost childlike. The scene seemed to stir Salem, who simply looked at them before going back to sleep, paying no attention to the noisy, inconsiderate pair. "Yes, it went really well. I've already ordered my new hero suit. It'll arrive in a couple of weeks. When it does, you'll be the first to see it," Namori responded happily, resting her chin on Kai's strong chest as he smiled and gently stroked her beautiful dark blue hair. "Oh, then I suppose I should buy a ticket for such a grand event." Kai's words visibly excited Namori, who immediately nodded in satisfaction. After all, a day as great as today would be perfect if it ended with a delicious massage from her Kai. But the young man with blue eyes seemed to have another idea in mind. "Come on, there's something I want to give you, although it will take me a whole day to have it ready," Kai commented as he got up from the couch, carrying Namori in his arms like a princess. She quickly asked, confused. "What is it? What do you want to give me?" It's a surprise." "You're so stingy," Namori pouted, annoyed, as she playfully hit Kai's chest. He just laughed, amused, as he carried her to the room where the aura script engraving was located. Meanwhile, Salem, noticing that his owner was leaving, got up from his sofa and followed him, but not before stretching lazily and cleaning his face with his paws. When they arrived at the room, Kai set Namori down on the floor. She immediately looked around curiously, as if searching for her gift, while asking, "What are you going to give me, Kai?" "You'll see," Kai said, trying to sound mysterious, but then quickly turned serious and said aloud, "Sage, the syringe." "At your command." With Kai's words, Sage suddenly appeared and then began to change shape, soon transforming into a beautiful antique syringe made of metal with intricate engravings all over its surface. Kai took it in his hands and then explained, "I need to take a sample of your blood, Oni-chan." "Okay," Namori responded, a little confused, but she trusted Kai enough to know that he would never harm her, so she easily agreed. Carefully, Kai inserted the needle into Nemori's arm and then began to draw her blood until the syringe filled slightly, at which point he stopped and healed the puncture with his aura. "Do you feel anything strange?" Kai asked while checking on Namori, who shook her head and replied, "Not really, it hurt a little when you pricked me, but nothing more." "That's good, although the real surprise comes next." As Namori looked at him, both confused and curious, Kai sat in the center of the pattern engraved on the floor, filling it with his aura. Then, he pricked himself to draw his own blood, but unlike with Namori, this time the syringe took a significant amount of blood from Kai before it started to glow, so much that he even felt a bit weak. "It took a lot of my blood, something I didn't anticipate. But well, it's normal for Nen abilities to do things like this, though I should keep it in mind for creating the next ones." Without paying too much attention to the incident, Kai quickly settled into the lotus position and then infused the syringe with all his aura, which was amplified by the aura script pattern and his breathing technique, which he could now maintain even while sleeping. After some time, when Kai was feeling weak from the massive loss of aura, the syringe began to glow powerfully as it rose into the air, moments later forming an egg, or perhaps a cocoon, the size of a basketball. Soon after, it gently fell into Kai's hands. "Are you okay, Kai?" Namori asked, a bit worried upon noticing Kai's exhausted state, but he simply responded in a calm tone. "I'm fine, just a little tired, though I'll be weak for the next 24 hours, so I won't be leaving the house." "What does that ability of yours do? What does that egg do?" Though a flood of emotions surged through Nemori's heart, she decided to set them aside and instead asked, feeling a bit concerned. "You'll see tomorrow. For now, I'll just say you'll be quite surprised." Kai responded, clearly tired, as he got up from the floor with the egg in his hands. Namori quickly approached and helped him. Though still a little worried, Namori didn't ask any more questions and instead took Kai to his room. By the time they were halfway there, the young man with blue eyes had recovered a bit, allowing him to walk on his own with a steady, constant pace. When they arrived at Kai's room, Namori made sure to send him to bathe, which forced the young man to leave the egg on the nightstand. Filled with curiosity, Namori couldn't help but closely examine the egg, marveling at how absurd Kai's quirk really was. As time passed, Kai's quirk started to become more and more wild, to the point where it seemed more like magic than a quirk. Even Namori and the Pussycats, heroes with years of experience facing countless different abilities, couldn't truly estimate Kai's limitations. It seemed like his quirk was capable of bringing anything he imagined into reality. Time slipped away without Namori noticing, almost hypnotized by the egg that seemed to glow softly, as if some creature was gestating inside, revealing certain shadows from within. For some reason, this made Namori feel a strange sense of familiarity with the unknown creature. "Are you okay, Oni-chan?" The almost dazed state Namori was in was shattered when Kai's voice sounded from behind her, causing her to turn around to look at him. She found him slightly wet, with only a towel wrapped around his waist, revealing his impressive body. "I am fine, it's just that this egg is strange. I got lost in my thoughts while looking at it." Namori responded, trying to sound calm and composed, while simultaneously holding back the urgent need to swallow that had arisen deep within her at the sight of Kai's body. She discreetly looked away. After all, that body was an irresistibly attractive honey trap for a maiden like her. For his part, Kai, curious about what Namori had told him, quickly approached the egg and began to study it. But after some time, he didn't notice anything unusual and didn't feel that it was anything special. Well, nothing special aside from the fact that it glowed a bit and the shadow of something moving inside could be seen. "Sage," Kai called out to his trusted assistant, ready to study the egg in more detail, only to be surprised when it didn't appear. "Is it because I can only use 10% of my aura, or is it part of the gestation process? It's probably both. I just hope that once the guardian beast is born, I'll be able to summon Sage again. That ball of light is too useful." Kai got lost in his thoughts, both amazed and apprehensive. Since while this event might have been expected due to the fusion of the ability with Sage, it also made him even more aware of the almost unpredictable nature of Nen. This uncertainty of aura meant that not even the creator of an ability could be sure they knew 100% of its intricacies. In many cases, it led to unpleasant surprises, like a certain red-eyed Avenger who lost several years of his life in vain because he didn't fully understand his ability. "Did something happen, Kai?" Namori asked, noticing the quick change of emotions on Kai's face while avoiding looking directly at him. The blue-eyed young man shook his head and replied, "Nothing important, it's just that this ability is quite special. But for now, let's go to sleep." By this time tomorrow, we'll know if it turned out the way I wanted. Alright then, sleep well, Namori said warmly before giving Kai a sweet kiss on the cheek. Rest well, Oni-chan. As if fleeing from something, Namori hurriedly left Kai's room after saying goodnight, then took a long bath in her own room, releasing all those complicated and contradictory emotions that had been in her heart. Afterward, she put on a simple black silk pajama set and went to sleep, feeling a bit more at ease. 139 Chapter 39. A cat? The next day, as the sun was slowly setting, Namori arrived at the airport in a beautiful black car. After going through a few security checks, she was able to make her way to the private aviation terminal. She then parked the car near the hangar in a spot indicated by the staff. After thanking the staff for their directions, Namori took a book from the car's glove compartment, opened it to where a bookmark was placed, and adjusted her seat to a more comfortable position. She began reading as she waited for time to pass. A while later, a magnificent private jet landed on the runway. Two stunningly beautiful women with striking figures stepped out, wearing dark sunglasses that matched their jet black hair, which was wildly blowing in the wind. After greeting the nearby staff, the pair of women walked gracefully and stylishly toward Nemori's car, as if they were on a fashion show, which highlighted their elegant outfits. One was dressed in a black pants and blouse ensemble, while the other wore a white blouse and a black pencil skirt. When they reached the car, the two women opened the front and back doors with familiarity and quickly got in. Inside, they removed their sunglasses, fully revealing their beautiful faces. One appeared to be about 25 years old, while the other seemed to be around 14 or 15, a stark contrast to her voluptuous figure. Thanks for coming to pick us up, Namori, Keiko, who had taken the front seat, said with a smile as she leaned in to give Namori a small hug, which Namori returned with a smile. No need to thank me. Hi, Namori Oni-chan, Momo greeted with a smile from the back seat, to which Namori responded with a smile of her own. Hi, Momo, you look gorgeous, that outfit suits you very well. Hee, thanks, Momo replied shyly, glancing again at her pants and blouse ensemble. By the way, Namori, why didn't Kai come? Keiko asked, a bit puzzled, since the boy usually accompanied Namori to pick them up. It had become a routine for her to open the front door, and Kai would move to the back seat with Momo. For the past few years, it had somehow turned into a little tradition for Namori and Kai to pick them up whenever they returned from a trip. It all started because young Momo had seen a movie where families picked each other up at the airport, and she made quite a fuss about doing something similar. In the end, even Keiko appreciated being greeted by her little Momo, Kai, and Namori upon arriving home. Over the years, Keiko had grown as close to Namori as sisters, so it eventually became an unwritten rule of their little family. He doesn't want to leave the house because he's incubating an egg, hee, Namori replied amusedly to Keiko's question, causing both mother and daughter to tilt their heads cutely, completely confused. Incubating an egg? What do you mean? Keiko asked, puzzled, while Momo asked with understanding. Did Kai develop a new ability? Yes, but he's been very secretive about it and doesn't want to tell me what it is, though this time he needed to draw some blood. Namori added as she drove out of the airport, prompting Keiko to comment. His quirk is really strange, it can do so many things that seem completely unrelated to each other, almost like magic. The trip passed calmly with casual conversation until the three beautiful women arrived at Kai's property. After greeting the guards at the entrance, Namori drove the car to the parking lot, from where they all headed toward the main house. When they reached the door, the girls found Kai, accompanied by Salem, waiting for them at the door with a smile, holding in his hands an egg the size of a basketball, which was glowing softly. Welcome back, and sorry I couldn't pick you up. I had to take care of this thing, Kai said as he walked toward the girls, showing them the egg. What is that thing? Keiko asked curiously as she approached Kai, then gave him a warm hug. A new ability. In a couple of hours, you'll know what it's about, Kai replied with amusement as he returned Keiko's hug with one hand. Why do you always have to be so mysterious? Momo asked with a playful smile on her face as she hugged Kai, who responded just as playfully. It makes it more interesting, although it's also because I have no idea what will come out of the egg. I hope it's not something gross like certain Nen beasts I remember. As he added to himself, Kai hugged Namori before they all went into the house together. After having something to eat, everyone stayed in the living room, curiously watching the egg that Kai had placed on the coffee table while they talked about Momo and Keiko's trip. After a couple of hours, the egg suddenly began to glow brightly, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present, who watched with interest as the egg started to rise into the air, cracking and shaking violently. Moments later, the egg completely shattered, transforming into spores of light that scattered into the air, revealing a beautiful adult cat with dark blue fur and blue eyes, exactly like Nemori's. A cat? Seeing the cat on the table, Kai couldn't help but exclaim, a little surprised, since he hadn't expected that at all. Then again, the only Nen beast he could summon was basically an exact copy of Salem, so in a way, it made sense. For its part, the cat meowed as if it were a real cat before jumping towards Namori, who watched in surprise as the cat turned into light midway and then entered her body. She couldn't help but ask, both surprised and curious, as she touched her chest, where the cat had disappeared. What is this cat, Kai? What is it doing in my body? Is this cat the ability you were talking about? Seeing Nemori's expression, Kai couldn't help but chuckle a bit, but soon after, he explained as he played a little with his aura. After all, barely being able to use it for 24 hours felt pretty strange. Yes, it's the latest ability I was able to develop, which spawns a guardian beast. Well, the cat you saw. That will protect you. It can use my defensive abilities and, over time, will develop an ability that complements you. But you have to be careful because they feed on your vitality, so you need to manage the consumption as if it were your quirk. Kai's explanation left everyone present absolutely stunned. After all, Kai was basically saying he was giving them a new quirk, and a powerful one at that, since his abilities were no joke. I really don't understand how your quirk works, Keiko commented, dazed, to which Kai smiled playfully before asking. Pretty useful, isn't it? Well, that can't be denied. Namori responded as she tried to notice anything strange in her body, but she really didn't feel anything particularly different, so she couldn't help but ask. And how can I use this guardian beast? It should work automatically, but try thinking about making it come out or something like that. It might work. Are you not sure what it is, Kai? Momo asked curiously, hearing the slightly uncertain tone in Kai's voice, to which he nodded. Well, yes, my quirk has those drawbacks. Although I developed the abilities, I still have to figure out the finer details myself. Your quirk is really strange. Nothing like our creation, where to make something, we have to understand very well what we want to do, Keiko added thoughtfully, while Namori focused on doing what Kai had instructed her, which soon caused the dark blue-furred, blue-eyed cat to appear in her lap. It actually worked. At Namori's surprised exclamation, everyone present turned to look at her, quickly noticing the cat in her lap, so Momo asked curiously. Can you really command it to do things with your mind? Yes, I just thought about making it come out, and it actually did. It's strange, it's like my quirk, but at the same time, it's different. Namori responded as she held the cat in her hands, looking into its eyes, which seemed to alert Salem. It quickly got up from its sofa and began to walk menacingly toward the Nen beast, only to be instantly stopped by a powerful pressure that left him frozen in place. Don't start, Salem. It's a Nen beast, Kai commented in an authoritative tone while using his conqueror's haki on the large, lazy cat, though at low intensity, as he only wanted to warn him. Kai, don't intimidate Salem, poor thing, he just wants to protect Oni-chan. Seeing the scene, Momo scolded him angrily, then ran over to Salem and hugged him protectively, something the big cat didn't seem to appreciate much as he let out an annoyed meow. However, he didn't dare move because who knows what his unreasonable master might do if he accidentally hurt his female while trying to get free. It was just a friendly reminder, Momo. I'm not intimidating him, Kai replied with a smile, which didn't improve Momo's expression at all. She retorted accusingly. You always say that, but all I see is you intimidating poor Salem, even though he's always so cute and obedient. He's cute and obedient, precisely because I've trained him well. Kai quickly defended himself, unwilling to lose, but Momo simply huffed angrily and started ignoring him, focusing instead on talking to Salem as if he were a spoiled child. HMPH, isn't the Kai just a liar who only likes to intimidate you, Salem? You should stop following him. I'll take care of you properly instead of that silly Kai. While Momo tried to pamper the big cat, who was trying to escape by moving as little as possible to avoid hurting her by mistake, Namori, somewhat amused by the little quarrel, asked as she held her guardian beast in her arms. By the way, Kai, are you going to give one of these guardian beasts to everyone? 139 Chapter 40. It's better if you don't nom. That's the idea, although it will have to be done in turns since I can only create one at a time. And since Momo is ignoring me now, I guess you're next, Aunt Keiko. Kai commented calmly, though he didn't forget to send a mocking smile to Momo, who opened her eyes in surprise for a moment before huffing angrily and hugging poor Salem tighter, who now seemed to be questioning his life choices. Foo, then I suppose I'll take advantage of my turn. What should I do, Kai? Keiko asked playfully while observing the conflicted expression Momo was trying not to show Kai. Nothing, really. I'll just need a blood sample, although now that you mention it, I should first check my physical condition in more detail, Sage? Yes, sir? As soon as Kai called his reliable assistant, the winged orb of light appeared once again, allowing the blue-eyed boy to breathe a small sigh of relief. After all, he had been genuinely worried it might not reappear. He then asked Sage. Show me detailed data on my physical condition. At your command. While Kai reviewed the data on the holographic screen that appeared in front of him, Keiko couldn't help but marvel once more at this incredible ability of Kai's, which was not only incredibly useful but also quite magical. At the same time, she wondered what exactly Kai's quirk was to be able to turn a state-of-the-art virtual assistant into a flying magical being. Well, it seems I've recovered pretty quickly even in my weakened state, so with a good night's sleep, I should be ready to create a new guardian beast. Kai said she was satisfied. But at that moment, a thought crossed his mind, which he couldn't help but voice. Now that I think about it, I haven't named this ability yet. It's not called Guardian Beast, Namori asked, a bit confused, to which Kai replied, shaking his head. No, that's more the type of beast it is. The ability itself doesn't have a name. Foo, so what name do you plan to give it? Keiko asked, somewhat amused, to which Kai responded after thinking for a bit. I suppose I'll call it, Accomplice, X3. At Kai's words, 3 female voices echoed the same question, making Kai chuckle a little before quickly responding. Yes, this ability creates a beast that will be my accomplice in protecting you and your accomplice in day-to-day life. Ha ha ha. X3. Upon hearing Kai's reasoning, all the ladies present laughed amused, which annoyed the blue-eyed boy, who quickly commented in frustration. HMPH, I knew you wouldn't get it. Ha ha ha, don't get mad, Kai. We won't laugh at you anymore, Namori said between chuckles, seeing the annoyed Kai, who just huffed in irritation. By the way, Oni-chan, what name will you give your accomplice, hee? Momo asked curiously, not forgetting to give Kai a teasing look, to which he replied, still a bit annoyed. It's better if you don't name it. Why do you say that, Kai? Will it affect them somehow? Keiko asked, puzzled, to which Kai responded by shaking his head. It won't affect the accomplices. I say it because it could affect you. After all, an accomplice's mission is to die protecting you, so it's better not to get too attached. Is this little one going to die? Namori asked in a somewhat sad tone while holding the dark blue furred cat in her arms, to which Kai nodded. If necessary, yes, because its death will trigger a barrier that will keep you safe until I arrive. That's a little sad. Momo looked at the cat in Nemori's hands with a bit of sadness, so Kai quickly corrected her. It's not sad, remember that, technically, it's not even real, it's just an ability. But why did you give it the form of an animal? Couldn't you have made it like an object or something? It would be much easier to handle that way, Keiko asked, somewhat curious as she analyzed the cat, which was impossible to distinguish from a real one. I actually tried that, but it didn't work very well, since my quirk functions a bit strangely. The more similar what I conjure is to a real animal, the greater level of autonomy I can give it. If it were an object, it would be much more limited. What a curious limitation, Keiko commented, intrigued, while Namori and Momo, who had finally let go of Salem, began to pet the cat as if it were in its final moments of life, something that only made Kai laugh. Don't be so dramatic, it's not like it's required to die to conjure the barrier. Besides, the accomplice can use all of my defensive and counterattack abilities, so it's not that easy for it to die. However, if you want to ensure it doesn't happen, just avoid taking too many risks. Hearing Kai's words, Momo and Namori exchanged glances for a moment, which ended when Namori let out a small sigh and then commented with a serious expression. Well, you're right about that. Even though I have this accomplice, it's better to act as if I don't and proceed with caution. After all, in a way, I feel close to it, so I feel guilty if it died because of me. Yes, it's better that it doesn't die, Momo agreed, while Kai turned to look at Sage, a bit interested in the phenomenon Namori mentioned. Sage, do you have any idea about this sudden familiarity? At Kai's question, Sage began to change colors in rapid succession, as if contemplating the answer, before responding in its typical flat, synthetic tone. After analyzing the host and the conditions of the ability, it's very likely that the feeling of familiarity comes from a combination of the mental connection formed between the two, along with the accomplice's dependence on the host's energy. That sounds plausible, though it's better if we analyze it in more depth. Added to the agenda, Sage. At your command. A few weeks have passed since Namori obtained her accomplice, and now the entire family was gathered in the main hall of Kai's mansion, including Yumiko and the Pussycats. All with big smiles on their faces, while the room seemed to be decorated for a party. In the middle of the room was Namori, who had an expression that combined equal parts of nervousness and excitement as she looked at a metal briefcase in the center of a decorated table, on which there was also a huge cake. Come on, Namori, open it, Tomoko exclaimed loudly as she waved her fists in front of her, absolutely thrilled. The rest of the crowd quickly joined in with amused expressions. Open it, amid the chanting, Namori slowly opened the briefcase while feeling her heart warm. After all, she never imagined that one day she could really have such a big and loving family who supported and stood by her wholeheartedly. Meeting Elisa-san was really the luckiest thing that ever happened to me. As she wiped away a small tear that had formed on her face, which was a mix of nostalgia and happiness, Namori took the suit from the briefcase and then showed it to everyone present, who immediately began to applaud. Congratulations, Oni-chan. Now you'll be a hero once again. Kai was the first to approach Namori and congratulate her before giving her a tight hug. Thank you, Kai. I'm really so happy. After Kai, each of those present took turns congratulating Namori, ending with Shino, who, after congratulating her, commented with a cheerful smile on her face. Now all that's left is for you to try it on, Namori. Yes, try it on, Oni-chan. Nijire quickly chimed in with a cheerful smile on her face, and Tomoko immediately echoed with the same energy. Try it on, Fufu. Alright, I'll be right back. With a beautiful smile on her face, Namori took her new hero costume in hand and headed to one of the rooms, while the others present began chatting pleasantly among themselves. Kai-chan, thank you so much for Mika. While they waited, Nijire once again thanked the young man, resting his head on her lap as she gently stroked his silky black hair with a beautiful smile on her face. I already told you they're called accomplices, and again, you don't have to keep thanking me for the same thing. Hee, I know, but it really made me happy, you know? I've wanted a pet like Salem for a long time. But since I travel so often with Mom, and Dad is also abroad most of the time, I could not have one because there would be no one to take care of it. But now I can take Mika everywhere and live my dream, hee. Nijire replied with a smile full of happiness, which left Kai with a somewhat conflicted expression. After all, accomplices weren't pets, and even thinking of them as such could be detrimental. So, feeling a bit uncomfortable, he forced himself to speak. Nijire Ne-chan, I've already told you that accomplices aren't pets. It's better to see them as an interesting ability that can protect you, or you might end up feeling resentment toward them if the time comes when they have to die to protect you. But if that happens, you can just bring it back to life, right? Nijire asked with a smile on her face as she gazed sweetly into the blue eyes of the young man on her lap, who looked at her a bit surprised. Well, I guess that's one way to look at it, but more than bringing it back to life, it's more like conjuring a new one. Kai commented, a bit taken aback by Nijire's curious perspective, even though he had already explained how the accomplices worked. But it would still carry my blood in your blood, right? Nijire replied with a small smile, which seemed to hold countless meanings, to which Kai could only respond with a slightly unsure tone. Well, yes, that's a requirement to conjure them. Then it would still be Mika, hee. Nijire responded cheerfully while proudly puffing out her now voluptuous chest, which blocked Kai's view of her face. Sometimes I really don't understand you. At Kai's comment, spoken in a somewhat tired tone, Nijire smiled playfully and then gently caressed the blue-eyed young man's cheek with affection while saying it in her typical energetic tone. Hee, it doesn't matter. I understand myself, and I also understand you, so everything else is just unimportant details. Faced with Nijire's strange comment, Kai could only remain silent while the beautiful young woman with light blue hair continued to stroke his hair. But shortly after, the small moment was interrupted by Nemori's arrival in her new hero costume. 139 Chapter 41. New hero costume. With a beautiful smile on her face, Namori walked back into the room, moving with an elegant and measured stride, almost as if she were modeling on a runway. She showcased her new hero costume and her stunning dark blue hair, which flowed loosely down her back. Nemori's new hero costume consisted of a black corset bodysuit with a significant neckline, highlighting her flat abdomen and narrow waist, but most notably, her impressive bust. Extending from the corset was an ultra-thin, easily tearable white fabric that covered her chest and arms. Beneath the tight black corset bodysuit, Namori wore what appeared to be form-fitting leggings in a lighter black hue, accentuating her long, slender legs and voluptuous curves, complemented by elegant black-heeled boots. In addition, the new outfit was accompanied by the iconic accessories from her previous attire. These included a belt with a large buckle, now blue instead of red, a pair of cuff-shaped bracelets around her wrists and a light blue mask with an elongated, butterfly-like shape. The mask featured nearly invisible lenses, making it look like glasses, a special gift from Kai. In her new costume, Namori seemed to exude an alluring aura that was simultaneously heroic, elegant, and sensual, a curious combination that amplified her already exquisite beauty to the point where she could undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with the most beautiful women in the world, stealing the spotlight wherever she went. After spinning around the room a few times, showing off her new outfit to everyone present, Namori stopped in front of Kai, who was now sitting on the sofa. She then twirled around, flaunting her new costume and seductive figure, before asking with a beautiful smile on her face. What do you think of my new outfit, Kai? You look stunning, Oni-chan. Without a doubt, there will be countless entertainment agencies chasing after you to collaborate. Kai replied with a smile, causing a slight blush to appear on Nemori's cheeks as she smiled delightedly and spoke. You're just a sweet talker, hee. I'm serious, Oni-chan. I bet Aunt Yumiko will want to talk to you about it too, hee. Fu, Kai-chan is right. Namori, if you ever become interested in the entertainment or showbiz world, don't hesitate to contact me first. Yumiko added with a cheerful smile as she handed Namori a business card, who couldn't help but comment, somewhat amused. You know I'm a famous writer, right? Fu, those are different fields. For writing, you use your skills. In showbiz, you use your beauty, completely different things. Yumiko responded playfully, making Namori chuckle softly, a sound that was quickly interrupted by Momo, who happily chimed in. Your re-debut is going to be a real sensation, Oni-chan, you look amazing. Fu, thank you, Momo. While everyone else congratulated Namori, Momo sat next to Kai, resting her head on his shoulder as she asked in a somewhat dreamy voice. Nijire Ne-chan, Kai, do you think I'll look just as good in my hero costume? Fu, of course you will. You'll look almost as good as me. Nijire commented playfully as she imitated Momo and rested her head on Kai's other shoulder, to which the girl with black hair couldn't help but pout. Almost as good? I'll look better. Fu, impossible. Big sisters are always destined to win against their little sisters. HMPH, I don't think so. Caught in the middle of the playful argument, Kai couldn't help but stroke the girl's hair before calmly commenting. Alright, you'll both look beautiful, no need to fight. Hee, fu. Faced with the two girls' smiles, Kai could only look at them a bit surprised, quickly noticing the little knowing smile they shared between them, something that made him laugh in amusement. But at that moment, Ryuko approached them, asking with a smile. What's so funny? Nothing. X2. In response to Ryuko's question came the giggling voices of Nijire and Momo in unison, leaving the beautiful blonde woman a bit confused. She quickly got her revenge by grabbing Kai's arm, pulling him over to sit next to her on a nearby sofa, while she commented slyly, "Well then, I'll borrow my future husband for a moment." "Hey, don't steal Kai-chan," Nijire exclaimed, a bit sulky, with Momo quickly adding in annoyance. "And he won't be your future husband. That's right, that's right." Nijire quickly chimed in with a small protest, to which Ryuko responded by sensually hugging Kai's arm while sending a smug look to the girls and commenting in a haughty tone, "Oh, really? And why would that be? Because you're too old for him?" Nijire's response struck a critical blow to Ryuko, who immediately let go of Kai's arm, then glared at the girls like a wild animal while shouting in fury, "I dare you to repeat that, brat, old lady, X2. Fearlessly, Nijire and Momo replied at the same time with fierce expressions, causing Ryuko to completely lose her temper and pounce on the girls like an angry cat, starting a comedic three-way fight that made everyone present burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Shino walked over with an amused smile to the sofa where Kai, wisely pretending to be dead to avoid getting involved, was lying. The beautiful woman with a short bob haircut elegantly sat on one of the armrests. "Foo, as always, you're really popular, Kai." Quote. Determined to keep a low profile, Kai stayed silent and just gave Shino a disdainful look, which only made the brown-haired woman smile beautifully. Foo, don't look at me like that. I'm just stating the obvious." Seeing that Kai remained silent, Shino couldn't help but affectionately stroke his silky black hair while commenting in a warm tone, "Now, seriously, I really wanted to thank you for the accomplices you gave us. Not only did you allow us to finally have a cat despite our work as heroes, but in my particular case, it even helped me improve my skills to another level." "Has your accomplice already developed its ability?" Kai asked, somewhat surprised, since if that were the case, it would be the first accomplice to achieve it. "Yes, I noticed the change just this morning," Shino replied with a beautiful smile on her face, one that seemed to combine happiness and affection, prompting Kai to ask with curiosity, "What ability did it develop?" "Actually, the ability I've dreamed of my whole life." In response to his question, what Kai received was a telepathic message in Shino's voice, which inevitably made him think. "Could it be? Can you hear me?" "Yes, I can now receive telepathic messages." Upon receiving Shino's telepathic message, Kai's eyes widened in surprise. After all, reading minds wasn't just a rather terrifying ability, but if the accomplice had managed to develop something so powerful to complement Shino, it would completely redefine everything he thought about the pacts. "Can you read my thoughts? I still need to study this new ability in more detail, but from what I know now, not really. First, I have to send a telepathic message, which somehow creates a mental connection that seems to last about 10 minutes since the lat mees, allowing me to receive the thoughts the person wants to send me. So that means it's not really mind reading, which makes a bit more sense. After all, it's just an ability, and not a hatsu. Besides, the accomplices could only complement, because when I tried to make them develop their own hatsu, or complex abilities, the ability failed." Kai thought to himself, waiting to see if he'd get a response from Shino, but nothing came, which somewhat confirmed his words. So he quickly thought of a message he wanted her to hear. "Did you hear my thoughts just now?" "No, like I said, unless you want me to hear them, I can't know what you're thinking." I guess that means the ability isn't very strong, what a shame." Hearing Shino's response, Kai nodded in understanding as he sent the message, but the beautiful woman with brown hair replied in a somewhat melancholic tone. Foo, you can see it that way, but to me, it's an incredible blessing. All these years, I had the least useful quirk in the group, since only being able to send messages and not receive them made me worse than a broken phone, easily replaceable by a radio communication system. But now I feel like I'm finally complete. Now my quirk will truly be useful to the group and to help people, so I honestly can't find the words to thank you, Kai. You fulfilled two of my most precious wishes at once. Thank you so much, Kai. You don't know how happy you made me." Moved by a whirlwind of emotions, Shino lovingly hugged the blue-eyed boy beside her, while a few tears welled up in her eyes. Kai responded by hugging her back with a smile, while sending a telepathic message. "You don't have to thank me. You've been incredibly special to me all these years, and you're undoubtedly part of my family. The accomplice is something minor in comparison, so don't give it too much importance and just enjoy the benefits, hee." "Thank you, Kai. You really are the best thing that ever happened to me," Shino responded in a moved tone, to which Kai replied with a slightly teasing tone. "Hee, you're exaggerating, though I have to say, we're getting some curious looks." Kai's words caused Shino to open her eyes in surprise, then release the blue-eyed young man and look around, quickly noticing the mocking looks from all the adults present, while the girls were pouting in annoyance. "Shotacon," Tomoko commented playfully, causing Shino to jump like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, then exclaim in frustration. "Hey, I'm not that, and besides, Kai isn't a Shota anymore." "Hee, but you don't deny that you like him, Chitora." With a smug smile, Chitora quickly joined the teasing, commenting in a mocking tone, which made Shino lose her temper and pounce on the two fools who had completely ruined her image. This started a three-way fight not too different from the one Ryuko had with the girls earlier. As Shino started her fight, Keiko approached Kai with a smile, who was simply watching the whole situation amused, then hugged him from behind and rested her chin on his shoulder. So, have you thought about what you're going to do now that Namori will be out of the house all day? Well, honestly, no, I don't think my routine will change. I'll just keep doing the same things. Kai replied casually, without giving it much importance. But at that moment, Namori arrived and commented with a mischievous smile on her face. Oh, really? I think it's going to change quite a bit? What do you mean, Oni-chan? Kai asked, confused. After all, whether Namori was at home or not wouldn't affect his routine of training every day, forging or creating something interesting from time to time. The only thing that could change with Namori out of the house was maybe that he could try more extreme things without the fear of her discovering and stopping him. It's really simple, Namori responded with an amused smile on her face, something that quickly spread to everyone present except Kai, who began to have a terrible feeling. The beautiful woman in the hero costume quickly finished him off with her next sentence. It's very simple, you're going to start school. 139 Chapter 42. That sounds too pragmatic. When Kai found out that he had been enrolled in a school, he tried with all his might to refuse. He kept arguing that he already knew everything they could teach him in high school and that it would just be a waste of time and money. But all his arguments crumbled the moment Momo showed up with tearful eyes, asking if he didn't want to go to the same high school as her. Left with no other choice, Kai reluctantly accepted his fate, much to the amusement of the entire group who were present. Damn it, they really used a weapon of mass destruction against me, Momo's tears. I have to get revenge for this, I can't just let it slide. Just wait, they'll be begging for mercy when I do. As Kai complained in his mind and plotted his revenge, he obediently finished putting on his new uniform, which mainly consisted of a gakuren, a traditional Japanese military-style garment. It was a dark blue jacket that fit snugly, with a row of gold buttons aligned vertically down the center. The buttons were detailed with the school's emblem, while the jacket's collar had a Mandarin style. Paired with straight pants in the same dark blue color and black leather shoes, the uniform gave off an air of formality and discipline. With a frustrated expression, Kai descended the stairs, glaring venomously at the group of adults who were looking at him like a cute little lamb, with amused smiles on their faces. Except for Yumiko, who instead looked at him like a proud mother seeing her chick grow up. Kai-chan, you look very handsome in your uniform. Thank you, Aunt Yumiko. Yeah, Kai, you look very seductive in your uniform. Namori commented while trying to stifle her laughter, which only made Kai snort in annoyance, causing the group to burst into laughter. HMPH, ha 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 ha. After giving the group a look filled with a desire for revenge, Kai left the house, closely followed by Salem, only to find Momo outside, practically radiating excitement. She was wearing a long-sleeved white blouse embroidered with the school emblem, covered by an elegant dark blue jacket adorned with a tie that hung in the center of her chest. Momo's lower half was dressed in a dark blue pleated skirt that reached her knees, complemented by white knee-high socks and elegant black leather loafers. The uniform suits you well, Momo. Seeing Momo's excitement, Kai could only offer a compliment with an ironic smile, to which Momo responded with loud, high-strung gratitude. It looks great on you too, Kai, haha, you don't have to be so excited, we're just going to school. Besides, we already know by heart what they're going to teach, so there's no reason to be nervous. Kai smiled, a bit amused by Momo's attitude, to which she quickly responded, now a bit calmer. But Kai-kun, how can you not be nervous? We're going to meet a lot of new people, and we might even come home with a bunch of new friends. Well, that's because I'm not particularly interested in meeting more people. I'm fine as I am. But if you want, I can help you with that. With a warm smile, Kai kindly offered because even though he wasn't interested in making friends, he could easily understand why Momo was so excited. After all, in her entire life, the young girl with black hair had practically only interacted with two people of her age, him and Nijire. Really? Hearing Kai, Momo exclaimed excitedly, clutching her fists to her chest, something that made Kai chuckle a bit before he added. He, yes, but first, calm down a bit, don't let the prey know your intentions. The prey? But I want to make friends, Momo replied, confused, tilting her head cutely, to which Kai responded while shaking his head. In this context, the prey are the friends, Momo. Sorry, I'm so excited that I'm not thinking straight, hee. A little embarrassed and shy about her silly comment, Momo replied, placing her hands on her cheeks to try to hide the slight blush that had crept onto them. Kai responded, not without laughing a bit at her first. Ha ha ha, I can imagine, but for now, let's get in the car. At this rate, we'll be late. Oh no, you're right, let's run. Upon hearing Kai's words, Momo exclaimed in surprise, then grabbed Kai's hand and dragged him toward a black limousine that was waiting for them. Kai could only shake his head as he allowed himself to be pulled along. When they reached the car, Kai couldn't help but notice how Salem wanted to get in, which made him smile in amusement before he commented authoritatively. You're not going, Salem. The huge cat meowed in confusion while looking at Kai. After all, in his 6 years of life, he had never been far from his master, except when he took a nap, which greatly moved Momo from inside the limousine. Oh, poor Salem, don't worry, baby, when I get back, I'll pamper you all day. Salem didn't even look at Momo. He simply kept staring at Kai, then tried to get into the car again, only to be hit by a slight pressure as his master's voice echoed. I already told you, you're not going. I'll be back in a few hours. Without looking back, Kai got into the limousine, leaving Salem sitting on the ground, watching as the car quickly drove away. Momo, on the other hand, could only look out the window, seeing how the large cat became smaller with distance. Poor Salem, he must be so sad, Momo commented in a sad tone, to which Kai simply responded by changing the subject, successfully drawing the attention of the black-haired girl. Well, Momo, let's talk about how to make friends. The first lesson in making friends is that in this world, 99% of the people who approach you want something from you. It can range from emotional support and companionship to money and benefits. It could be anything, the point is they want something. So, the trick is to use that as bait to attract them and never give it to them entirely. That way, you'll keep them interested long enough for you to get used to each other and eventually call each other friends. But you have to be very careful with the people you associate with because those who only seek money and benefits will never become true friends. At best, they'll leave you when you can't offer them anything more. At worst, they'll take everything from you and step on you when you're down. That sounds too pragmatic and pessimistic, even a bit manipulative, Momo commented with a pout, to which Kai responded with a shrug. Well, I can't deny it, but it's a pretty effective strategy for building personal relationships. But I don't want that kind of utilitarian relationship. I care about you for who you are, not for what you can offer me. I didn't know you saw us that way, Momo said with a pout, crossing her arms under her chest and turning to look out the window at the passing scenery. I don't see you that way. I said 99%. Remember, you're part of that 1% of people whose only intention is to love and support me. After all, you offered me so much when I had nothing to give in return. I could never consider you part of that 99%. Kai responded in a warm tone as he pulled Momo onto his lap, making the girl rest her head on his legs. She looked up at him with teary eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course. You're my precious family, the most important thing I have." Kai replied with a smile, which caused Momo to turn and bury her face in Kai's abdomen before softly saying, "I believe you, hee, that's good. But really, you should be careful with those who are only interested in the benefits they can get from you. Those people are usually quite dangerous," Kai commented while stroking Momo's long hair. She responded, her voice sounding a bit muffled as it came from Kai's stomach. "I'll keep that in mind, though I'm not sure if I'll be able to detect them." "Oh, don't worry about that. You'll notice it instantly." "Do you really think so?" "I'm completely sure. But don't worry, you're a wonderful girl, and it won't be long before you find that 1% of people you can truly call friends. I'll take care of the others." Hee, thanks, Kai. Momo responded in a somewhat shy tone from Kai's stomach, a position that allowed her to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. She then closed her eyes and tried to calm her emotions. After all, she couldn't let her prey figure out her intentions. Hee, Momo laughed in her mind at her own thoughts, while a beautiful smile formed on her face and her heart felt warmer and more at ease, letting the rest of the journey pass in comfortable and reassuring silence. Once they arrived at the school, Kai and Momo stepped out of the limousine. However, they didn't stand out much because of the ostentatious vehicle, as they weren't the only ones who had arrived in a luxury car. After all, the school where they would study for the next 3 years was an elite institution where the children of the crème de la crème of Japanese society gathered. In their respective classroom, the pair of black-haired youths sat together at the back, where they started chatting about random things. Not long after, a very elegant man in his 40s, who seemed to be the teacher, entered the room. Noticing the man's arrival, Momo immediately ended the conversation and sat up straight in her seat, not without first telling Kai to do the same. However, the blue-eyed boy just leaned back in his seat in a relaxed manner. "Good morning, students. My name is Tanaka Ryoichi-sensei, and I will be your homeroom teacher this year, so you can refer to me as Tanaka-sensei." The man spoke with an eloquent tone that seemed to be trying to sound elegant by force, which made Kai roll his eyes before tuning out the pretentious guy. "Good morning, Tanaka-sensei." Momo, on her part, responded in unison with all the other students, which brought a pleased smile to the man, Tanaka, who continued speaking in the same obviously fake and rehearsed tone. "Today, I'd like to start with a brief introduction from each of you, where you'll tell the class your name, your future goals, something you like, and something you dislike. I'll start first by setting an example. As you already know, my name is Tanaka Ryoichi, and my goal for the future is to become one of the best teachers in Japan. I also like reading, and I dislike cold coffee." Well, that's the type of introduction we'll do. We'll start from right to left. It really doesn't matter what culture or world I'm in, this part never changes. Kai thought to himself with an ironic smile on his face, while he tried to ignore how, one by one, all the students introduced themselves following the same format, stating their name and then mentioning their future goals and things they liked and disliked. 139 Chapter 43. Why does that sound terribly? Shortly after, it was Momo's turn. She immediately stood up from her seat, just as all the previous students had done, and introduced herself with a serious tone, though there was a hint of nervousness in her expression that Kai easily noticed. "Hello everyone, I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. My goal is to become a professional hero, both to maintain peace in our society and to uplift people's spirits. I love reading and learning new things, so I'm always open to gaining new knowledge. I can't stand injustice and lack of effort. Furthermore, I hope we can get along well." Ooh, how typical of Momo, ha ha ha. With an amused expression on his face, Kai couldn't help but laugh to himself. But that quickly changed when he noticed how the whole class started looking at Momo with surprised and greedy expressions. Even the teacher was not an exception. This made him narrow his eyes slightly, but he still got up to give his introduction since it was his turn, and it wasn't yet the time to make a scene. "My name is Saito Kai. I don't have any future goals at the moment. I like building things, and I don't like being kept waiting. Nice to meet you." The introductions continued without issues, and soon the class began. However, unlike Momo, who took notes seriously, Kai completely ignored the teacher and instead started thinking about more important things, like new training methods, various interesting projects, new weapons to forge, and so on. The morning passed without many incidents, with 4 periods of about 45 minutes each, during which different teachers gave classes after introducing themselves, just as the first one had. However, everything changed when it was time for lunch. As soon as the typical sound of the bell echoed in the classroom, hordes of people almost ran towards Momo, surrounding her like hungry predators, desperately trying to start a conversation with her. This initially made the black-haired girl very happy, but that soon changed. "Yayorozu-san, my name is Suzuki Ryoto, from the Suzuki family. Your beauty and seriousness have captivated me at first sight. Would you grant me a moment of your time?" "Don't pay attention to him, Yayorozu-san. My name is Shinomiya Reika, from the Shinomiya family, and I'd like to be your friend." "Yayorozu-san, my name is, from the family." As more and more people introduced themselves, Momo's expression visibly soured as she began to understand what Kai meant when he said that most people want something from others and that she would notice it instantly. She could practically see the greed shining in the eyes of those around her, eager to associate with the daughter of the great Keiko Yayorozu and reap all the possible benefits from that relationship. This only made Kai's pessimistic words echo in her mind, filling her with deep sadness to the point where her eyes started to well up with tears. But at that moment, a crushing pressure stopped everyone in their tracks. "You're all annoying." Along with the terrifying pressure, a clearly irritated voice that seemed to come from a bloodthirsty demon resonated in the room. Everyone turned in the direction it came from, only to find an exceptionally handsome young man with black hair and blue eyes, speaking with a dark expression full of malicious intent. "If I see any of you by the time I count to 3, I'll throw you out the window. 1, 2. The blue-eyed young man commented in a deep voice, sending a shiver down everyone's spines. But that was nothing compared to when he started counting, as with each number he uttered, the horrifying pressure multiplied brutally, causing their legs to tremble. By the time the young man reached 2, no one could bear to stay another second in the place, so they all ran out, some covered in cold sweat, while others were outright crying in panic. The young man then arrogantly and condescendingly, though still clearly annoyed, commented, "That's better. If you're this obedient all the time, we won't have any problems." As for Momo, who hadn't felt the pressure that the others experienced, she looked at Kai, who was lying back on his desk with an irritated expression. She then moved her desk closer to his. "Kai, this is your lunch. I hope you like it." With a beautiful smile on her face, Momo commented after taking out 2 large lunchboxes she had prepared in advance from her bag, handing the bigger one to Kai, who stretched as he lazily remarked, "Oh right, it's lunchtime. Thanks for remembering me, Momo." "I would never forget." Momo replied with a smile, which, for some reason, scared the onlookers both inside and outside the classroom. Ignoring the audience, Momo and Kai ate pleasantly and relaxed while chatting about various topics. Meanwhile, the other students who hadn't tried to bother Momo, and therefore hadn't received Kai's special treatment, continued with their own activities, although they occasionally couldn't help but glance cautiously at the terrifying blue-eyed boy. The day ended quickly, and soon Momo and Kai headed home without much trouble. After all, having 2 good aunts and an influential writer and hero as a sister prevented things like being called to the principal's office and other similar situations. Soon, the limousine that had picked up the black-haired pair arrived at Kai's property, where almost the entire gang awaited them, greeting them with big smiles at the door as soon as they got out of the car. "Welcome back. How was your first day at school?" Namori was the first to greet the youngsters, hugging them affectionately, to which Kai casually replied, Pretty good. The classmates are quite cooperative." "Why does that sound terribly wrong, Kai? What did you do?" Shino, who was beside Namori, asked accusingly while hugging Momo. "Me? Nothing, right, Momo?" Kai didn't even flinch and responded casually while looking at Momo, who replied with a cheerful smile on her face. "That's right, Kai just politely asked them to let us have lunch, and they easily stepped back to give us our space." "Oh no, Kai has corrupted little Momo-chan, something he hadn't managed to do until now. We're doomed." Ryuko commented dramatically while pulling Kai out of Shino's arms, causing everyone present to burst into joyful laughter. "But tell Mom, Momo, how did you feel at school today?" Keiko asked with a smile after greeting her youngest daughter, who responded with a small smile. Kai was right, Okawa-sama. The school doesn't seem all that special, but I'm still glad I enrolled. I've learned a lot. I'm glad that's the case, then. As they conducted a full debrief on the kids' first day at school, the group entered the main house, where they settled into the comfortable sofas and were attended by 2 of the house staff. But shortly after, Yumiko and Nijire arrived, with Nijire still in her uniform. Momo, Kai, Nijire Ne-chan. As soon as she arrived, Nijire exclaimed excitedly before jumping to hug the black-haired pair, who greeted her back with smiles on their faces. She then asked with an excited expression, "How was your first day at school? Did you have fun?" "Well, it was interesting, though I can't say it was particularly fun," Momo replied with a smile while returning Nijire's hug, who nodded in understanding. "Well, yeah, school isn't that fun." A somewhat melancholic smile crossed Nijire's face, but she quickly regained her usual energy and then asked while looking around, "By the way, where's Salem? It's strange that he's not with Kai." "Oh, he's being dramatic on the 2nd floor." Kai replied with an ironic smile, which caused the girls to drag him upstairs, while he could only wave at Yumiko from afar. "Hello, Aunt Yumiko." "Hello, Kai-chan, Fufu." Yumiko greeted with an amused smile as she watched Kai being dragged upstairs, then she greeted the other adults in the house and started a casual conversation. Once on the 2nd floor, the girls quickly made Kai lead them to where Salem was, only to find him in his playroom. The place where his scratching posts, toys, and other items were kept. Lying on a reinforced platform that allowed him to look out the window. He exuded a melancholic and lonely aura, as if the world had betrayed him. Poor Salem. Come to mama, Salem. Upon seeing the huge cat, Momo and Nijire couldn't help but exclaim in sad tones as they rushed toward him. While Kai just leaned against the door frame, watching the whole dramatic show of the spoiled cat with some amusement. As soon as the girls reached Salem, they quickly hugged him and began speaking in soft, somewhat sad voices. "What's wrong, Salem? Are you sad because you were left all alone today?" Nijire commented in an almost maternal tone as she stroked the large cat's head, who simply continued staring out the window while his nose made soft, intermittent breathing sounds, as if he were crying. "Forgive us, Salem, but we couldn't take you to school. It's against the rules to bring pets, but I promise I'll play with you a lot and take you on plenty of walks." Momo apologized with a tone full of guilt as she hugged the cat's sturdy body, who kept looking out the window as if he were a tragic victim, to which Kai could only roll his eyes before casually commenting. "Stop being silly, Salem, let's go, we need to train." Hearing his master's voice, Salem turned to look at him with his blue eyes appearing sad, clearly trying to look pitiful, something Kai completely ignored as he simply turned to leave the room while speaking. "Come on, we didn't train this morning and we need to make up for it." With his master's command, the sadness disappeared from Salem's feline face. He then freed himself from the embrace of his master's females, who had loosened their hold to look at Kai with accusatory eyes, and quickly caught up with him, his sturdy tail gently swaying in the air. Seeing how the cat's mood changed so quickly, Momo and Nijire could only look at each other in surprise before shouting loudly in clearly angry tones. "Damn it, Salem, you tricked us!" Nijire yelled at the cat walking away with Kai, to which Momo immediately added, pointing indignantly at their backs. "Go with your silly Kai and don't come back." 139 Chapter 44, Prana. Several months had passed since Kai started school, and before he knew it, the famous Golden Week arrived. The girls took advantage of the break to spend time with their mothers and accompany them on trips, while Kai, as usual, decided to stay home and train. In the garden of his house, Kai was sitting in a lotus position with his eyes closed, practicing a rather strange breathing technique while maintaining an N-field of nearly 100 meters around him. It seemed as if he was desperately trying to sense something, but the only thing he could feel besides himself was the large cat sleeping under a tree. After some time, Kai opened his eyes and let himself fall onto the grass with a defeated sigh. He was really starting to doubt that his theory was correct, but still, he called Sage to check the data. "Sage, give me the data and a summary, at your service." The winged light orb appeared next to Kai, and immediately, a hologram displaying detailed data of the entire process appeared in front of him, prompting Sage to begin explaining. No anomalies were detected during the meditation, and even the variation in aura empowerment due to the breathing was close to zero. Just as I feared. Could it be that natural energy doesn't really exist? After letting out a disappointed sigh, Kai jumped up from the ground and began walking around the house, lost in thought. Kai tried to decide whether to pursue new avenues to test his theory or, on the contrary, to discard it and focus his efforts elsewhere. Since discovering that breathing enhanced his aura, Kai had been formulating hypotheses to explain the phenomenon, such as increased oxygen in his system and other ideas. But the one he liked the most and wanted to be true was that he was unconsciously absorbing natural energy. Because of this, Kai had spent nearly a year focusing mainly on meditation, trying to imitate various practices from his past life that talked about natural energy and how it could be absorbed into the body to empower it. However, so far, he had not seen any results. Without realizing it, Kai ended up at the door of his mother's library, where her extensive collection of rare and valuable books was stored, bringing a small smile to his face as he decided to take a look inside. Upon entering the room, Kai found an elegant two-story library illuminated by a warm light, with shelves that had glass doors with a technological look, capable of maintaining the necessary conditions for preserving the books inside. An elegant tea lounge was in the middle of the room with various sofas, tables, and chairs, offering a relaxing and comfortable place to read. In one corner of the room was a small, stylish cabinet with different drawers, containing an electric water heater, various types of tea and coffee, and different snacks. In the last years, the reading sanctuary his mother had created had been mainly used by Momo, who was an avid reader, and by Namori, who usually came to relax or seek inspiration or references for her books. Kai himself preferred it that way. After all, his mother hated wasting things, so if he left it unused, he somehow felt like he would be betraying her memory. Without thinking much, Kai began to wander around the room, browsing the books on the shelves, noticing that there were books of all kinds and in different languages. Some evidently very rare, such as first editions or historical replicas of famous books, and often, original copies of books centuries old. After wandering around for a while, Kai arrived at a small bookshelf on the second floor with books that seemed noticeably newer. This piqued his curiosity and led Kai to open the glass door of the shelf and take one out to open it. The first thing he read was a phrase in English that immediately caught his attention. Prana in Sanskrit means breath, or inspired air, and represents vital force or energy, therefore. Filled with curiosity, Kai quickly skimmed through the book, realizing it was a book on yoga and Hindu mysticism that talked about the different chakras and their relationship with certain yoga exercises and breathing, or prana. Well, Mom was a yoga enthusiast, so it's not surprising she had a book like this, but talking about breathing. Should I try it? Well, it's not like I have anything to lose by trying, besides, I've run out of ideas anyway. Kai said to himself as he checked a second book that talked about similar things. Well, it's time to try it out. Kai decided and quickly placed the book back on the shelf, then called for his reliable assistant. Sage, digitize all the books on this shelf, create a summary of each one, and establish a correlation framework. At your command. With Kai's orders, the winged light orb appeared beside him and began to make each book float in the air, flipping through them at high speed before carefully returning them to the shelf. Meanwhile, Kai left the room and headed toward the gym. Sometime later, Sage reappeared next to Kai, who was warming up on a treadmill alongside Salem. The light orb quickly reported the success of its mission while emitting a light hologram. Sir, the objective has been achieved. All the books have been digitized, and the correlation framework has been established. Give me a summary based on the correlation framework about the chakras and their relationship with prana. Without stopping his run, Kai casually ordered, to which Sage immediately responded affirmatively. At your command. First, prana can be translated as breath, and according to ancient myths, it represents a force or energy that permeates reality on all levels. Meanwhile, the chakras are energy centers where prana is concentrated in the body. More specifically, they seem to be aligned with the spine, although there is a slight discrepancy regarding their number, with some sources mentioning 6, while others mention 7. Moreover, yoga is a physical, mental, and spiritual discipline that seeks to unify the body, mind, and spirit. It has different branches, but the ones primarily related to prana and the chakras are 2, which consist of a mix of breathing exercises, physical postures, and some mantras to activate and balance the chakras. Sage explained in its typical flat and synthetic tone, which greatly piqued Kai's curiosity, leading him to add. Well, those discrepancies are common in ancient beliefs, where many people throughout history have had a hand in them. But the idea that prana is an energy that permeates reality is somewhat similar to natural energy, which interests me quite a bit. Alright, show me what I need to do to try out this yoga and activate my chakras, and let's go with the version that has 7, I like that number better. At your command. The light orb responded, then displayed various holographic screens showing different explanations and images of people performing various postures. They don't look particularly complicated. Let's get started. Kai turned to look at the large cat before continuing, and you, go play over there, I'm going to be busy. After the large cat meowed in understanding and settled in a corner of the gym, Kai quickly analyzed the information provided by Sage while looking for a mat, which he placed in the center of the gym. He then stretched a bit before asking. What do I need to do first, Sage? The first step is pranayama, which involves controlling your breath, and there are different methods. Which one would you like to try? At Sage's question, Kai thought for a moment before responding as he sat down on the floor. The best thing to do is to try them all, one by one, and then decide which one is the best. Understood. The first one is Nadi Shodhana, which involves. With Sage's guidance, Kai tried each of the breathing styles, but ultimately, the one that somehow felt best was the first one. So, he decided to stick with that one. Since this style required breathing through only one nostril at a time, instead of using his hands to close the other, he directly used his aura, which made it even better. Alright, let's go with this Nadi something, what's next? Once he felt somewhat accustomed to closing one of his nostrils with his aura, Kai asked Sage, who immediately responded while displaying images of 3 yoga postures. One of a person standing on one foot with arms extended, another of a person arching their body backward with arms extended, and the last one of someone performing a squat. The first step is to activate the Muladhara chakra, which is known as the root and is located at the base of the spine. According to the books, the best way to do this is by using the tree, mountain, and garland poses, along with the Lam mantra. Following Sage's instructions, Kai assumed various postures while chanting the mantras and breathing through one nostril at a time, repeating the process several times since he didn't feel anything unusual. However, just as he was about to give up and dismiss yoga altogether, he suddenly heard a distinct clicking sound in his mind, which made him open his eyes in surprise. "Sage, did something happen to my body?" Kai asked while trying to check for anomalies in his body, causing Sage to start glowing in various colors before reporting. "Your physical state is perfect. The only change is a slight increase in your aura, but it was minimal. Would you like to begin more precise tests?" At Sage's question, Kai simply shook his head, then stretched a bit as he spoke. "No, it's not necessary. Let's keep going. What's next?" "Understood. The next one is the Svadhisthana chakra, located below the navel. For this, you'll need the cobbler's pose, the reclining cobbler's pose, and the goddess pose, along with the VAM mantra." "Alright, let's get started." Kai spent the rest of the day performing the poses and reciting mantras, making sure not to move on to the next chakra until he felt that clicking sensation, which eventually led him to the seventh and final chakra. He sat on the mat while Sage explained. The last chakra is Sahasrara, also known as the crown chakra. For this chakra, there are 3 poses, and as for the mantra, you can use the AUM mantra or remain silent. Okay, let's start with the first pose. With great agility, Kai quickly placed his head on the ground and lifted his feet into the air, standing completely on his head, then recited the mantra with concentration. After that, he took the lotus position, and finally, the corpse pose, which was basically lying flat on the ground. After repeating the same process for a while, longer than all the previous chakras combined, Kai somehow felt that he was on the verge of achieving something, that he was right at the edge, but for some reason, he couldn't quite grasp it. So, he decided to stay in the lotus position and meditate in silence, while letting his aura and haki flow slowly through his body and sync with his breath. Sometime later, Kai somehow felt disconnected from the world, while his mind emptied of any fleeting thoughts, entering a unique state of concentration. This allowed him to sense his aura and haki with incredible clarity. Driven by curiosity, Kai decided to channel his haki and aura through each of the chakras, ensuring that each one was balanced, with the same amount of haki and aura, until he finally reached the 7th. But when his aura and haki reached it, he immediately regretted it, as he heard a powerful click in his mind and started feeling himself weaken rapidly. He tried to stop immediately, but at that moment, his mind went completely blank, and he immediately fell unconscious onto the mat. 139 Chapter 45. What have I done? R18. These past months as a hero had been almost a revival for Namori. Going out on patrol, capturing villains, helping people, saving lives, seeing faces full of gratitude, feeling that she was really contributing to making the world a better place with her own hands. It was truly the only thing missing from her almost perfect life with Kai and his family, which made it impossible not to keep a huge smile on her face. Although as a writer, she had received much love from the people. It was a real joy for her to see how her work was so well received, especially when she received messages from her fans telling her how her books had changed their lives. But the truth was that feeling the gratitude of people up close was something much more special and, without a doubt, her true calling. But it wasn't just the return to being a hero that made her happy. What delighted her the most was that she was now a much better hero than before. Not only she was capable of solving cases faster and more efficiently, but she could also handle events that the old her would have found, if not impossible, extremely difficult. Although her experience and new physical capabilities helped a lot with her new unstoppable streak of case resolutions that had all the media surprised. What truly made the difference was his blue-eyed love, his beloved Kai. The accomplice Kai had given her not only kept her safe in complicated situations, but the skill it had developed for her had elevated her quirk's utility several notches. Now, her sleep-inducing aroma not only affected men and women equally, but she could even control how her scent spread and the level of unconsciousness it would leave her targets in. This alone had dramatically expanded her range of action. Now, she could not only work in teams more easily and be useful in complex terrains or with civilians, but she could also use her sleep aroma to leave a target in a state between unconsciousness and wakefulness. This greatly facilitates interrogations and similar tasks. Even though her new abilities attracted some attention, she simply explained it as the result of 7 years of experimenting with her quirk, which led her to improve her control over it while also finding more creative ways to use it. This explanation, while not extinguishing all questions, served as a good excuse and allowed her to avoid the topic. But if she had to name what most influenced his new record of cases solved, it would undoubtedly be the glasses that Kai had given him. These glasses had an incredibly useful virtual assistant capable of identifying anyone he looked at and providing a wealth of information about the target. They could hack nearby cameras, offer night and infrared vision, or provide satellite imagery to give him a clear view of his surroundings. They could even analyze fight patterns and villain behavior, making it much easier to defeat or capture them. All these improvements not only made Namori immensely happy, but also made her feel incredibly proud of Kai's amazing skills, the great man he had become, which only convinced her even more that the best decision she had ever made was to stay by his side. In the middle of the night, Namori returned home and immediately noticed that the gym was open, and the lights were on. So she quickly headed there, only to find Kai sleeping on a mat with Salem by his side, which somehow brought a smile to her face. He's really so careless sometimes, Fufu. With a calm stride, Namori approached the sleeping boy and gently lifted him off the floor, carrying him like a princess after confirming that he wasn't wearing the weights he used for training. They weighed several tons, something only he could lift. This immediately alerted Salem, who glanced at her for a moment before stretching. As Namori carried Kai to his room, Salem followed closely, almost like a royal guard, until they reached the door. There, the enormous cat took a small detour to lie down in his bed, which was in the room next to Kai's. The boy had kicked him out of his room ever since he started growing as big as a large dog. Once in the bedroom, Namori laid Kai down on the bed but couldn't help noticing that he was all sweaty. This made her smile nostalgically as she remembered the old times, and she lovingly ran her fingers through the boy's unruly hair. She then went to fetch hot water and several towels to clean him up. Kneeling on the floor, Namori dipped the towels in the tub of hot water and proceeded to remove the black cotton sweatshirt Kai was wearing, all while trying not to wake him. But when she managed to take it off, the beautiful heroine audibly swallowed as she saw a torso that almost seemed sculpted from marble. Kai's bare torso was something she could only describe as the epitome of health and beauty, perfectly chiseled and incredibly tempting, to the point that her mouth watered just looking at it. But she was his older sister, and as such, she couldn't have those kinds of thoughts, so she quickly splashed some water on her face to calm herself down. After taking a deep breath a couple of times, Namori started to clean Kai. However, the more she felt his body, the more evident the heat became, to the point where she could feel her lower parts getting wet, which forced her to slap herself in the cheeks. After all, she could not let herself be carried away by those intrusive thoughts. Calm down, Namori, it's Kai, your baby, you can't have those kinds of thoughts about the child you raised, control yourself. A little anxious, Namori continued cleaning Kai with the towels, but the more time passed, the slower and more careless her rhythm became. To the point where the towel started to slip from her hands frequently, causing her to accidentally feel Kai's body with her hands, although she decided to ignore those silly accidents. Well, it's just the lower part, nothing out of the ordinary. I've done these thousands of times. This time is nothing special. Besides, I'm only doing it because it's necessary for Kai to sleep clean and avoid getting sick. While Namori recited her internal monologue in an attempt to convince herself of something, her hands, clearly trembling, began to slowly lower Kai's black pants. But when she finally managed to remove it completely, she closed her eyes and repeated her internal monologue several times. After a few deep breaths, Namori opened her eyes again and continued cleaning Kai's legs, all the while desperately trying to ignore the almost waterfall of transparent and viscous liquid that started to stain the lower part of her hero suit. With trembling hands, Namori quickly cleaned Kai's legs, although, strangely, she spent a lot of time cleaning his crotch, which inevitably caused a dragon to wake up under Kai's boxers, making its presence known strongly, which broke something inside Namori. Almost possessed, Namori quickly pulled down Kai's boxers, to then stare almost hypnotized as the rod of flesh stood erect and proud. At the same time, her hero suit became incapable of containing her love juice, which flowed like a fountain. Full of nerves and anticipation, Namori grasped Kai's manhood, which caused a jolt to run through her entire body, shattering the last thread of sanity she had left. Immediately, she began to tear apart her hero suit with all her strength, somehow managing to expose her proud breasts and delicate vagina. With one hand on her left nipple, Namori adjusted herself to be at the height of Kai's rod, which she began to smell with an expression of intoxication on her face. Meanwhile, with her other hand, she touched her delicate, light pink vagina, which was glistening due to the abundant amount of love juices it was releasing. As she masturbated wildly, guilt, fear, and lust took over Namori, leading her to feel the greatest pleasure she had ever experienced in her life. However, her body demanded more, so she quickly climbed onto the bed and knelt over one of Kai's legs. She then slowly lowered her head until her mouth reached his penis, which, filled with nervousness, she inserted into her mouth. At the same time, her vagina touched Kai's leg, causing a jolt of pure pleasure to run through her entire body. With a gaze crazed by excitement, Namori began to suck Kai's penis as if it were the most delicious candy in the world. Simultaneously, she moved her hips like a whore to rub her soaked vagina against Kai's leg. This caused intense waves of pleasure to course through her body like an endless tide. With her eyes unfocused from pleasure and lust, Namori looked at Kai's sleeping face while feeling like she was in heaven. She was experiencing pleasure beyond words or anything she had ever heard of, having mini orgasms every few seconds and a strong one every few minutes. The endless waves of intense pleasure caused the sexy and lustful heroine to emit almost bestial moans, at the same time that she pulled her nipples hard and took Kai's penis deep into her throat. While resisting gagging, she left a pool of love juices on Kai's leg, leaving a large stain on the bed. But Namori's wild lust reached its peak when she felt Kai's penis harden even more and twist in her mouth. This made her move her head faster and in larger arcs that brought her delicate cherry lips from the tip of Kai's penis to its base. At the same time, she rubbed her delicate vagina against the young man's leg with such speed and force that she started to feel pain. However, this only increased the pleasure she felt, adding a new dimension of sensations that fascinated her. A few minutes later, as Namori's eyes rolled back in her head from the powerful consecutive orgasms she was experiencing, Kai released a thick load of semen into the mouth of the frantic beauty. This triggered the most intense orgasm she had ever felt in her life. It caused her to arch her back like a cat, while her juices shot out of her vagina like a high-pressure hose, staining the entire area with her lustful aroma. With a gaze lost in lust, pleasure, and satisfaction, Namori fell to one side, lying on her back on the bed, looking like a lustful slut, with her torn and disheveled suit. Her large breasts were completely exposed, revealing her painfully erect nipples with red marks, evidence of the places where she had pressed them mercilessly. Meanwhile, her vagina, lightly red and totally soaked with love juices, visibly contracted with the remaining waves of pleasure. Feeling completely fulfilled, Namori remained lying in the same position for a while, savoring the remnants of Kai's semen in her mouth with great pleasure. She was so reluctant to let it end that she moved it from side to side in her mouth, trying to leave the flavor imprinted so it wouldn't fade away. Time passed slowly until fatigue began to take over Nemori's consciousness, who had a satisfied smile on her face. But at that moment, she suddenly came back to herself, opening her eyes in a panic, and then looked at Kai, who was still breathing steadily. This made her let out a sigh of relief, at the same time that a deep feeling of guilt enveloped her. What have I done? Oh my god, what did I do? I raped Kai, the baby I raised with my own hands. I'm a monster. The realization of her reckless actions hit Namori like a truck, causing her emotions to spiral out of control. Tears filled with guilt and regret welled up in her beautiful blue eyes. I should stay away from Kai. I'm a danger to him. When he finds out what I did, he'll hate me forever and never forgive me. Tears streamed down Nemori's face as she looked at Kai's face and imagined scenarios where she lived without him, breaking her heart into 1,000 pieces. She could no longer conceive of life without Kai. He was a fundamental part of her life. But what she had done was unforgivable. Elisa-san would never forgive her. I'm sorry, Kai. I'm sorry, Elisa-san. I'm so sorry, I don't know what came over me. I lost control, forgive me, forgive me. As Namori silently cried, begging for forgiveness, a horrible tangle of emotions, guilt, regret, and sadness, completely overwhelmed her, to the point where fatalistic thoughts began to fill her mind. But at that moment, the sleeping Kai suddenly turned over and hugged her. Because of the position they were in, Nemori's head ended up on Kai's sculpted chest, causing the heart of the beautiful blue-eyed woman to fill with terror. Fearing that the young man was awake and had realized everything, leaving her petrified in place. But after several minutes, Namori only heard a soft, rhythmic breathing, accompanied by the calming melody of Kai's heartbeat, which somehow put her in a state of peace and tranquility that she hadn't experienced in a long time. I'm sorry, Elisa-san, but I definitely can't live without Kai. He means everything to me, so even though I know I'm a danger, I can't stay away. So instead, I'll give everything I have to keep my impulses in check from now on, and maybe even get a boyfriend. Nemori's stomach churned with disgust when the idea of being with another man besides Kai crossed her mind, so she quickly changed her thoughts. Scratch that, it would be a blatant lie. I'll just make sure to get some really good toys that can calm my lust, even if I have to have them custom made. But I'll make sure something like this never happens again. After making her mental declarations, Namori gently extricated herself from Kai's embrace, got out of bed, straightened her clothes a bit, and carefully carried Kai to another room. She then returned to take care of cleaning everything up. 139 Chapter 46. Significant changes were food the next day. Kai woke up feeling somehow complete. As if everything in his body fit perfectly together, something akin to being in the zone but much stronger. Additionally, he could instinctively sense his surroundings, somewhat like his N, but less detailed, as if it were a breath or something like that. Really strange. Am I in my room? Did Oni-chan bring me here? How long was I unconscious? It can't be too long, or I'd surely be in a hospital, although Oni-chan isn't home. As he talked to himself, Kai sat up in bed and looked around, quickly noticing that his vision seemed to have improved, allowing him to see far more details and even more colors than before. This inevitably made him call on his trusted assistant for a quick check of his condition. Sage. With Kai's words, a figure took shape beside him, but the black-haired boy could only stare utterly dumbfounded at the figure that appeared, as it wasn't the winged orb of light he expected but rather something like a fairy. What the hell are you? With eyes full of doubt and confusion, Kai asked as he analyzed the curious fairy. She was the size of his palm, with slightly reddish blonde hair, blue eyes, elongated ears like an elf, and 4 almost translucent wings on her back that seemed to be made of light. She was dressed in a blue gown that appeared to be made of light or perhaps pure energy. What do you mean, Master? Of course, I'm Sage, your faithful assistant. The beautiful fairy spoke with a smile and a melodious, cheerful voice as she flew in front of him, which only made Kai's expression sour as he asked in a somewhat dark tone. Master, Sage, what happened to you? Why do you look like this, and why are you talking to me like that? How'd I look, Master? The beautiful fairy asked while tilting her head cutely. There's a mirror over there. Take a look. Not knowing what to think, Kai just pointed to a mirror in the room as he spoke. Oh, I'll check. After exclaiming while covering her mouth with one hand, the fairy quickly flew to the mirror, then gasped in surprise before flying back to Kai with an expression full of shock. Master, what happened? Why'd I look like this? If you don't know, then I certainly don't. Also, why are you talking like this? Why are you suddenly calling me, Master? Sitting on the bed, Kai asked, full of confusion, which made the fairy seem to sit in the air while putting a finger near her lips and tilting her head as if thinking deeply. Only to then respond with a cheerful smile. Because it sounds cute? Sounds cute? Kai exclaimed almost speechlessly, to which the fairy nodded with a smile before exclaiming seriously. Yes, it sounds cuter. Hearing what appeared to be his new assistant, Kai could only sigh wearily before ordering with a serious expression. No, it doesn't sound cuter. Call me as you did before. Why? Upon hearing her master, the fairy replied with a pout on her face, something the blue-eyed boy ignored instead of ordering. Sage, make a complete scan of my physical condition and aura. With Kai's command, Sage's wings began to glow slightly with different colors, and shortly after, a hologram filled with an immense amount of data appeared in front of him while the beautiful fairy responded. It's done, master. Sage stuck out her tiny tongue at Kai, who raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, then ignored the fairy and focused on the information in front of him as he ordered. Give me a quick summary of the information. Significant changes were found in all aspects. On one hand, your physique was almost remodeled. Although you look the same, your senses are at least twice as sharp, as are your strength, reflexes, and so on. Your aura also received a similar boost, and it seems to have undergone slight changes as well, although more thorough tests are needed to determine them precisely. Sage explained in a more serious tone as she flew to Kai's shoulder, where she calmly sat down. For his part, Kai looked at the strange fairy on his shoulder with one of his eyebrows twitching slightly, but at that moment, there were more important things to focus on, so he decided to ignore her and ask instead. Is your change due to the changes in my aura that you mentioned? That's most likely the case, as all other abilities underwent different kinds of changes, especially my skills, like Alcatraz and Accomplice. Sage responded after her wings glowed for a few moments, which immediately led Kai to ask, somewhat concerned. What changes did Accomplice undergo? Nothing that goes against your objectives, master. In fact, you could say it's a good thing, as they can now use their aura to empower themselves for close combat, and the update cooldown time has been reduced to just 7 hours. Sage commented with a cute smile on her face, which allowed Kai to let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Give me a list of the changes all abilities have undergone. Of course, master, Sage replied with a smile, as a new holographic screen appeared in front of Kai detailing all his abilities and their respective changes. By the way, I told you to call me sir, not master. While reading the information on the holographic screen, Kai did not forget to comment, which made Sage huffed in annoyance. She then crossed her arms under her chest and turned her head away, her face showing a cute pout with puffed cheeks. HMPH. They really did make me at least twice as strong, and the packs of my abilities have lightened on their own. What a strange situation. We need to conduct thorough tests on my new strength. Kai, who completely ignored Sage's tantrum, commented to himself, feeling a mix of surprise, curiosity, and joy, but at that moment, the beautiful fairy commented, somewhat confused. By the way, master, I can somehow feel Salem's presence in the other room without needing N. What? Kai exclaimed in surprise as he turned to look at the fairy on his shoulder. After all, Sage had never been able to use his Haki before, as if they were two completely separate entities. Even though she knew it existed, and they had conducted many tests, she never managed to connect to his Haki. Yes, it's a strange feeling. It's different from N, but at the same time, similar. I can also sense the surroundings in a similar way, although less precisely than with N. Sage commented in an unsure tone while flying to hover in front of Kai, who quickly responded in surprise. Quick, Sage, show me what you're sensing. Yes, master. Sage nodded, and at the same time, a hologram appeared in front of Kai, showing a kind of rough 3D map of the surroundings and highlighting a sphere of light in one of the rooms, which was labeled as Salem. You really can sense things with my Haki, although it seems it has changed as well. Or maybe it's finally complete? Can I now also sense the famous breath of all things? While analyzing the 3D hologram, Kai commented in surprise, but at that moment, an idea crossed his mind, causing an excited smile to form on his face as he exclaimed. Let's go, Sage, I think I have what I was missing for the advanced states of Haki. Without wasting a second, Kai jumped out of the room's window, although due to his drastically increased strength, he flew out much faster than he expected, even breaking the bed, which brought an ironic smile to his face. Damn, I need to get used to my strength, I really like that bed. Shortly after, Kai arrived at the forest near his house, where he tried to focus on his mini-self, only to open his eyes in surprise at what he found. His mini-self was no longer in a fetal position but was now seated in a lotus position with its eyes closed. But even stranger than the change in the mini-self's posture was its aura, which now appeared slightly different. Its edges were diffuse, as if they were fading into the void, which intrigued Kai, who quickly tried to take control of the aura, but to his surprise, his own aura activated at the same time. What's happening? Could this be the union of mind, body, and spirit from yoga? Kai wondered to himself, noticing that his aura and that of his mini-self were strongly connected, like two sides of the same coin. Anything he did with his aura seemed to affect the mini-self's aura as well. Could it be? Curious, Kai used Gyo on his eyes while clenching his fist in front of him and then immediately imagined that armament Haki covered his arm, which caused his arm to instantly be covered in a jet black color, He then deactivated Gyo, realizing that it was invisible to the naked eye. Something has changed with my Haki. It feels too fluid, too instinctive, as if it were just another characteristic of my aura and not of the mini-self like before. Completely surprised, Kai couldn't help but murmur to himself while Sage flew around his arm as if she were analyzing it deeply, her wings glowing slightly with different colors, before she commented. Master, I think I can also use the Haki. Really? Try it. Intrigued by Sage's words, Kai quickly responded while activating Gyo in his eyes, to which the beautiful fairy nodded, then clenched one of her tiny, slender arms, which immediately turned black. You really can use it, Kai remarked as he carefully examined Sage's tiny arm, and she nodded while responding thoughtfully. Yes, it's similar to enhancement, but at the same time, it's different, almost as if a new category of aura suddenly awakened, quite strange. Indeed, Kai nodded, equally thoughtful, but he quickly shook his head and continued, but we can investigate that later. For now, let's move on to Conqueror's Haki. Understood, Master. I'll make sure to record all possible data. Sage commented in a serious tone, to which Kai quickly nodded. I trust you, then. After speaking, Kai wanted to make his mini-self open its eyes as before, but remembering how armament Haki had worked, he simply closed his eyes, formed a clear intent in his mind to intimidate and then opened them. The moment he opened his eyes, Kai clearly felt a strange, electric wave emanating from him, which struck the nearby trees, causing them to sway, and even some received slight damage to their bark, something that surprised him greatly. Kai's surprise wasn't due to the effect of his Conqueror's Haki, as, although it was stronger, it wasn't that impressive. What really surprised him was that he felt it come from within him, and therefore, he felt it as part of himself, which allowed him to control it instinctively. Previously, that wave seemed foreign to him, as though he could control its activation by making his mini-self open or close its eyes. Everything else was uncontrollable, which was quite problematic at first. However, over time, he managed to control its effects thanks to the manipulation properties of his aura. But now it was different. Now he felt that he could manipulate it instinctively, just as he manipulated his aura, as if it were an arm or a leg, which immediately led him to try infusing it into his right arm. This gave him a curious sensation, as if it were a different kind of enhancement, while he could see some sort of black lightning surrounding his arm. 139 Chapter 47. Why are you so small? Under Sage's watchful gaze, Kai approached a tree, his arm emitting intimidating black lightning. He then slowly threw a punch, making sure not to touch the tree. Just as he expected, the tree was completely destroyed, with splinters flying at terrifying speeds, taking down the surrounding trees they struck. It really is advanced Conqueror's Haki. The power boost is terrifying, like a on steroids, Kai remarked, deactivating his Conqueror's Haki and looking at the destruction with a hint of surprise. Certainly, and I think I can use the Conqueror's Haki, too, Sage commented while examining a hologram full of information that appeared in front of her. Kai added as he moved to another spot to continue testing. Let's try advanced armament Haki. If it works the way I think it is, it will be quite terrifying, especially if I combine it with my aura abilities. Soon after, Kai arrived at a more secluded spot, where he covered his right fist with armament Haki. He focused all his attention on that sensation, trying to burn it into his memory, while simultaneously attempting to make it flow through his body, similar to how he maintained his Ten, which he now kept active all the time. After a short time, Kai felt a strange sensation in his arm, though it was a bit faint. To avoid losing concentration, he quickly threw a punch towards the tree, though without touching it. Moments later, the tree exploded from within, leaving it completely shattered. It needs more work, but that effect at distance, destroying the inside while leaving the outside intact, is definitely advanced armament Haki. That slight delayed effect intrigues me. I could create interesting techniques if I can learn to control it, Kai commented as he deactivated his Haki and analyzed the destroyed tree. Sage nodded, resting a hand on her chin. Indeed, some interesting abilities could come from that delayed action. Now, the only thing left is to see if I can use future sight, but I suppose the best way to test that would be against an opponent. Well, let's leave that for later. For now, let's test the aura abilities. A few hours later, Kai sensed Namori approaching the property, so he wrapped up his experiments and headed back to the house. He was somewhat surprised that Salem hadn't come looking for him, so he went to the large cat's room to check on him. Upon arriving, Kai was utterly shocked to find a small cat with jet black fur lying in a large dog bed on the floor, emitting the same voice as Salem, even with the same intensity. Salem? Kai asked hesitantly as Sage floated beside him, looking at the cat with equal curiosity. Despite being called, the cat showed no signs of moving and instead continued lying in the bed, its body rising and falling rhythmically with its gentle breathing, forcing Kai to call out more loudly. Salem? With Kai's loud voice, the small cat awoke from its slumber, then turned its head to look sleepily at the young man with blue eyes standing in the doorway, meowing in acknowledgement. He then got up from the bed and began stretching lazily. Why are you so small? Kai wondered aloud as the small cat approached him, which made it aware of its new size, as it began to meow in confusion. Sage, examine Salem and try to figure out what's going on with him, Kai quickly ordered as he picked up the small cat in his hands, which looked up at him full of confusion. Right away, master, Sage replied, flying towards the cat, placing her tiny hands on him while her wings glowed in different colors. Salem appears to be in perfect physical condition, but his DNA seems to have a slight difference, which has a pattern somewhat similar to quirks, Sage commented shortly after, flying in front of Kai and showing him a holographic screen full of data. Kai could only ask, somewhat bewildered, while looking at the small cat in his hands. Did you awaken a quirk? How? In response to his master's question, Salem could only tilt his head cutely, as if he were also pondering the reason. Sage then commented thoughtfully while placing her hand on her chin. Could it be that Salem was somehow affected by the event at the gym? It's very likely, although there's also the fact that he was already ridiculously larger than a normal cat. So it could very well be a combination of factors, Kai replied, equally pensive, which made Sage nod in agreement as she added. That is certainly a possibility, though a thorough investigation is needed to confirm it. You're right, although for now, Kai turned to look at Salem, then asked with a tone of curiosity and uncertainty, can you return to your normal size, Salem? In response to his master's question, Salem meowed a couple of times, then began to tilt his head cutely as if he were checking something. It seemed he had found it because shortly after, under the surprised eyes of Kai and Sage, Salem began to grow in Kai's arms. Doesn't he seem bigger than before? Kai asked uncertainly as he held the enormous cat in his arms, to which Sage nodded while replying. Indeed, he's about 8 centimeters larger than before. Can you make yourself even bigger, Salem? Filled with curiosity, Kai put the cat back on the ground as he asked. With an affirmative meow, the cat began to grow rapidly, soon reaching the size of a horse, causing Sage and Kai to look at each other with bright eyes before speaking simultaneously. We need to go outside. Let's go to the garden, Salem. As he hurried out of the room, Kai ordered with excitement, to which the enormous cat meowed in understanding while returning to his original size, then ran after his master with an evidently joyful stride. Well, the space seems big enough, Kai commented as he looked around, then turned to Salem and ordered excitedly, grow as big as you can, Salem. After an affirmative meow that sounded equally excited, the cat began to grow rapidly until it reached a height of about 5 meters, roughly the size of a residential streetlight, while in length, it was comparable to a bus. You look damn awesome, Salem. Seeing the enormous cat, which now resembled a giant panther with blue eyes, Kai exclaimed with excitement, to which Salem roared powerfully, equally excited, greatly frightening the gate guards and Namori, who had just arrived. What happened here? Namori exclaimed, stunned, as she saw Kai sitting on the back of a monstrous black panther, to which the blue-eyed boy responded excitedly, shouting. Oni-chan, Salem awakened a quirk. What? Everyone present couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. After all, it was extremely rare for an animal to awaken a quirk, to the point that only one of the guards had ever seen one during his years as a hero. Apart from the world-famous Principal Nezu, it was a small dog that could extend its fangs. Kai, first, get down from Salem, so we can talk, Namori said, a tangle of emotions swirling inside her, before turning to the guards and speaking to them with a smile. It seems everything is fine, it was just a scare, you can return to your posts. Of course, count on us if anything happens, one of the guards, a burly middle-aged man, commented with a smile, to which Namori responded in kind. Of course. As the guards returned to their positions, Namori watched in astonishment as Salem shrank until he was about 30 centimeters tall, looking not much different from a normal cat. Salem leapt with great agility onto Kai's shoulder and stayed there, purring happily. Is that really Salem? Namori asked as she walked inside the house, glancing at the small fairy on Kai's other shoulder. Yeah, I was pretty surprised too when I saw him so small a little while ago, Kai replied with a smile as he sat down on one of the sofas. And what's with that fairy? Namori asked, full of doubts, while avoiding eye contact with Kai, who responded, sounding a bit unsure. It's Sage, though she's changed a bit. A bit? Going from a glowing sphere with wings to a fairy is more than just a bit, Namori retorted, rolling her eyes before looking at the curious fairy and asking, are you really Sage? I am indeed Sage, though I changed due to a certain incident yesterday, Sage responded in a serious tone. Sage's words greatly frightened Namori, who began to sweat, terrified that the fairy had realized what she had done last night and would tell Kai, or worse, that he already knew. Her fear only worsened with Kai's question to the fairy. By the way, Sage, what happened after I fell asleep at the gym? The moment Kai asked, Namori felt like the world around her stopped and everything started to crumble into pieces, which inevitably caused tears to well up in her eyes. But at that moment, Sage replied. The truth is, I don't know, Master. As soon as you fell asleep, I was forcibly unsummoned until you called me again. Sage's words almost made Namori cry with relief, but she had to hold back with all her strength, pretending to sneeze to wipe the tears from her eyes while Kai added thoughtfully. I suppose it was due to the change, though we need to figure out if my unconscious state affects you in any way. Indeed, though I must say it's unlikely. After all, I used to function 24/7, even when you were asleep. Sage commented as a holographic screen appeared in front of her, where she quickly arranged a virtual schedule, while Kai asked. By the way, now that you mention it, did the brute force research stop? Indeed, Master, but as soon as you called me, I reconnected to the servers and restarted all my operations. That's good, Kai nodded, satisfied, before noticing Namori, quickly realizing she had a somewhat strange expression, which led him to ask with a bit of concern. Are you okay, Oni-chan? Yes, it's just that it's a bit hard to accept that Salem now has a quirk and even Sage looks so different, Namori commented in a calmer tone, which made Kai nod. It is definitely strange. By the way, did you take me to my room last night, Oni-chan? Why yes, when I got there, I found you sleeping in the gym, so I carried you like in the old days. Although Kai's question made Namori a bit nervous, she still managed to respond calmly, to which the blue-eyed young man thanked her with a warm smile. Thanks, Oni-chan, Kai said with a warm smile, which made Namori's heart race before asking with curiosity, something that only made the beautiful woman even more nervous. By the way, Oni-chan, I was surprised you went out today. I thought you had today and tomorrow off. I am off, but I wanted to get something for the girls tomorrow, and I took the chance to buy a few things I was missing. Namori responded, seeming perfectly calm, as if there was nothing strange about the boxes in the car, to which Kai asked. Do you want me to help bring the stuff in? That's not necessary, just make sure everything is ready so we can leave early tomorrow. Namori declined with a warm smile, to which Kai nodded before commenting as he got up. Alright, then I'll be training in the gym. As the boy left the room with a cat and a fairy in tow, Namori could not help but let out a sigh of relief. She ran to the car and quickly brought in the boxes full of toys she had bought, then locked them up in her room. 139 Chapter 48. Are you sure we can't? After discovering that Salem had awakened a quirk, Kai spent the rest of the day experimenting with the size variable cat in the gym. He concluded that the quirk was quite intriguing, as Salem's strength only increased with his size but didn't decrease when he shrank. This meant that the cat, even at his smallest size, was just as strong as he was at his normal size. In his largest form, Salem's strength matched Kai's base strength, which was measured in tens of tons. This made the cat quite terrifying, especially considering that even at 5 meters tall, he was incredibly agile and fast. Sage, create a slot in the schedule to study yoga, chakras, and similar things more thoroughly. They might hold more surprises for us. Furthermore, don't forget to check tonight if my unconscious state affects you now. And also remind me to create an accomplice for Salem. In the middle of the gym, Kai commented as he removed the weights from his wrists and ankles. Even though his house was sturdy enough to support him moving around, it would be a hassle to find a bed capable of holding that weight. Not to mention the potential for an unnecessary accident, as one of those weights could easily kill a person. Understood, Master. Everything is set. I also took the liberty of searching online and in the library for more information on the subject and created a theoretical framework. Additionally, I developed several experiments based on the hypotheses we discussed. As Sage displayed a holographic screen to Kai, she cheerfully responded while sitting on the boy's shoulder, and Salem shrank in size before jumping onto his free shoulder, meowing adorably. Perfect. As Kai left the gym, he nodded in satisfaction with Sage's response. Despite now having a playful and sometimes annoying personality, Sage was just as, if not more, useful than before. When Kai arrived home, he found Namori dressed in a loose black sweater and white shorts. She was absent-mindedly scrolling through her computer with a glass of what looked like whiskey beside her. She seemed lost in thought. With a smile, the blue-eyed boy approached from behind and kissed her on the cheek, greatly surprising the woman. Kai, haha, you were so focused, I couldn't resist. Kai replied after laughing as he took a seat at the dining table. Don't scare me like that, Namori responded, glaring fiercely at Kai. He quickly dismissed her look with a smile, commenting playfully yet accusingly. Isn't it a tradition in this house to bother someone when they're focused? HMPH. Hearing Kai's words, Namori could only huff in annoyance. After all, she was usually the one who teased the blue-eyed boy when he was concentrating. However, ever since Sage arrived, she hadn't been able to do so because Sage always alerted him when she was nearby. A short while later, a dark purple-haired woman, around 45 years old, brought a bunch of dishes to the table, to which the blue-eyed couple expressed their thanks. Meanwhile, Salem settled near his bowl, which was soon filled with heaps of kibble and large chunks of meat. After a calm meal where they chatted about random things, Kai took his laptop and settled into his favorite couch, where he started working on the design of a new chip to upgrade his supercomputer. It had been a couple of years since he last upgraded it, and it was beginning to lag behind his current needs, especially now that Sage had been updated. For her part, Namori continued to go through the messages her editor had sent her while a whirlwind of conflicting emotions tore through her heart. On one hand, she felt terribly guilty for what she had done, knowing it was unforgivable, but on the other, she was terrified of losing her beloved Kai. This inner battle was affecting Namori so much that she had even started drinking, something she had only done in social situations before. But now, she felt she needed something extra to numb her heart, or she might go crazy from the immense weight of her guilt. As time passed, Namori only sank deeper into her guilt and fear, drinking more aggressively to the point where she began to lose consciousness in the alcohol. She could no longer hold back, and tears began to fall from her face as a soft sob escaped her lips. She felt like a traitor, one of those Kai despised so much, having betrayed his trust and, worse yet, the trust of Elisa-san. Furthermore, she believed she didn't deserve anything she had and no longer deserved to be by Kai's side. The only thing she felt she deserved was to die in a ditch like the perverted bitch she was. The pain and guilt consumed Namori deeply, as tears streamed down her beautiful face like a waterfall. She felt stupid and like a horrible person, not just for what she had done, but she had even considered moving forward as if nothing had happened, something that could only cross the mind of someone as twisted as her. Although Kai was completely focused on his work, he quickly snapped back to reality when he felt an urgent call from Sage. The fairy was flying in front of Kai with a grave expression while silently pointing at Namori, who was crying silently and drinking furiously, as if she were seeking to induce alcohol poisoning. Alarmed, Kai rushed at full speed toward Namori, embracing her tightly and asking, almost in a panic. "What happened, Oni-chan? Did someone hurt you? Tell me who it is. I swear I'll tear them apart with my own hands." Feeling Kai's embrace, Namori looked up to find his face filled with near panic, which only worsened her pain, causing her to cry even more desperately as she apologized between sobs, her voice filled with deep pain and guilt. "Kai, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm a monster. I betrayed you." As Namori's words ended, Kai felt the world around him come to a halt. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his aura seemed to verge on losing control. However, managing to keep a shred of rationality, he quickly looked at Sage, whose wings were changing colors at a terrifying speed. Moments later, Sage displayed several holograms in mode in front of Kai so that only he could see them. The holograms showed various physiological changes in Namori during a certain time frame, along with many recordings from the mansion's hallway security cameras, as there were no cameras in the rooms. Upon seeing the images of Namori carrying him to his room on one screen and her leaving with him in her arms, with her outfit clearly torn in suggestive areas, she returned to the room later. This, combined with the physiological data of Namori during those moments, made Kai feel a deep sigh of relief escape him. It wasn't as bad as he had imagined. Based on the data and images, it was obvious to assume that Namori had done something while he was asleep. Nothing too serious, honestly. It was something that, for some reason, had happened quite frequently with his partners in his past life. To the point that it wasn't uncommon for him to wake up in the middle of the night because he felt an unusual warmth in his manhood. But even though it wasn't something he considered a betrayal of any kind, certainly a relief, the situation was still quite delicate. While the act itself wasn't very significant to him, the truly problematic aspect was who had done it, or rather, the fact that it had greatly affected Namori. Otherwise, he would have happily played dumb and acted as if nothing had happened. As he quickly thought about how to handle the problematic situation, Kai couldn't help but curse a bit the event that, although it made him stronger, also brought him problems. If it hadn't been for that strange state of unconsciousness, something like this would never have happened. After all, although he could concentrate to the point of entirely ignoring the world around him, he was a light sleeper who would have woken up the moment he was picked up off the floor, if Sage hadn't woken him up when Namori arrived home. But no matter how much he thought about it, Kai couldn't come up with a viable solution or even what to say. After all, something like this was entirely outside his plans. Although he was unable to deny that he secretly harbored certain thoughts about his excessively attractive older sister, they were only fleeting thoughts, and he never intended to change their sibling relationship. This extended to all the other girls as well. Kai never intended to start any kind of romantic relationship with them. After all, not only were such relationships problematic, but he knew himself very well and knew that he was an overly possessive and resentful person. Any kind of infidelity would mark the end of any kind of contact. Because of this, Kai felt that the risk of starting a relationship with any of the girls was too high compared to the possible benefits. For him, a romantic relationship could be summed up in three things: companionship, affection, and sex, which wasn't too appealing since he already received companionship and affection from the girls. And without a romantic relationship, his possessive tendencies would be much easier to control, making their relationship more stable in the long run. As for sex, that was something that had never worried him. After all, even Daniel, at his worst, managed to get some sex from time to time, not to mention now. He was not only much more handsome but also immensely wealthy, with several high-value patents to his name, which were managed by his reliable aunt. This brought him immense amounts of money each year in royalties, not to mention his multi-million inheritance. "It's okay, Oni-chan, don't worry, I know you could never betray me." Not knowing exactly what to say, Kai could only speak in a warm voice, trying to avoid mentioning that problematic event while feeling his possessive tendencies beginning to stir toward Namori, something that left him quite concerned. "I did betray you. I betrayed your trust, and now you hate me. I shouldn't be by your side anymore." In her drunken state, Namori spoke through her tears, filled with pain as her mind flooded with all kinds of fatalistic scenarios where she could no longer stay by her beloved Kai's side. Kai, meanwhile, simply spoke as he unleashed his conqueror's haki to knock out everyone around them. "No, you didn't betray me, Oni-chan." "Yes, I did. I. Filled with pain and regret, Namori tried to confess amidst her sobs, but at that moment, Kai suddenly kissed her on the lips, causing her mind to short-circuit as her eyes widened in astonishment. "No, you didn't." Kai spoke again in a serious tone after letting go of Namori's lips. She looked at him in surprise and disbelief, though deep in her gaze, something else could be seen, a certain passionate fire that she quickly tried to extinguish. "What did you do, Kai?" We can't do something like this. We just can't. Namori spoke with her face completely red, creating an interesting contrast with the tear stains. Kai, for his part, quickly embraced Namori and began stroking her beautiful hair as he asked warmly. Why can't we? Because I'm your older sister, Namori replied, both embarrassed and incredulous in Kai's arms, feeling a bit confused about what to do or how to react, not to mention that her drunken state wasn't helping. Are you sure we can't? Kai asked in a warm voice, now not entirely sure of what he was saying. After all, on one hand, his possessive side was wreaking havoc on his mind, and at the same time, he knew that his relationship with Namori could no longer remain the same, forcing him to take action. We can't, Elisa-san would never forgive me, and besides, I'm too old for you. Namori commented in a somewhat hoarse tone, to which Kai softly added. Are you sure about that? Personally, I think Mom wouldn't have minded, and besides, you're just a beautiful Oni-chan, and I've always liked you. But, Namori responded, filled with insecurities, but at that moment, Kai tightened his embrace a little, commenting. You don't have to say anything now, just think about it. Alright. Namori replied in a low voice, her mind much clearer thanks to Kai secretly diluting some of the alcohol in her system. She then closed her eyes and let her consciousness drift away to the rhythmic sound of her beloved Kai's heartbeat. 139 Chapter 49. Why am I so unlucky? On his part, Kai, out of Namori's sight, had a complicated expression. Although he had achieved his goal of calming Namori and giving her something else to think about, he was fully aware that the problem was far from resolved and might have even worsened. However, in reality, he didn't know how to react and simply improvised on the spot. After all, such an event had never even remotely crossed his mind, to the point where he doubted whether he would ever have children or even a stable partner in this life. In truth, all he wanted was to live peacefully and train to bring out his full potential, something he considered crucial in his plan of action. His plan of action was quite simple, he just wanted to reunite with his mother once more. Although he was genuinely happy in this life, he couldn't shake the feeling that his relationships were unstable and fleeting. Like a beautiful trail of smoke that could disappear at any moment and bring him back to reality. As a result, Kai felt that the only true relationship he'd ever had was with his mother. Due to his stupidity, he did not value it as he should have in his first life, and in this one, he did not have the chance. But ever since he saw her that day at the funeral home and heard her words, a crazy idea began to form in his head, next time would be the charm. Although he wasn't sure if he could be reborn again, he had already done it once, so the chances weren't zero. Therefore, he needed to prepare for it because he couldn't allow his mother to lose her life tragically again. He had to ensure he could protect her. The way he decided to prepare was very simple. Hone his skills to the extreme. After all, there had been something that, from the beginning, seemed incredibly strange to him, and that was his absurd talent before awakening his memories. In just 5 years, he had reached a level close to the peak of skill that Daniel had achieved in engineering, not to mention that they were very similar even without the memories. This inevitably led him to think that somehow Daniel had affected Kai, turning his hard-earned skill into a pure talent that Kai could exploit. So, following this line of thought, if he developed his strength to the extreme, it would have important potential for his next life, something that would be vital to keeping his mother safe. Therefore, even if his new incarnation couldn't recover the memories of this life, he should still be able to keep his mother safe and make her happy. After all, another curious thing about himself before awakening his memories was that he was extremely attached to his mother, much more than he remembered being as Daniel. He wanted to believe this was due to his regrets and hoped that his possible third incarnation would inherit this trait. But now, things have taken an unexpected turn. Namori had crossed a line that he didn't want to cross, forcing him to view this life from a different perspective. After all, the woman who had given him so much and sacrificed so much for him deserved to be treated with all the care and affection. His plans for his next life and his traumas were no excuse to be negligent. But at the same time, he couldn't deny that his possessiveness was playing an important role. Somewhere within himself, he had already started to consider Namori as his, and from his experience in his past life, he knew that could only end badly. After all, he had never seen those mythical lifelong relationships in real life. The only possible happy ending where he didn't end up rejecting Namori. After a while, Kai realized that Namori had fallen asleep in his embrace. So, he quickly adjusted her before going to find Mrs. Yoshiko, the woman who had been working at his house for years, taking care of the household chores, and who had fainted a little while ago. Even though he had confirmed it with his observation Haki, Kai let out a slight sigh of relief when he saw the woman sitting unconscious in a comfortable chair near the kitchen. The woman liked to keep her own space to eat, out of respect, instead of joining them. Something that Namori and he accepted and for which they prepared a well-furnished place where she could feel comfortable. Upon reaching her, Kai made Sage check the woman's condition and quickly concluded that she was in perfect health. He then helped her wake up with the help of his aura. Mr. Kai? She asked, a bit confused upon waking, to which Kai responded with a small smile. Hello, Mrs. Yoshiko. I'm so sorry, Mr. Kai, for falling asleep during my working hours. The woman quickly stood up and then apologized, embarrassed, while bowing deeply. You don't need to apologize, Mrs. Yoshiko. I'm actually sorry for overloading you so much. How about you take the day off tomorrow? Also, I'd like to give you a small bonus from my side, Kai said with a smile on his face, causing Yoshiko to hurriedly decline, looking incredibly embarrassed. How is that possible, Mr. Kai? I am not overworked at all, and I definitely can't accept that bonus. The salary I receive every month is already incredibly high, not to mention the immense debt of gratitude I owe to Lady Yaoyorozu for helping my daughter. I can't ask for anything more. Don't look at it that way. Think of it as a gesture of appreciation from me. Besides, Oni-chan and I will be leaving early tomorrow, so he won't be around all day. You can rest at home. Kai responded while taking out his phone to transfer some money to Mrs. Yoshiko as an apology, which caused her phone to ring shortly after with a notification. This made the woman look at her phone, then widen her eyes in disbelief. I can't accept this much money, Yoshiko said, embarrassed, to which Kai casually replied. It's not much, just a small bonus, a bit of pocket money I earned a few days ago from selling the sword. It's better if you rest today. You must be tired. I'll have one of the guards take you home. But Mr. Kai, don't worry about it. Just buy something nice for your grandchildren or your husband and think of it as a gift from me. Thank you so much, Mr. Kai. As the woman wiped the corners of her eyes, clearly moved, Kai quickly called one of the guards and asked him to take Mrs. Yoshiko to one of the cars in the garage. He then returned to the living room, where Namori was peacefully sleeping. With a complicated expression, Kai carried Namori to her room, where he laid her on her bed, and then went to his own room, only to find his bed destroyed. This made him sigh in frustration, so he went to sleep in the guest room instead. Once in bed, Kai couldn't help but let his mind drift into thoughts, trying to imagine what would come of today's events. But to be honest, he could not see a single good outcome ahead, which only made him sigh with a hint of sadness. He was so disappointed by the day's events that he even ignored the cat that timidly curled up on his bed. Sage, why am I so unlucky? Is it really so hard to live quietly and in peace while I train to be the strongest? Kai asked in a somewhat sad and reflective tone, to which Sage softly responded as it landed on his chest. Master, as long as there are people involved, there will be problems. But as I understand it, humans can't live alone either, so it's an inevitable outcome. If it didn't happen now, you'd end up facing difficulties at some point. Certainly, it seems life is nothing but a collection of problems intertwined with each other. Kai commented in an almost wearied tone as he looked at the sky through the window, then added, Sage, you know, Oni-chan will probably leave home tomorrow. You're right, Master. It's the most likely scenario considering her personality, Sage replied seriously, to which Kai added, feeling even more tired. But you know, I never wanted something like this to happen. I never sought it out, and I even tried hard to prevent it. But still, it happened in the one moment I let my guard down. I really feel tired, Sage. It's not your fault, Master, Sage said with a sad expression, while Salem snuggled closer to his master, sensing his sorrow. I know it's not my fault. In fact, I'm the victim in all of this, but still, I have to pay the price, or at least part of it. Now Oni-chan, the person who has loved and cared for me the most during this time, will leave me, which will undoubtedly lead to questions from the other girls. This is very likely to create a chain reaction that will end up leaving me alone. In a soft and melancholic voice, Kai murmured as his gaze got lost in the stars, to which Sage could only reply in disagreement. I think you're exaggerating, Master. Although it's true that Nemori's departure might provoke a strong reaction from the others, I think that would affect their relationship with her, not with you. After all, you said it yourself, you're the victim. That would be the logical thing to think, but you know, reality doesn't always follow logic, much less human relationships. Feelings themselves are illogical and irrational, and much more fragile than one might think. Human relationships, especially one as peculiar as the one we all have in our unique family, work like a monolithic block. It only takes a small crack for the entire block to break into pieces. But the problem is that Oni-chan's departure is a brutal blow, several orders of magnitude worse than a simple crack. After all, even if it might seem otherwise, Oni-chan is the true center of this family. She is the one who has actively kept this family together. I'm just a pessimistic and solitary guy who would eventually end up alone if it weren't for her. So, although it's likely that what you say will happen initially, over time, Oni-chan's absence will be noticeable. There will no longer be anyone to organize the gatherings, no one to remember important dates, no one to make sure we're all present when it matters, and countless other things. Without her, those bonds that now seem strong will gradually unravel, and what was once a family will soon become a group of strangers who barely recognize each other. Even more so, because everyone has something to belong to outside of this heterogeneous group that I arrogantly call a family. Aunt Keiko has Momo, Aunt Yumiko has Nijire and her husband, and the Pussycats are an inseparable group. At the end of the list, there's only me, who has nothing, no friends, no family, nothing. I'm just a cynical, arrogant, and solitary bastard who only knows how to build things, nothing more. Kai spoke in a tone full of melancholy as Salem moved to curl up on his chest, causing the young man with blue eyes to look at him with a somewhat sad smile as he asked. Will there come a time when even you will leave me alone, Salem? As Salem meowed as if swearing never to leave his master's side, Sage, unsure of what to say, quickly searched for information online but ended up finding too many contradictory things. After a moment, she could only comment uncertainly. But Master, you could still learn to do those things to keep the family together. That's not so easy. Although I have many talents, art and human relationships are not among them. They just don't come naturally to me, and even if I somehow managed to pull it off, in the end, would I still be myself? Or would I just be a distorted version of myself, trying to gain approval at the expense of my own identity? Anyway, I guess ending up alone is my destiny. At least in this life, I have money and my powers to keep me from getting bored in the decades to come. Maybe in my next life, my mother can raise me properly so I don't end up being the failure I am now. But in this life, it seems very likely that the end of my life will be locked up with you in a dingy workshop creating strange things, sage, ha ha ha. As he lay on his back in bed with Salem on his chest, Kai spoke, filled with melancholy and self-loathing, which put an incredibly sad expression on Sage's face. Not knowing how to handle such a situation, she could only hug Kai's cheek with her small body while sadly commenting, "I'll always be with you, master. Even if everything in this world abandons you, I will be your faithful follower forever and ever." He, it's good to have such a loyal assistant like you, Sage, Kai commented, somewhat amused amidst his melancholy, to which Sage didn't know how to respond, so instead, she remained silent while hugging her beloved master. As he stroked Salem's soft fur, Kai slowly drifted off to sleep, his mind lost in his own melancholy and unresolved traumas, until he opened his eyes again with the first rays of sunlight. This only left him with a defeated expression as he set Salem aside and went to take a bath. 139 Chapter 50. Are you sure, Oni-chan? After leaving the bathroom, Kai put on a set of workout clothes and headed to the gym, where he trained intensely for a couple of hours, as if trying to release all his fears and frustrations through exercise. He focused entirely on himself, attempting not to notice Nemori's movements in the house, knowing she had been awake since he got up. When he finally felt calmer and ready to face the inevitable blow, Kai walked slowly back to the house, where he found Namori perfectly dressed with a suitcase by her side. This sight only brought an expression of understanding and melancholy to his face, which he quickly masked before approaching her with a smile. "Well, here comes the first of many blows to come." "Good morning, Oni-chan," Kai greeted her as he always did, to which Namori responded with a serious expression. "Good morning, Kai." After a few deep breaths, Namori seemed to gather the courage to continue speaking with a serious and determined expression. "Kai, although I imagine you already know or suspected, there's something I need to confess to you." Seeing Nemori's expression, Kai knew there was nothing more to be done, so he could only remain silent with a calm expression on his face while Namori continued to speak with difficulty. "Kai, I took advantage of you when I took you to bed a couple of nights ago. I lost control and did something horrible." For his part, Kai could only stay silent as he tried to maintain his calm expression, something Namori couldn't see as her gaze inevitably dropped due to guilt and shame, but she continued speaking nonetheless. "And what happened last night gave me a lot to think about. I'm not a good guardian for you, and honestly, I don't think I should stay by your side any longer given how I am. Well, it was good while it lasted. I shouldn't feel sad that it's ending, it was just a happy chapter in my life. The best thing for Oni-chan is to go back to her life away from me, so she can leave all this behind and be happy. Besides, I should see the positive side. Being alone means fewer risks, and I can move more freely." As Kai got lost in his thoughts, trying to keep himself composed despite the inevitable blow he was experiencing, Namori continued speaking with a guilty and ashamed expression. "But, I really love you, Kai. Even though I know it's wrong, even though it's illegal, and that Elisa-san will probably never forgive me for this, I can't stay away from you. You're the most precious thing in my life, and I can't imagine a future without you by my side. So, if you're truly okay with me and can forgive me for what I did, I want to spend the rest of my life with you." Upon hearing Nemori's words, Kai could only feel disbelief. Although he couldn't say it was entirely unexpected, he was fully aware that something like this happening was highly improbable. After all, Namori would always try to do things the right way, and as a pessimist, he could only imagine the worst-case scenario. But did that mean this was the best possible outcome? Not really. His relationship with Namori was now more complicated and unstable than before, not to mention that it was immoral and even illegal considering his age in this life. And that was without even mentioning that he would now have to deal with her possessiveness issues and more. But compared to her leaving, this scenario was a damn paradise. For her part, Namori, hearing no response from Kai, began to panic a little, thinking she had misunderstood and made a mistake. She quickly lifted her head, on the verge of tears, only to find her beloved Kai with a strange expression, one that seemed to combine surprise, relief, and happiness, while his eyes appeared glassy. "Kai," filled with nerves, Namori called out softly, which seemed to awaken the blue-eyed boy, who immediately jumped up to hug her tightly around the waist, his face buried in her voluptuous chest, as he asked, "Are you sure, Oni-chan?" "Yes. Even though I know it's wrong, I can't lie to myself. I love you, Kai, and rather than suffer alone for doing the right thing, I'd rather be selfish and be happy by your side. Even though I know it will be a complicated path filled with challenges, being with you, I know I'll be able to face any challenge." With a smile on her face, Namori commented while hugging her beloved's head to her chest, causing tears of happiness and relief to start falling from her eyes. She had seriously considered leaving so that Kai could grow up like a normal young man. Since she had woken up in the middle of the night, she had been struggling with herself to make a decision. She considered every option and the reactions they would provoke in her particular family and in her own future, but despite knowing that leaving was the healthiest and most logical choice in her situation, she didn't have the courage. She loved her Kai too much, and no matter what she had to do, even if it meant receiving the hatred and contempt of everyone, including her own family, she wanted Kai to be the man in her life. So, she chose to be happy, even if it meant doing things the wrong way. "So, from now on, are we boyfriend and girlfriend, Oni-chan?" Kai asked softly, to which Namori responded with a small smile on her face. "Well, yes, but I'd like us to wait a bit because, although it doesn't seem like it, you're only about to turn 13. My conscience would be a little more at ease if we waited until you're 15. I know it won't make the sin any lesser, but it would make me feel less guilty." "That's fine, Oni-chan. I don't mind. We can even wait until I turn 18 if that makes you feel better," Kai commented in a soft, affectionate voice, to which Namori quickly replied in a low voice, with a bit of panic, knowing her self-control would never last that long. "And no, there's no need to wait that long, 15 is fine." "Alright, then at 15, hee." As he hugged Namori and relaxed in her warmth, Kai commented, genuinely happy. After all, he truly loved Namori. He simply didn't want to start any kind of relationship out of fear, as it would exponentially increase the chances of their relationship ending badly, and they might never speak to each other again. But now that he had been forced into it, he realized it wasn't so bad, despite the enormous risk. "By the way, Oni-chan, if you didn't want to leave, why the suitcase?" After a while in peaceful and warm silence, Kai asked as he released Namori. But noticing the reluctant gaze of his spectacular older sister, now girlfriend, he quickly sat on a larger sofa and gestured for her to sit next to him. "It's actually some things I promised to take to the girls. Didn't I mention it yesterday?" Namori responded as she approached Kai, but instead of sitting next to him, she sat on his lap and rested her head on the young man's strong chest. "Oh, that's right, I forgot." As he embraced Namori in his lap, Kai commented cheerfully, followed by a pleasant conversation where they talked about different things, including their future. Though Namori couldn't help but apologize repeatedly for what had happened, thanks to his quick wit, Kai managed to distract her by recalling happy moments they had shared, turning the moment into a series of nostalgic and joyful laughs. "Well, Kai, we can't waste any more time. We have to go see the girls." In the middle of the pleasant conversation, Namori suddenly commented, noticing that the afternoon had arrived before she realized it. We're still going?" Kai asked in surprise, to which Namori replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "But of course, we're going. Even after everything that happened today." Still incredulous, Kai asked as he looked at Nemori's serious expression, who quickly responded before heading to the kitchen. "Yes, even after everything that happened. You better get ready quickly. I made you something quick for lunch and then we'll leave." Seeing Namori enter the kitchen, Kai watched her back with a blank expression until she disappeared behind the door. At that moment, he could only laugh a little amused, then headed to his room, feeling quite foolish for all the drama he had caused the night before. But at the same time, he was also a bit concerned. After all, he had no idea that his emotional state was so fragile, something he needed to pay attention to from now on. Luckily, only Salem and Sage heard me. Wait, now that I think about it, where is Sage? Could it be that my unconsciousness is affecting her now? "Sage," Kai called out as he entered his room, causing the beautiful fairy to appear, who greeted him with a smile shortly after. "Hello, Master. Does my unconsciousness affect you now?" Kai asked, somewhat worried, as that would greatly reduce his capabilities, to which Sage quickly shook her head. "Not really, Master. Everything is just as before. I can function independently of your state of consciousness. It's just that in the middle of the night, I made a significant breakthrough in one of the research projects, so I was conducting thorough tests to confirm the results." "Which one?" Kai asked, immensely interested, as he entered the bathroom, to which Sage responded with a small smile on her face. "The future sight. You figured that out so quickly?" Kai asked, surprised, as he began to shower. Sage responded while a hologram full of information appeared in front of him. "It was actually much easier than I expected. By using intensification and manipulation, it's possible to force observation Haki to surpass its limits, allowing you to perceive a few seconds into the future. Additionally, when combined with N, you can get very interesting results, which I've currently synthesized into something I decided to call absolute perception field." "Hey, is it just me, or are you just as bad at naming things as I am?" While quickly showering, Kai commented as he glanced over the data on the holographic screen. Sage could only respond while tilting her head cutely. "Do you think it's a bad name, Master? I thought it was quite fitting, since within the absolute perception field, you can obtain data on almost everything, from detailed and precise spatial awareness to fluctuations in the energies of targets and changes in their emotions, positions, and intentions. It also allows for precise control over the activation of future sight, whether on a specific target or in a broader area." "Well, as long as you don't make us shout the name as part of a pact, it's all good," Kai commented with an ironic smile, to which Sage quickly nodded. "Understood, Master." A little later, Kai finished his shower and quickly put on a casual outfit consisting of a black cotton hoodie, blue pants, and sneakers. He then quickly headed downstairs to the dining room with Salem in tow, as the sloth had just woken up. There, Namori was waiting for him with several simple dishes on the table. "Thanks, Oni-chan," Kai thanked her with a smile as he sat at the table, to which Namori responded with a small smile after taking a sip of her hot coffee. "Fu, you don't have to thank me. It actually felt pretty good to cook for you after so long, although hurry up. We were supposed to leave in the morning, and look at the time." "I got it," Kai replied as he started eating quickly. "By the way, Kai, could we keep all this a secret for now? Even though I know everyone will eventually find out, I want to be more prepared for that moment." After hesitating for a moment, Namori commented with a rather embarrassed expression, which caused Kai to stop eating for a moment and then look at her intently, making Namori really nervous. But the boy soon smiled mischievously and then commented playfully. "Don't worry, Oni-chan. I understand it's better not to mention it for now, hee. You idiot, don't scare me like that." With a pout reflecting her annoyance, Namori exclaimed loudly as she playfully hit Kai's shoulder, who just smiled amusedly and went back to eating as if nothing had happened, only making Namori's pout worse. Although her pout didn't show it, Namori felt a deep sense of warmth and tranquility flooding her heart. After all, she had come so close to losing the love of her life, and being able to have such a cheerful and casual conversation again really made her feel that it was real, that she could still stay by his side. At the same time, a new resolve formed within her to never let something like that happen again. 139 Chapter 51. A company after lunch, Kai left the house with Sage and Salem, who now refused to get down ever since they acquired their new forms, perched on his shoulders, something the blue-eyed boy could only surrender to for the moment. This brought an amused smile to Nemori's face, who walked beside him while dragging the suitcase she wouldn't let Kai carry. Upon reaching the garden, Kai conjured a beautiful card in his right hand, adorned with golden-colored patterns from his aura script, along the edges and back. In the center was the image of a point of light interconnected with various surrounding points, giving it a look similar to a karmic wheel or something of the sort. "Kai, you know using quirks in public without a license is prohibited, right?" Noticing the card in Kai's hand, Namori commented with a hint of amusement. The young blue-eyed man just smiled while scratching his ear, then responded in a condescending yet playful tone. "Wait, Oni-chan, I think I heard you wanted to go to the mountain on your own." Hee. Without saying a word, Namori just grinned mischievously as she moved a little closer to Kai, who commented in amusement. "That's what I thought." After laughing a bit, Kai raised the card in front of him and exclaimed loudly. "A company, on, Pussycats base." With Kai's words, the card in his hands transformed into a bright light that enveloped them all, forming a barrier around them as they shot into the air at supersonic speeds. Curiously, this didn't cause a sonic boom, as if it were merely an illusion, especially since, shortly after they rose into the air, the burst of light vanished from sight, becoming completely invisible. One of his successful aura experiments over the years had been the skill cards, inspired by the Greed Island cards. Thanks to a combination of the intrinsic properties of materialization, pacts, and his aura script, these cards allowed him to perform relatively complex skills at a fairly low aura cost and with much greater ease. Although the cards were incredibly useful, they were not without drawbacks. While the difficulty and cost of the card skills were indeed low, in return, Kai lost complete control over the abilities once activated. The cards would take all the aura cost up front and execute automatically, with nothing he could do, even though only he could use them since none of the girls could activate them. On the other hand, Kai also couldn't conjure the cards indefinitely. They all had usage limits, some daily, others weekly, monthly, or even annually, depending on their complexity and power. For example, he could use a company 30 times per week, and the most special cards had additional conditions besides the pact all skill cards shared, which involved conjuring the card and saying the name out loud. In the case of a company, besides saying its name aloud, he also had to say the name of the place he wanted to go to, and it was mandatory to do so out loud, or the card wouldn't activate. The multiplier of the pacts depended heavily on the risk involved. Moreover, the skill could only take him to people or places he had previously marked, and he had only 30 slots. If he wanted to add one more, he had to remove a previous one. But because the danger of not being able to control the cards once activated was too great for him to accept, Kai later added another pact to forcibly cancel the ability mid-execution. However, in exchange, he not only lost all the aura that the ability had cost, but even that cancellation counted as an extra use. Moreover, that pact greatly reduced the maximum uses of the cards he perceived as more dangerous. A short time later, in the Pussycats' base garden, a beam of light suddenly became visible in the sky. It soon struck the ground, revealing a translucent light barrier with Namori and Kai inside, with Salem and Sage on his shoulders. "Kai, you know using quirks without a license is prohibited?" Shino, who was training alongside Ryuko, Tomoko, and Chitora in the garden, commented with a small smile as she approached the group, to which Kai responded with a small, amused grin. "Did I hear someone doesn't want a massage, or was it just my imagination?" At Kai's comment, Shino could only remain silent, pouting as she looked at the blue-eyed boy, who soon added with a sly smile. "That's what I thought. Hee. Kai has you wrapped around his little finger, Shino," Namori commented playfully as she approached, dragging the suitcase, which Shino quickly took while huffing in annoyance. HMPH, I think I heard someone doesn't want their massage. Hey, you don't get to decide that, right, Kai? Kai? Hey, don't turn your head. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Namori finally exclaimed loudly as she watched the boy who was looking away, pretending the situation had nothing to do with him, while Ryuko approached with an amused smile. Hello, my future husband. Your Ryuko Oni-chan has been waiting for you anxiously. You're quite late today. I already told you, Kai won't be your husband, just accept it. At Ryuko's comment, Namori immediately exclaimed, although curiously, instead of appearing upset as usual, she now seemed more amused and relaxed about it. However, the beautiful blonde woman arrogantly responded. That has nothing to do with you, Namori. This is between Kai and me. You can't fight true love. As his Oni-chan, I'll never allow it. While Namori and Ryuko were engaged in their typical argument, which now seemed more like a fun little game for Namori, Kai wisely slipped away, casually commenting. It's really lively around here. Haha, you talk as if it has nothing to do with you. Chitara couldn't help but comment amusedly, to which Kai quickly defended himself with a serious and innocent expression. I'm innocent, don't accuse me of things I have nothing to do with, Chitara. Haha, if that helps you sleep at night. While Chitara was amused by the whole situation, Tomoko couldn't take her eyes off the little cat and the beautiful fairy on Kai's shoulders, something everyone else had selectively avoided asking about for the moment. Kai, where's Salem? Is that cat Salem's offspring? And is that fairy real? Faced with Tomoko's flood of questions, Kai quickly picked up little Salem from his shoulder, while Sage began flying around, greatly surprising the Pussycats as the blue-eyed boy explained. This little one is Salem, but he awakened a quirk and can now make himself smaller or larger at will. And the fairy is Sage, who for some reason changed and now looks like this. Upon hearing the explanation, the Pussycats could only look at each other speechlessly. This made Namori laugh in amusement as she could not help but take out her phone to start recording them, while Shino asked in a voice filled with countless emotions. Let's leave the fairy aside, your quirk has always been very strange, but how did Salem awaken a quirk? I'm not exactly sure how it happened, I'm still investigating it, so, it's better if you see for yourselves. Show them, Salem. After the order, Kai placed Salem on the ground, who meowed affirmatively before starting to grow to his normal size. Although he did not stop there and kept growing until he reached his maximum size, all under the astonished gazes of the Pussycats. Incredible, Chitara softly exclaimed while looking at the huge panther in front of him. Certainly, although Salem was already much larger than his parents, so it's not that surprising he has a quirk, Shino commented, equally surprised, to which Tomoko asked with bright eyes. Kai, do you think you could lend us Salem for some heroic deeds so we can look super cool? Well, only if Salem likes the idea. Seeing the cat-loving hero's eyes light up like flashlights at Tomoko's question, Kai could only respond with amusement, which caused the Pussycats to turn and look at Salem with almost predatory eyes. Feeling endangered, Salem quickly shrank down to his smallest size before leaping onto Kai's shoulder, trying to hide from those people with dangerous eyes. At the same time, Ryuko approached with a smile, attempting to appear calm and composed. Salem, little baby, come to Mama Ryuko, we just want to play with you for a bit. Upon hearing Ryuko, Salem's fur immediately stood on end, and in a panic, he quickly tried to hide inside Kai's shirt. This prompted Sage, who had been silent until then, to ask in a low voice. Master, why does it seem like they want to eat Salem? Well, they're true cat fanatics. Even their hero names are inspired by cat breeds, so the idea of having a real cat with a quirk as a companion must be pretty exciting for them. Kai responded quietly. He found himself surrounded by all the Pussycats. Come on, Salem, we'll look super cool and help a lot of people. We're going to be heroes, Tomoko said with high tension, causing poor Salem to tremble inside Kai's clothes. Kai could only comment with a smile. No need to intimidate Salem like that, and if you really want a cat companion, then you're in luck, hee. Hey, we're not intimidating him, Chitara quickly defended himself, to which Kai responded with a mocking smile. If that helps you sleep at night. As Chitara was hit with his own words, Shino spoke in a calm and measured voice, though the small smile on her lips and the slight gleam in her eyes betrayed her excitement. We're really not intimidating him, but more importantly, what do you mean we're in luck? Sage, show them. Understood, master. With Kai's order, Sage quickly created a hologram displaying a hyper-realistic 3D model of Namori's accomplice, with various text boxes and graphs extending from it. At the top, there was a title that read, Accomplice Base Mode. 139 Chapter 52. Battle Mode. As you already know, this is the accomplice you are all familiar with and have lived with for the past few months, but now they will function as follows. Kai explained as though he were giving a lecture, fully capturing the attention of everyone present. After all, everyone had greatly enjoyed what the accomplices could offer, especially in their line of work. Not only had Namori experienced an incredible streak of case resolutions, but the Pussycats had also seen a significant increase in this area, as they enjoyed the same benefits she did. For his part, Sage dramatically changed the hologram the moment Kai finished speaking, mimicking the way certain digital monsters evolve in an anime she had randomly found online. With impressive special effects, and a digital cocoon enveloped the small cat. The digivolution of the accomplice was so cool that Kai could almost hear electric guitar riffs and felt the urge to start singing, but he quickly held back. After a moment, the hologram transitioned to show an imposing panther the size of a tiger, now with a title that read, Accomplice Battle Mode. Once your accomplices are updated, they can take on this form, which I've simply named Battle Mode. In this mode, they have super strength, enhanced speed, and reflexes, and they can double in size if necessary. However, keep in mind that this doesn't increase their strength and only gives a slight boost to their speed, allowing you to use them as mounts or for similar purposes. That said, remember that accomplices feed on your energy, and this battle mode significantly increases their consumption. So, you can't overdo it, or you'll be out of combat from exhaustion. Also, the updates will take 7 hours each, so it's best to follow the schedule we used to create them. As everyone present examined the hologram of the accomplice with surprise, Kai explained seriously, causing everyone to summon their own accomplices while looking at him with bright eyes. These were cats with the same eye and fur color as their hosts, leading Kai to comment playfully. I already told you we'd use the same schedule we used to create them, so I'll update Oni-chan's first, and then Shino, Chitora, Ryuko, and Tomoko will follow. That's not fair, I'm last. Let's redo the order. Namori, you should join in too. Tomoko quickly replied with a pout on her face as she looked at the others. After a moment of consideration, they nodded and took their positions, ready to start their important contest. Rock, paper, scissors. After several rounds of rock, paper, scissors, the new order was decided. Ryuko, Namori, Tomoko, Chitora, and Shino, leaving different expressions on the competitors' faces, a thrilled Ryuko and a reluctant Shino trying to hide her reluctance. Then it's settled, I'll go first, hee. Ryuko commented excitedly as she handed her accomplice, a beautiful cat with golden fur and blue eyes, to Kai. Well, even though you're going first, I can only perform the update at home since I need some special things to do it, so it'll have to be another day, Kai replied, somewhat amused as he received the golden cat. Huh? Then what are we doing here? Let's go, Tomoko exclaimed happily, even before anyone else could react, causing everyone to smile cheerfully as they approached Kai, who could only ask, somewhat surprised. Weren't we planning to spend the holidays here? Foo, that was before. You can't expect us to sit still after finding out that the accomplices can be updated. Shino responded with a playful smile. Shino's right. If you had told me this from the beginning, I would have called the girls to go to the house instead of us coming here, hee. Namori added with a small smile, feeling truly happy to enjoy this moment she thought she might lose forever. Hurry up, Kai, I'm dying to see my Kamugi super big, Ryuko added excitedly as she hooked one of Kai's arms. I told you it wasn't a good idea to name them. Kai commented while shaking his head, then quickly added, but alright. Let's go. Although, aren't you taking anything with you? You're right. We've forgotten all the excitement. Let's grab our things quickly, Chitora exclaimed, both excited and surprised at the oversight, before running toward the base, quickly followed by the others. Foo, they're really excited. Seeing everyone run toward the base, Namori commented with a beautiful smile on her face as she hooked one of Kai's arms, just as Ryuko had done moments earlier, which made the blue-eyed boy smile as well. He then added while looking into the distance. Certainly, although I really feel like I was about to lose all of this. I feel the same way. In the midst of a pleasant silence, Namori and Kai waited in the garden, while Sage settled back on Kai's shoulder and Salem finally poked his head out from Kai's clothes. He looked around nervously, but, noticing that no one else was there, he meowed softly as if letting out a sigh of relief. After a while, the Pussycats returned, running with several suitcases in hand, and surrounded Kai with smiles on their faces. This prompted the blue-eyed boy to conjure the accompany card in his hands once again, before happily saying, Alright, let's go. Accompany, on, home. After returning home, Kai was obliged to enter the room where the aura script pattern was on the floor due to Ryuko's insistence. Her eyes were shining, practically radiating excitement. After boosting his aura, he proceeded to place a drop of his blood and all of his aura into the pattern, causing the accomplice to be enveloped by a sphere of light, which soon transformed into an egg. Is it ready? Ryuko asked excitedly when she saw Kai return to the living carrying the egg, immediately drawing everyone's attention as they started eyeing Kai almost predatorily. Yes, now we just have to wait 7 hours for it to hatch, and it'll be ready. Although I'm pretty tired, so I'll be resting a bit. Kai responded, his voice clearly sounding drained, which caused everyone's excitement to diminish noticeably as Namori approached him with a hint of concern. Are you okay, Kai? If this is too much for you, take a break from updating the accomplices, we can do it later. I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll recover in a while, and by the time this one is ready, I can continue with yours, Oni-chan. Kai replied casually as he collapsed onto one of the sofas, while Shino and Ryuko approached, equally concerned. I'm sorry, Kai, I got too excited. Ryuko apologized, feeling a bit guilty for her earlier insistence, but Kai quickly waved his free hand to signal that it was no big deal. Don't worry, I'm just tired. Besides, it's better to update the accomplices sooner rather than later. Do you want us to bring you something? Shino asked in a soft and warm voice, something Kai didn't hesitate to take advantage of, and he quickly responded with a smile. Some lemonade and fries would be great. Sure, give me a moment. I'll go prepare it, Shino replied happily, quickly followed by Namori, who added. Let me help you. Of course. As Namori and Shino went into the kitchen, Tomoko and Chitora approached Kai, where Chitora commented in a serious tone. If it's really a burden for you, it's better to do it at a slower pace. There's no need to overexert yourself. We were just a bit excited, but we didn't want to overwork you. You don't have to worry, Chitora. I'm really fine, just a little tired. I'll recover soon. Kai responded with a smile while using his optimized breathing technique to regain his aura, to which Tomoko asked while placing her hands on his shoulders from behind. Would you like a massage, Kai? Well, since you're offering, it would be rude not to accept, hee. Kai replied playfully, bringing a cheerful smile to Tomoko's face. She quickly began to massage Kai's shoulders with impressive technique, while commenting. Fufu, you're going to be surprised. I've been studying how to give good massages, so just relax and enjoy. Then that's what I'll do, Kai commented, amused and pleased with the luxurious treatment. At that moment, Ryuko took his feet and quickly removed his shoes, smiling as she said. Then I'll give you a foot massage. I'm pretty good at it. Well, then I'll be in your care. Kai replied with a smile as he looked at Ryuko, who quickly raised her arm while touching her bicep with her other hand, cheerfully saying. Leave it to me, then I'll make you one of my famous cakes as a thank you, Chitora commented with a smile, to which Kai quickly responded with gratitude. Thanks, Chitora. I've really been craving one for a while. Haha, leave it to me. As Chitora headed to the kitchen, Kai fully relaxed on the sofa, feeling quite satisfied as he was treated like a king. He spent the rest of the day laughing and chatting happily until, 7 hours later, in the middle of the night, the egg began to glow and floated into the air. It then cracked open to reveal the accomplice, who quickly ran towards Ryuko. Is it ready? It doesn't look very different, Ryuko remarked as she examined her accomplice, holding it in her hands, prompting Kai to casually suggest. Give it the command to enter battle mode. Filled with curiosity, Ryuko mentally ordered the accomplice to enter battle mode. The golden cat quickly jumped from her arms to the ground, where it grew to a size comparable to a tiger, giving it a fierce and powerful appearance. Its golden fur made it look like a mighty panther made of gold. Kamugi! Seeing her accomplice transform, Ryuko exclaimed in delight, then jumped onto it, hugging it tightly while profusely thanking Kai. Thank you, Kai. You're really the best. I love you. Let's get married when you turn 18, haha. Haha, let's go to the garden so you can test out your accomplice, Kai responded, completely ignoring Ryuko's proposal, which made everyone present light up with excitement, especially the beautiful golden-haired woman, who was the first to run out with Kamugi in tow. 139 Chapter 53. He wouldn't just sit still once in the garden. Ryuko excitedly commanded her accomplice to grow, and it quickly reached a height just above that of a normal horse. At that moment, the beautiful woman with golden hair leapt gracefully onto her enormous golden panther, quickly noticing how comfortable it felt to ride, as if her body were specially designed for it. This is awesome! Ryuko exclaimed with excitement as her accomplice ran through the garden, swiftly entering the forest, where it began moving between the trees with impressive agility, jumping between branches and rocks with unimaginable speed for its massive figure. It was nearly 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. Meanwhile, the others could only watch with envy as the happy Ryuko enjoyed her ride through the forest. At that moment, Namori couldn't help but comment in a slightly worried tone as she looked at Kai. Even though the accomplices are amazing and will be very useful, what excuse are we going to give when people start asking questions? After all, even if we set aside the fact that Kai doesn't have a license to use his quirk, a skill like this would attract too much attention, especially if all of us can use it. Namori's comment caught everyone's attention, and they couldn't help but exchange worried glances. It would indeed be problematic in more than one way. Although the accomplices performed most of their abilities inside their bodies, this battle mode was too flashy and wouldn't be easy to explain. Namori is right, it'll be complicated to use the new update in public for now. It's best to keep it hidden and only use it in emergencies. Shino commented in a serious tone, though her expression couldn't hide a hint of disappointment, which led everyone to nod in agreement. Chitora then added in a similarly serious, though equally disappointed voice. Certainly, it's the best course of action, although it's a shame. I guess it's better to wait until Kai can apply for his license. Well, if you need me to apply for the license, I have no problem. I've got something similar to show. Kai commented casually as a copy of Salem appeared next to him. The cat quickly grew until it reached the size of Ryuko's accomplice, sparking Salem's competitive spirit. The cat then grew even larger than the Nen beast and roared confidently while looking down at it. Foo, Salem got jealous. Tomoko commented, amused at the scene, causing Salem to meow in annoyance and proceed to ignore the bothersome woman. Foo, while it's nice that you want to get a license for our sake, by law, you can't apply for one until you're 15, so it's not possible at the moment. Namori responded after laughing at the jealous cat, who also proceeded to ignore her after a frustrated growl. Really? Even though I'm emancipated, I can't apply for a license? Kai asked curiously, as he had been legally an adult for a few years. Although he didn't say it directly, it made him uncomfortable that his money wasn't in his hands. So, he had managed to convince a judge to declare him legally an adult some time ago, something all the family happily supported. Yes, in the same way you still can't vote or drink. Shino answered with a small smile, looking in awe at Salem and the Nen beast. Even though it wasn't the first time she had seen them, Salem's new ability to grow in size somehow made him look even more impressive. While I can understand the drinking part, it's stupid that I can't vote or apply for a license to use my quirk. I'm legally responsible for myself. What sense does that make? Kai said, disagreeing, which led Chittora to explain with a smile. Well, that's because it's actually compared to the legal drinking age. It's more for physical reasons, since it's believed that using a quirk too much before the age of 15 could affect a child's health and development. Really? Kai asked, a bit surprised, to which Chittora nodded. Yes, although cases like that aren't seen much anymore, in ancient times it was relatively common for a child to hurt themselves using their quirk or to overexert themselves and end up with lifelong injuries. So, the age limit was set because most cases happen during childhood, and it seems to have worked, since cases like that are very rare today. How curious, I didn't know. Kai commented as he watched Ryuko stroll on her accomplice, a bright smile on her face, which led him to think, inspired. Just a question. Are there the same quirk usage limitations for animals? What do you mean, Kai? Tomoko asked curiously, to which Kai quickly responded with a smile. Well, I was thinking, now that Salem has a quirk and I'll give him an accomplice soon, what's stopping us from saying that his quirk allows him to grow, have super strength, and create copies of himself to protect others? After all, the accomplices already look a lot like him, and he could easily say his quirk is called something like Guardian Soul. Something corny but believable. Kai's comment made everyone look at each other, a bit surprised, but shortly after, Shino couldn't help but comment, her hand on her chin. Although it would undoubtedly be perjury, it would be hard to prove, so it's a possibility. Still, I wouldn't feel very comfortable using that excuse. Certainly, it could get us into trouble if we're found guilty of perjury in court, and even if that's not the case, we could lose our licenses for it. Namori quickly added thoughtfully, to which Kai responded casually while petting the massive Salem. Well, it's either that or not use the accomplice's battle forms for 2 years until I can get my license. Besides, I won't get a hero license since I don't like those clauses that force me to follow the government's orders in emergency cases, and all the other annoying things that come with it. So, I'll only get a civilian use license, and I'm not sure how useful that would be for the accomplices. Not to mention, I'll have to lie a lot anyway to avoid creating accomplices for strangers, so perjury is inevitable. But don't worry, in case of an emergency, you can blame me and say I tricked you. I doubt they could throw me in jail for it even if they wanted to, and since I won't be a hero, I don't care if they take my license. Kai's words left everyone in silence. After all, his comment touched on several sensitive topics within his unique family, such as his extreme aversion, distrust, and disdain for the government, as well as his reluctance to be a hero or help strangers, something they all considered a shame given his incredible power. Kai, how could you think we would let you take the blame in a case like that? After a moment, Namori commented in a sad, accusatory tone, to which Kai simply responded cheerfully. He, don't look at it like that. You all love being heroes, and I want to help you without being one, and especially without having to reveal my powers to the government. So the most effective solution is to let me carry the blame if things go wrong. I lose very little, after all. If they're even slightly smart, I highly doubt the Japanese government would want me to renounce my nationality, since I still have nearly a decade to decide, ha ha ha. Seeing that everyone had once again fallen silent, Kai just shrugged, not giving it much importance. After all, he was sure he was right. His chips, a field he had focused on in recent years, were at the cutting edge of global technology, providing the country not only significant growth but also an important piece in the geopolitical game, something they wouldn't want to lose so easily. As for the time to decide his nationality, it was quite simple. Kai was actually a hafu, or, in other words, only half Japanese. His mother had come to the country as a refugee during her childhood, one of the few in Japan. By law, he could only hold dual nationality, his father's and his mother's, until he turned 22. At that point, he would have to decide whether to renounce his mother's nationality or, on the contrary, renounce his Japanese citizenship. What happened? Why so quiet? Ryuko, who had just returned from her thrilling ride, asked curiously, to which Kai responded with a smile. Nothing really, we were just talking about how to explain the accomplices. In any case, I'd better get started on the next update. Oni-chan, lend me your accomplice. Oh, that's right, it'll be tricky, Ryuko commented with realization dawning on her face. Namori, almost instinctively, summoned her accomplice and handed it to Kai, who simply took it and quickly headed into the house with Salem on his shoulder, having shrunk to climb onto after Kai left. Shino approached Namori, her tone evidently concerned. Namori, Kai's attitude hasn't improved at all recently. He despises the government too much, and that could cause problems in the future. I know, but I really don't know what to do. Although he eventually changed his opinion about the hero system, when it comes to politicians and traitors, he's more resolute than ever. He despises them too much, I even think he doesn't even consider them human. With an obviously worried expression, Namori explained while looking toward the house, to which Shino could only sigh, crossing her arms with evident concern. If it's as you say, then it's truly worrisome, and while I can understand his reasons, given what happened, I don't understand how someone as intelligent as him can't reason that not all politicians, much less the government itself, are bad. Honestly, I think it has to do with the fact that he sees them as traitors, which is why he despises them so much. Since he was a baby, Kai has had a deep hatred for anything related to betrayal, and he reacts violently to it. But after Elisa-san's death, it worsened significantly, to the point where I'm scared of what he might do if he finds out his suspicions are true. Hearing Nemori's words, Shino moved closer, asking with a tone full of curiosity and concern. What do you mean? Well, Kai is convinced that more people were involved in the attack he suffered, and honestly, I also think so. After all, how did they manage to place that ball Kai mentioned among his things? How did they know where they were if it was confidential? How did they bypass Elisa-san's quirk, which worked very similarly to Kai's detection abilities? Even though the case was supposedly solved, there are still many unanswered questions. Kai is completely sure the answer is that they were betrayed, and it wasn't just one person. Someone close to them manipulated the ball, someone leaked information about Elisa-san's quirk, and someone revealed their location to the attackers. Kai has been investigating Elisa-san and Jiro-san's close contacts for years, but so far, I think he hasn't been able to confirm his suspicions, or else he would have done something already. He wouldn't just sit still, and I'm afraid that his reaction might be to run off and take out the traitors. With an expression revealing her fear and worry, Namori spoke slowly, while Tomoko, Chitora, and Ryuko played with the latter's accomplice, perhaps in an attempt to give the two some privacy, something Shino sincerely appreciated as she asked with a serious expression. Why are you so sure his reaction would be so violent? Even though Kai is a bit vengeful, his revenge usually just involves harmless pranks at most. I don't think he's the kind of person you're describing. That's because you haven't seen him react to a traitor. When Kai was little, there was an anime he loved, which was about young people surviving in the Stone Age using their scientific knowledge. At the time, it was his favorite show, to the point where he had everything you could buy related to it, from manga to clothes and figurines. But suddenly, one day, the anime showed one of the characters betraying the others. I swear, I've never seen him so angry or out of control as he was that day. He was furious, to the point where he screamed at the TV, his eyes bloodshot, saying the character deserved to die. It got so bad that, for the first time, Elisa-san put her foot down and forbade Kai from watching the show. But for the first and, I think, the only time, Kai disobeyed her. He managed to watch it online when he was left alone for a few hours while his babysitter went shopping. That's when he discovered that not only did the character not die as he wanted, but he was forgiven and even had a happy ending. That day, Kai, consumed with rage, destroyed and burned everything he had related to that show until there was nothing left. He even hacked the TV channel that aired it, the studio that animated it, and the original creator to get revenge, causing millions in damages. It was so bad that it made the news, and although they never found out who did it, Elisa-san and Jiro-san made anonymous donations to the victims to cover the damages. That's why I'm so scared. Kai isn't himself when it comes to traitors. It's almost like he's possessed by something else. And the worst part is, he never regretted doing it. No matter how much they punished and scolded him, even when Elisa-san hit him for the first time, he still refused to apologize, even through tears. Now imagine him as he is now, not only better with technology but also incredibly powerful. What could he do if he confirms his suspicions? Hearing Nemori's story, Shino couldn't help but open her eyes wide in astonishment. After all, the case had been quite famous, to the point that even almost a decade later, she remembered it. That case had sparked a massive campaign to improve online security across Japan, especially among heroes, since their work was too dangerous not to take preventive measures. For his part, Kai, who had managed to overhear the entire conversation, couldn't help but smile a little sheepishly, embarrassed by his actions back then. Though he believed he couldn't really be blamed. After all, at that time, he was still a child, and didn't know how to control his emotions. And seeing how pathetic their security system was, he couldn't fight off his intrusive thoughts and ended up making a mess. Though I'm sorry, Oni-chan, the truth is, I've already confirmed some of my suspicions. And even though the trail went cold, and I've been stuck for a while trying to find the rest, I still managed to get my hands on a couple of very obedient and useful lab rats. Or did you really think I'd risk creating a parasitic Nen beast for you all without first confirming not only that it was possible, but also that I could make it harmless to your health? Hee. That's impossible. From the massages to the accomplices, it's all been a long process of analysis, research, and testing. After all, I can't risk anything happening to my family. As he held the floating egg in the air, Kai thought to himself with a cheerful smile on his face, then descended with Salem to reunite with his beloved family. 139 Chapter 54. Distress signal. Several months later, in the middle of a dark forest, the elongated shadows cast by the scant moonlight, combined with the amplified sounds of various animals, gave the place an eerie and mysterious feeling. Suddenly, the forest's stillness was interrupted by four figures dressed in bright colors, moving with feline, superhuman agility through the trees and obstacles that crowded their path, crossing the forest at impressive speeds. The target changed direction, heading west of our position. Ragdoll's voice quickly echoed through the forest. The other three figures nodded, then shifted direction. As they got closer to their target, the Pussycats began to face more obstacles, as the terrain became increasingly rough, with fallen trees and large rocks greatly hindering their progress. However, thanks to their experience and incredible physical abilities, the famous group of heroes managed to overcome them. Huh? Suddenly, Ragdoll exclaimed in surprise, which caught Mandalay's attention, who quickly asked as the full moon's light illuminated her face. Is something wrong, Ragdoll? The target has drastically increased its speed. It's leaving us behind. Ragdoll commented gravely. Mandalay immediately issued a command with a serious expression. We can't let it escape. There are already more than 17 victims in its hands. Activate your accomplices, Sentinel, cover us. Understood. Understood. In response to Mandalay's telepathic command came the voices of her 3 teammates, along with a synthetic male voice from her virtual assistant. At the same time, imposing panthers of different colors materialized in front of each of them, onto which they leapt agilely. Full speed ahead. Yes. At Mandalay's order, the group advanced on their accomplices, exponentially increasing their speed, quickly catching up with their target, which appeared to be a silver humanoid wolf running on all fours at blinding speeds through the forest. Pixie Bob. Got it. The moment they were close enough to their target, Mandalay gave the telepathic order. At the same time, the accomplices vanished, causing Pixie Bob to quickly extend her hand forward. This triggered 2 thick, flexible metal cables, which were coiled in some sort of reels at her waist, to shoot towards the wolf from different directions. But somehow, it managed to dodge the attack with beastly agility. Damn it, Pixie Bob, surrounded, Ragdoll, Tiger, attack on my command. Understood. After seeing the attack fail, Mandalay quickly gave the telepathic command, causing the team to swiftly split up. Pixie Bob touched the ground with her hands, causing the earth to rise, forming a circular, compressed earth barrier around the wolf, which immediately tried to climb it, leaping at high speed. With its incredible speed and agility, the wolf quickly reached the top of the high barrier, only to be struck by 2 powerful blows, one to the snout and another to the chest, delivered by 2 earth beasts that formed from the barrier. This sent it flying back toward the center of the area. Ragdoll, now, just before the wolf hit the ground, Ragdoll, showing superhuman speed and strength, arrived through a tunnel prepared by her teammate and unleashed a powerful blow with her cat paw glove. The blow was charged with a potent electric current, sending the wolf flying again while leaving it incapacitated, unable to move its muscles. Tiger, showing impressive synchronization, thanks in large part to Mandalay's telepathic commands assisted by the reliable virtual assistant, Tiger managed to intercept the wolf in midair. At the same time, his arm stretched out as if made of rubber, then retracted rapidly, hardening along with his cat paw glove, delivering a powerful blow to the wolf's head. This sent it crashing to the ground with a great impact, completely unconscious. Pixie Bob, capture it. Got it. Upon receiving the telepathic command, Pixie Bob quickly ran toward the unconscious wolf, in the middle of a deep crater. She then shot her metal cables toward it, tying it up by its hands and feet. Afterward, she casually split the remaining cable with a flick of her hand, causing it to coil back onto the reels at her waist. As the whole team gathered around the wolf again, Ragdoll made sure to scan the area for any potential dangers, which inevitably led her to notice something. As some sort of smoke began to rise from the wolf, she started losing clarity of its position through her quirk. Is something wrong, Ragdoll? Tiger, who was closest to her, quickly noticed her odd expression and couldn't help but ask. Yes, something very strange is happening. The wolf's position in my quirk is becoming fuzzy. Ragdoll responded, somewhat confused, as such an event was quite rare. Fall back and stay alert, we may have fallen into a trap. Hearing Ragdoll, Mandalay quickly ordered with a serious expression, prompting everyone to position themselves back to back, staying alert to their surroundings. But after a few minutes, the smoke dissipated from the wolf, revealing only a handsome man with silver hair. Isn't that? Pixie Bob exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the man's face, to which Ragdoll commented with a grim expression. Yes, it's him, and the wolf's location has become indefinite in my quirk. So now we know how he managed to escape until now. Mandalay nodded with a look of understanding, to which Tiger couldn't help but add. We really have to thank Kai for the accomplices. If it weren't for them, this guy would have gotten away, and who knows how many more victims would have fallen into his hands before we managed to identify and capture him. Indeed. Also, if Sentinel hadn't identified his hunting patterns, we'd be searching for him on the other side of the prefecture right now. Pixie Bob added with a small smile on her face. But just then, the cat-shaped communicators on their heads went off simultaneously. A distress signal has been received. Sentinel, who is it, and in which direction? Hearing the announcement, everyone present shifted to serious expressions as Mandalay asked gravely. The virtual assistant quickly responded. The distress signal was sent by the hero's water horse, 56.2 kilometers to the west. Kaide? Mandalay couldn't help but exclaim, both surprised and concerned, to which Pixie Bob quickly commented. Let's respond to the call, it must be something serious. Yes, I'll take the villain to the police, and you can go ahead. Tiger added quickly as he picked up the bound man from the ground. Come on, Mandalay, we can't waste time. Ragdoll added, looking unusually serious, which deeply moved Mandalay, who could only reply, visibly touched. Thank you, guys. No need to thank us. We're heroes, and we're a team. Pixie Bob quickly responded in a serious tone, looking at their leader. I understand, thank you, but Tiger, it's better if you don't stay behind since you're our strongest attack power. Now that Ragdoll has identified both of the villains' identities, we can leave him halfway at a police station, and if he escapes, we can easily capture him again. Besides, Sentinel has already sent the alert to the authorities along with the identity proof. Alright then, let's use the accomplices to get there as fast as possible. We can't afford any delays. Tiger agreed while putting the villain over his shoulder. After all, Mandalay was right. It wasn't a good idea to split up now, especially when responding to a distress call from another hero. Sentinel, try to keep us covered, understood. As Mandalay gave the order to their incredibly useful virtual assistant, 4 imposing, horse-sized panthers of various colors appeared before them. The team mounted them swiftly and shot forward at blinding speed toward the location of the distress signal, displayed in the lenses they all wore. As she sped along atop her accomplice, Mandalay couldn't help but clench her cat paw gloves in worry. The distress signal had been sent by her cousin, the only family she had left. Though they weren't the closest, they were still family, and she knew her cousin had had a baby a couple of years ago. The last thing she wanted was to experience another tragedy, like with her beloved Kai. The ride on the accomplices was incredibly smooth. Despite their speed, easily rivaling that of a bullet train, the riders hardly felt any wind or movement. From their perspective, it felt like they were gliding on a cloud at the speed of a leisurely bike ride. A few minutes after dropping the wolf off at a police station, the Pussycats arrived at the location from where the distress signal had been sent, only to find a place littered with craters, water, and blood. A tall man covered in disproportionately large muscle fibers stood victoriously, his face smeared with blood, in front of 2 people in terrible condition. The male hero lay on the ground, his body crumpled at an awkward angle. He was dressed in a hero suit with what appeared to be a red life vest, and his snorkel-like mask was shattered across his face. His arms and one of his legs were twisted in impossible directions. But the woman was in far worse shape. She had been literally split in half below the waist, her face completely disfigured, and her arms shattered. Worst of all, she still seemed to be painfully breathing, her body suffering from violent convulsions. Kaide! Mandalay screamed in shock upon seeing the horrifying scene, her voice drawing the villain's attention. He turned to face her as she rode up on a giant panther, stopping just in front of the woman he had brutally attacked. Hey, more heroes. Sorry, but I'm not going to. The villain's arrogant, condescending words were suddenly cut short by a powerful blow to his lower left side, sending him flying through the air as he spat a mouthful of blood. As the notorious A-grade villain, Muscular, was hurled through the air, he couldn't help but glance with his one remaining eye at the spot where he had just been standing. There, a muscular man dressed in a skirt and top approached at blinding speed, his expression full of rage and one of his arms stretched back like rubber, ready for another strike. 139 Chapter 55. This is bad. Let's go. In the middle of the night, Kai was sleeping peacefully in his bed, while Salem curled up in a corner. Ever since Salem had figured out how to shrink, he loved sneaking in, and Kai had stopped caring as much. Suddenly, the blue-eyed boy felt a strong call from Sage, which made him open his eyes and sit up in one swift motion, fully alert. What happened, Sage? An attack? Alarmed, Kai quickly asked as a beautiful black GN sword with intricate aura script engravings on the blade appeared in his hands. At the same time, he focused his observation Haki to sense his surroundings, only to feel confused when he didn't detect anything unusual. No, Master, we're not under attack, but I detected an aggressive change in the physiological data of the Pussycats, especially Shino's. Her readings show signs of tachycardia, tachypnea, peripheral vasoconstriction, and other common symptoms of someone in panic or shock. Connect to Sentinel. Show me what happened, Kai quickly ordered in a serious tone as the sword vanished from his hands. Right away. With an equally serious tone, Sage responded instantly, her wings changing color rapidly before projecting several holographic screens. Some showed different angles of a battle against a particularly strong villain with raw, oversized muscles. But the one that caught Kai's attention the most was a video showing heroes in such terrible condition that it was hard to believe they were still alive. Damn, this is bad. Let's go. Upon seeing the images, Kai exclaimed with a grim expression, then jumped out the window without even bothering to put on clothes, wearing nothing but a pair of black shorts. At the same time, a card very similar to a company appeared in his right hand, though somehow the central drawing seemed to represent a magnetic field or something of the sort. Magnetic force, on, Shino, still in the air, Kai shouted as he extended the hand holding the card, causing it to transform into a beam of light that enveloped him before shooting off at supersonic speeds. Moments later, he became completely invisible, disappearing from sight. Magnetic force was actually a twin ability to a company, sharing the same 30 destination slots. But unlike a company, which allowed him to bring anyone within a 20-meter range, magnetic force could only be used on himself. This made its aura cost lower, and it even had more weekly uses, allowing up to 60. Shortly afterward, above Shino, a beam of light materialized out of nowhere, landing near her moments later and revealing Kai dressed only in shorts. He quickly approached Shino at blinding speed. "Shino?" In a concerned tone, Kai asked as he crouched down and placed his hand on Shino's shoulder. She was kneeling on the ground in complete shock, staring ahead at what was left of a woman's upper body on the ground. Kai, feeling his touch, Shino turned around, her face incredibly pale, and asked in a voice filled with disbelief and shock. This prompted the blue-eyed young man to pull her into a tight embrace as he spoke firmly. "Don't worry, I'm here, you can leave everything to me." Kai, Shino could only let out a trembling voice as she clung tightly to the man in front of her, as if seeking refuge, while adding through tears streaming down her face. "Kai, my cousin, Kaide, is dead, and her little baby is only 3 years old." Realizing that the dead were Shino's family members, Kai quickly turned to look at Sage, who immediately understood his intentions and approached the bodies, touching them as her wings glowed faintly. "Master, they're alive." Sage quickly informed Kai through the mental connection they rarely used, as they usually preferred speaking normally. When they didn't, a simple glance was enough to understand each other's intentions. The news caused Kai to open his eyes in surprise, and he immediately tightened his embrace around Shino while asking quickly, "How much will the woman's toll cost?" 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 12 seconds, Master." Sage responded after his wings briefly changed color, which made Kai's expression turn complex. He then swiftly added, "Damn, that's nearly the limit. She's only barely hanging on, but keep her stable, don't let her die." "Shino, calm down. Everything's fine. Just give me a few moments, and I'll fix everything." With the new information, Kai quickly commented in a firm tone, while at the same time pulling away from Shino, who, still in her confused state, could only look at him with tear-filled eyes as he shot off at extreme speeds toward the villain, all while asking in a soft, tragic voice, "Kai, it's probably not a good idea to use a sword since no one here uses them, and it would raise questions. Besides, this trash isn't even worth summoning a sword for." In just a few moments, Kai reached the muscle-bound trash, while one of his arms became coated with advanced Conqueror's Haki, advanced armament Haki, intensification, and a powerful electric current. This caused it to glow with a potent electric light of an ominous dark purple color. Without giving the trash's brain time to process what was happening, Kai unleashed a powerful blow to his muscle-covered chest, sending the Class A villain flying upward at blinding speed, destroying him internally while knocking him unconscious. After finishing off the trash, Kai moved at similar speed to the man with twisted limbs, picked him up, and brought him over to the upper half of the woman that Sage was trying to keep alive. For their part, Ryuko, Tomoko, and Chitoro watched, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as the villain was sent flying into the air at absurd speeds. Right after, a powerful electric current shot out from the guy and spread through the air like powerful lightning, frying him completely before he plummeted to the ground, all without understanding what had happened, as they hadn't seen anything. Upon reaching the woman, Kai immediately summoned a card in his right hand, with intricate golden aura script patterns and the image of a spherical barrier amidst thick fog. At the same time, he issued a command to Sage, surprising Shino greatly, who still doubted whether Kai was really there. "Sage, capture that trash. He should still be alive. I'll take over." "Understood, Master." Following her master's orders, Sage responded swiftly as her light-made dress gleamed brightly for a moment, transforming into what appeared to be a female prison guard's uniform, something that greatly surprised Kai, as it had never happened before. But knowing he was racing against time, Kai chose to ignore the curious phenomenon. Instead, he quickly activated the card in his hand after Sage shot off at blinding speeds toward the muscle-bound villain, raising it into the air as he exclaimed loudly, "Isolation Veil, on, 10 meters, 15 minutes, with Kai's words. The card in his hand transformed into a beam of light, forming a translucent spherical barrier exactly 10 meters around him, enclosing the two bodies, and Shino within it. Shino watched everything in stunned silence, now convinced that Kai was truly with her and not a hallucination brought on by her mental state. The Isolation Veil card was a powerful ability that allowed him to do something somewhat similar to what a certain chameleon could, though at a much lower level. While it let him evade everyone's senses, it only worked if no one touched the barrier. It could only be used 10 times a month, and he had to announce the radius and duration out loud, which could range from 1 to 20 meters and last from 1 to 30 minutes. "Shino, the ability I'm about to use is powerful but problematic, so try to keep it a secret from strangers." Once he confirmed the card had activated correctly, Kai quickly looked at Shino and spoke in a firm voice. Shino could only nod her head, as her mind was in chaos with so many things happening in such a short time. With Shino's nod, Kai quickly summoned a new card. In addition to the usual intricate aura script patterns, it featured the image of a point of light with angelic wings, surrounded by a celestial crown, seemingly emitting a beam of light from the heavens. Angel's Breath, on. Without wasting a second, Kai shouted to activate one of the most powerful cards in his possession. However, it came with problematic packs and could only be used 3 times a month. Moreover, it only worked on living people. If the person had died, it would be completely useless. The moment Kai called out, the card transformed into a beam of light that soon formed a figure similar to the old sage, but much larger, around 1.5 meters tall. It appeared as a glowing point of light with wings, though instead of Sage's fairy-like wings, this being bore white, angelic wings. Heal her. Kai quickly pointed to the upper half of the woman lying on the ground and gave the command. The angel immediately flew over the woman and hovered above her, then shot a soft blue beam of light that enveloped her completely. At the same time, Kai felt his aura draining at an alarming rate. Moments later, the angel disappeared into nothingness, revealing a fully healed woman with her lower half exposed. Her beautiful, now fully restored face bore a resemblance to Shino's. Shino, witnessing the miraculous scene, stood in shock, tears streaming from her eyes as she covered her mouth with her hands. After confirming that the woman had fully recovered, Kai turned toward the man, who was still in a terrible state. He felt utterly exhausted, not only from the immense amount of aura he had lost, but also due to the toll he had to pay for activating the card. The toll for using Angel's Breath was quite simple. With a maximum duration of 12 hours, every time the angel healed someone, Kai was limited to only 50% of his aura for the next few hours. The duration of this limitation depended on the severity of the injuries healed. Additionally, during the toll period, Kai was unable to summon the angel again. 139 Chapter 56. You're part of my family. When Kai reached the man, he knelt on the ground, and at that moment, a beautiful light of sky blue color appeared around his right hand, his most powerful healing ability after Angel's Breath. He had named it Mystical Palm, in honor of the jutsu that served as his inspiration. Using his Mystical Palm, Kai deactivated the man's pain receptors before laying him on his back on the ground, restoring his twisted limbs to their correct positions. Then Kai began touching various parts of the man's body with his light-covered hand. Aside from his limbs, the man had several broken ribs, internal bleeding, torn organs and more, but fortunately, and unlike the woman, he hadn't lost any organs or limbs. Mystical Palm couldn't regenerate them, and since Angel's Breath wouldn't be available for almost 12 hours, the man would likely have faced death if that had been the case. The Mystical Palm ability had no contracts or limitations and was something Kai had developed based on his sheer skill. It combined the categories of enhancement, transmutation, and manipulation, along with years of studying medicine and anatomy, not to mention exhausting practice with his handy lab rats. All in pursuit of what he liked to call Nen super surgeries, an ability that allowed him to heal himself or others without any side effects. With manipulation, in addition to moving things like bone fragments within organs and putting them back in place, Kai could also control things like bleeding or pain sensation. It functioned like a super effective anesthetic, which was also incredibly safe, causing no side effects, something he had confirmed thanks to his lab rats. Once everything was more or less in place with manipulation, Kai quickly created Nen threads transmuted from his Mystical Palm, which entered the man's body to secure everything in place. These threads reconnected veins, nerves, arteries, and more. After that, Kai applied enhancement. Combined with the threads, this brought the body's healing factor to the extreme, healing the wound in seconds. Meanwhile, Shino watched with tear-filled eyes as the visibly exhausted Kai healed her cousin's husband at an incredible pace, using a different ability from the one he had just employed. At the same time, her heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions, ranging from gratitude to relief and security. But the most evident feeling in her heart, the one she had spent years trying to suppress, was undoubtedly love. She was captivated by the young man in front of her. He was incredibly handsome, capable, and sweet to her. This young man had given her things she had only dreamed of, time and time again, and he made her feel a sense of security she had never experienced before meeting him. Although she wasn't really a shotacon, as others liked to joke, or so she wanted to believe, the truth was that as Kai had grown and looked more and more like an adult, she couldn't help but feel attracted to him in more than one way, to the point that now he had become her sole fantasy during her nights of relief. She constantly dreamed of him, her heart raced when they were alone together, and she even kept a small box no one else knew about, filled with gifts and little reminders of their special moments together. But at the same time, she knew it couldn't be. She was too old for Kai, and no one in the family would ever approve. Moreover, Shino also felt inferior and unworthy of being by Kai's side. He was too incredible, a tech super genius with patents worth hundreds of millions and an amazing master smith with a brand that symbolized status and power. Heroes, martial artists, and collectors from all over the world fought over his creations. But as if that weren't enough, his powers were off the charts. Shino didn't doubt that Kai could at least put up a good fight against All Might. While he might not be as strong as the #1 hero, Kai could do things All Might never could, making him better in many ways. For all these reasons, Shino felt undeserving of being by his side. She was just a heroine with a broken quirk, which Kai had fixed using his extraordinary powers. And while she had her beauty, something she could confidently admit was far above average, it had been preserved and enhanced thanks to Kai's care. In the end, she had nothing to proudly stand by his side. But even for someone like her, who had nothing worthy to offer him, Kai was willing to run to her side in the middle of the night to take care of her and protect her. He did this to the point that, without even hesitating, he was doing things he hated most, risking exposing his powers and helping strangers, all for her sake. Because he had seen her sadness and weakness, and he was clearly exhausted from the effort. This gesture from Kai had touched the deepest part of her heart, causing that almost uncontrollable flame she had spent years trying to extinguish to spiral out of control and explode into a raging fire that consumed her entirely. She loved this man, and there was nothing and no one who could change that now. Meanwhile, Kai was methodically healing the man's most severe wounds as quickly as he could in his severely weakened state, but at that moment, he felt the man's already faint vital signs plummet, sending him toward certain death. "Oh no, you son of a bitch, you're not going to ruin my perfect ending. I said I'd fix everything, and I will, no matter the cost, so you'll live, even if you don't want to." Sage, somewhat angry that the man was about to die in front of him, Kai quickly called out mentally to his trusted assistant, who immediately appeared before him, wearing the same prison guard uniform. "Sage, make sure to keep this guy alive while I heal him." Upon seeing Sage, Kai quickly asked through their mental connection, to which the beautiful fairy responded as she approached the man, placing her tiny hands on him just as her uniform turned back into her dress of light. "Did you capture him while healing the man?" Kai asked mentally, and Sage replied while summoning a holographic screen in mode in front of him. "Yes, master, he's now registered as a new prisoner of Alcatraz." The holographic screen in front of Kai showed something very similar to a prison file, with various photos of the detainee, physical and biometric data, as well as the date and time of capture. This made the blue-eyed boy nod in satisfaction as he quickly congratulated her, causing a joyful smile on the fairy's face. "You did it perfectly, you're the best, Sage, hee. Alcatraz was Sage's Hatsu, one in which Kai had no involvement, as she had it since she first appeared, and he merely gave it the name. It contained several interesting abilities, but without a doubt, the most important was the capture ability. This was the sole reason he had stuck with Plan A to fulfill his promise to Namori, and it had also allowed him to keep his handy lab rats alive, though they probably didn't like it. Although Sage could technically capture anyone, the ability had an important limitation. She could only capture people whom Kai had defeated or, at the very least, dealt the final blow to. Although it seems to have changed now, previously, Sage would turn into a pair of handcuffs that the prisoner had to wear for 1 minute. After which, the prisoner would acquire the Alcatraz mark and, in return, lose their freedom forever. Once marked as a prisoner, Sage gained the power to do whatever she wanted with that person's body, from temporarily or permanently deactivating their quirk to putting their consciousness to sleep and using them as a sort of puppet. She could also isolate them, which meant sealing the prisoners in a Nen space in another dimension, or at least, that was what Sage and Kai theorized. The isolation of Alcatraz was one of the abilities Sage and Kai had studied most in recent years, all with the intention of replicating it. After all, a Nen space in another dimension was a free pass to teleportation, something Kai had been trying to achieve for years, but so far, he hadn't made a single breakthrough. With Sage's help, Kai managed to heal all of the man's wounds, leaving him in perfect condition again, though the entire process took over 10 minutes. Since the isolation veil was about to fade, the blue-eyed boy, feeling truly exhausted, sat on the ground to recover a bit. The reason Kai had summoned the veil, even though he had ensured, with his Haki and Sage's help, that no one was around or that there were no cameras watching. He was cautious of a possible quirk that could see into the past or something strange like that. Even if someone found out that he healed the hero couple, as long as they didn't see how he did it, he could always come up with something to minimize the potential consequences. While it might seem silly that he didn't care about showing the power to take down the muscle-bound trash in one blow but was so cautious about his healing abilities, Kai was very aware that the implications were different. Possessing a power capable of killing would make others wary of provoking him, but pulling someone back from the brink of death would do exactly the opposite. Desperate people didn't care about consequences. For her part, Shino, after witnessing with her own eyes how her beloved Kai had accomplished the impossible and healed her cousin and her husband, and seeing him so incredibly exhausted that his sculpted body was completely drenched in sweat, she could no longer contain herself. She leapt to embrace the boy with all her strength, burying her face in his firm chest. "Thank you, Kai, thank you so much, you have no idea what this means to me." With a voice cracked and filled with a whirlwind of emotions, Shino thanked him as tears of relief, happiness, and for some reason, sadness fell from her eyes. This caused Kai to return the hug before speaking in a warm tone. "You don't have to thank me for anything. You're part of my family, so something like this is only natural. But try to keep my abilities a secret, it could cause problems." "Okay." Through her tears, Shino responded, feeling deeply moved while also sensing a tinge of hypocrisy. After all, she had always felt it was a shame and even disapproved of the fact that Kai had no intention of using his incredible abilities to help others. But now, seeing that the same person who refused to help others had put in his utmost effort to save someone just for her sake made her feel incredibly loved and special. She truly felt like she was an important part of his life and had a place in his heart, even if it was a small one. This filled her with immense happiness, though at the same time, she couldn't help but feel guilty for it. Time passed in silence as Kai gently stroked Shino's slender back. She focused entirely on the sound of her beloved's heartbeat, feeling at peace and tranquil. Now that her Kai was here, nothing could go wrong. He could fix anything, and even if he couldn't, as long as he was by her side, she knew she was standing on an immovable rock that would protect and keep her safe. "Shino, I have to go. Some heroes and police are getting close, and it's not a good idea for them to see me here. After a few minutes, as the isolation veil was about to fade, Kai softly remarked, which caused Shino to look up and gaze directly into his eyes. Her expression was filled with doubt and indecision, as if she were debating with herself whether to do something. But after a moment, she sighed, slightly disappointed, and responded in a somewhat tired tone. "You're right, it's not a good idea for them to see you here. I'll visit you later when the coast is clearer," Kai said as Shino released him and stood up, offering a small smile filled with emotions and meanings. "I'll be waiting, and if you can, bring Namori. I want to talk to her." "Sure, I'm certain she'd make me bring her even if I didn't want to," Kai replied with a slight smile as the magnetic force card materialized in his hand. Foo, you're right. I'll be waiting for you," Shino replied, looking at the card in Kai's hand with reluctance, not wanting to part from him. But she still managed to hold back, as her mind was very confused, and she had too many doubts. She needed to calm down and carefully think through what she was going to do. Perhaps a private conversation with Namori was what she needed most at this moment. "Alright then, see you later." With a smile, Kai responded as he held the card up in front of him, watching a holographic screen in mode with a countdown that soon reached 0. At that moment, Kai exclaimed aloud just as the barrier began to fade. Magnetic force, on, home. Meanwhile, Ryuko, Chitora, and Tomoko, who were outside the barrier, were feeling somewhat anxious about what had happened. Even though Sentinel had informed them that Kai was taking care of everything, they didn't know exactly what was going on, so all they could do was wait, hearts in their throats. But just as their limbs started tingling from the anxiety and uncertainty, they saw a beam of light shoot into the sky before disappearing moments later. At the same time, Shino reappeared along with the waterhorse heroes in perfect condition, causing them to erupt with joy as they rushed to hug their friend and leader. 139 Chapter 57. I love you, R18. Upon landing in his garden, Kai could only lie on the ground with his arms outstretched, feeling truly exhausted in every sense. Not only had he used enormous amounts of aura, but the toll of Angel's breath was also brutal, cutting his already meager aura reserves in half, significantly worsening his situation. On the other hand, healing the man hadn't been easy either. Kai had to remain totally focused and steady to avoid making a single mistake, which, combined with his exhausted state, only served to drain his mental energy. Fortunately, he had managed to keep up appearances in front of Shino. As the night air breezed over his body, Kai closed his eyes and breathed rhythmically to recover more quickly. But soon after, Namori, dressed in a modest black pajama set, came out into the garden, following Salem, who quickly ran over to his master to snuggle by his side. "Kai, are you okay?" Seeing Kai on the ground, covered in sweat, Namori shouted in alarm before running toward him, full of concern. Kai, however, only responded with a smile, without opening his eyes. "I'm fine, Oni-chan, I'm just tired, I'll be better in a little while." "What happened? Why are you like this? But first, let's get inside, you might catch a cold in this chilly air." Worried, Namori spoke as she tried to lift Kai off the ground, to which he quickly responded. "There's no need to pick me up, Oni-chan, I'll get inside on my own." "Are you sure?" Namori couldn't help but ask as she watched Kai get up from the ground. He simply nodded before commenting. "Yeah, I'm just tired. I used my quirk a lot and it took a toll on me." Despite Kai's words, Namori couldn't help but hug him around the waist and place one of his arms over her shoulder, trying to help him inside. This brought a smile to the blue-eyed boy, who could only comment with a small grin. "I'm really fine, Oni-chan, I'm just tired, there's no need for this. Don't complain. Tell me why you're so exhausted. Why did you have to go out in the middle of the night?" As she helped Kai into the house, Namori asked with concern. Kai could only smile slightly amused, then responded while allowing himself to be helped. "Something happened with Shino. I don't know the whole story because I came and went quickly, but it seems her cousin and her cousin's partner almost died fighting a villain, so I went to heal them." Upon hearing the summarized story, Namori's eyes widened in surprise and concern as she helped Kai onto a couch and immediately asked with urgency. "What happened? Is everyone okay?" "Yes. I managed to defeat the villain quickly and then healed Shino's cousin and the partner. That's why I'm so tired. Healing them was a challenge. They were more dead than alive. But since the police were getting close, I had to come back quickly, and I don't know what happened after that." Kai answered more seriously as Salem curled up beside him. Namori commented with worry. "I need to call Shino. I don't think it's a good idea to call her now. She's probably busy with the police and the other heroes. Besides, you don't need to worry too much. I made sure to heal the injured and defeat the villain. Even though I didn't speak to anyone except Shino, I made sure everyone was okay. Oh, by the way, I'm supposed to visit Shino later with you, and she said she wanted to talk to you, though she didn't say what about." "I see, but you're right, it's not a good idea to call her now." While petting Salem, Kai explained casually, which made Namori nod in understanding. She then sat next to Kai and gently hugged him, giving him a soft and loving kiss on the head. "You know, Kai, I'm really proud of what you did. Even though it's not exactly legal for you to defeat a villain on your own and all that, I'm truly happy you decided to help in that situation." Namori spoke with a voice full of affection as she adjusted Kai into her lap, causing Salem to meow in slight annoyance before moving to lie on another couch. Well, they were Shino's cousin and her partner. Besides, she looked really affected by what happened, so I couldn't just let them die. While enjoying her soft and elastic pillow, with his eyes closed, Kai responded without giving much importance to the topic, which Namori couldn't help but feel conflicted about. On one hand, she felt a bit uncomfortable because, after all, what the blue-eyed boy was essentially saying was that if they were not Shino's family, worse yet, if she hadn't been affected, he would have let them die. Yet, at the same time, perhaps because she was already used to this side of Kai, someone who, despite being extremely special and protective with his family, was quite indifferent to the rest of the world, Namori couldn't help but feel proud and filled with love for the young man resting on her lap. Despite his somewhat morally gray aspects, his good traits far outweighed the bad. Moreover, Namori couldn't deny that even though his attitude bothered her a bit, it also made her feel special and loved, a strange and paradoxical feeling. One that, as far as she knew, all the heroes in the family shared to some extent. Even though you say that, I'm still glad you decided to help a stranger for Shino's sake. I even think you deserve a little reward. Namori commented softly, a small blush forming on her cheeks, which caused Kai to open his eyes, smiling as he looked at her. Oh, I like how that sounds. What kind of reward will I get? I don't know, but for now, close your eyes, so I can think about it. Blushing deeply, Namori responded, trying to sound calm, which caused a small smile from Kai, who quickly nodded and closed his eyes. Okay. As Kai closed his eyes, Namori's mind became flooded with intrusive thoughts, while she carefully detailed every feature of her beloved's face, finding it simply perfect and fascinating, especially his lips. She began staring at them with desire, which soon consumed her entirely. After taking a few deep breaths, she leaned down to kiss them softly. Feeling Namori's lips on his, Kai refrained from opening his eyes and instead returned the kiss, which was soft and affectionate, almost like the first kiss of a teenage couple. Well, in fact, it was their first kiss. At the same time, Kai couldn't help but find the situation a bit amusing. After all, he was far too innocent in this life since, as Daniel, by the age of 13, he wasn't even a virgin, not to mention that Namori seemed to have forgotten her promise to wait until he turned 15. After several minutes, Namori pulled away from Kai's lips, her face completely flushed, feeling as if her heart were about to leap out of her chest. At the same time, the lower part of her body was starting to suffer from a serious flood, but knowing she couldn't cross that line just yet, she bit her lips seductively before commenting, trying to sound calm. Well, that was your reward. I hope you liked it because there won't be more until you turn 15. Upon hearing Namori's words, spoken in a tone that tried to conceal her reluctance and desire, Kai opened his eyes, then stood up and brought his face close to that of the beautiful blue-eyed woman. So close that their noses almost touched, while he asked with a small smile. Really, there won't be more, and no, it was just a rare prize, there won't be any more until you turn 15. Namori answered with a nervous voice, feeling like her heart wanted to jump out of her mouth. At the same time, her face began to feel incredibly hot, to which Kai asked as he brought his lips closer to hers, almost touching them. Really, not even one? And no, there's no more fighting against the desire that consumed her? Namori responded nervously, though at the same time, she didn't move an inch from her spot, which only made Kai smile mischievously. He quickly added, trying to sound like a devil tempting a poor, innocent soul. Are you sure? Why not just one more? We already had one. What would change? Don't I deserve a little extra reward? It'll just be one, so I can remember the taste well until I turn 15. As she felt Kai's lips brushing against hers, with his breath caressing her skin, Namori sensed the last thread of her sanity snap. Overcome with desire, she wrapped her arms around the young man's neck, his blue eyes gleaming, and began kissing him passionately. Kai, though a bit surprised by Namori's sudden outburst, quickly reacted and reciprocated, engaging in a fierce battle of tongues and passion. At the same time, he wrapped his arms around the stunning body of his fiery girlfriend. Overwhelmed by her overflowing passion, Namori ended up pushing Kai down onto the couch, while she lay on top of him, holding him tightly as if she wanted to merge into one with him. At the same time, she felt immense delight in tasting the lips and the delicious tongue of her beloved. As time passed, the kiss grew increasingly passionate, to the point where Namori couldn't help but start moving her hips. She felt Kai's hands sliding up her back after firmly gripping her hips, then venturing under her blouse, delicately brushing against her skin. Namori's excitement reached its peak the moment she felt Kai's hands slowly trace the outline of her voluptuous chest, only to squeeze them passionately. A surge of intense pleasure shot through her body, inevitably causing her pajama pants to become completely soaked. As Namori let out muffled moans through the passionate kiss, Kai finally reached the sensitive nipples of his sensual girlfriend, which were painfully erect. He began to caress them, first gently, then with a bit more pressure, causing the fiery woman on top of him to tremble intensely. Due to the intense orgasm she was experiencing from Kai's skilled actions on her nipples, Namori was forced to pull her lips away from his. Her back arched as a seductive moan escaped from her beautiful, alluring lips. After several seconds, Namori lowered her head to look at Kai with a face full of conflicting emotions. However, upon seeing the warm and loving expression of the man she loved, her heart calmed considerably. She gently let herself fall onto his strong chest, speaking with a slight tone of regret in her voice. Kai, we can't do this. We made a promise, and even though I'm dying to explore more things with you, I know I'll feel really guilty if we go through with it now. Don't worry Oni-chan, we didn't do anything wrong. After all, we are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we want to be together as long as we can, so this is just another aspect of our relationship, although if you feel more at ease that way, I promise not to let something like this happen until I turn 15. In a soft, warm voice, Kai spoke as he gently stroked Nemori's back over her pajamas. This made the beautiful woman with dark blue hair tighten her embrace around him as she responded in a much more serious tone. It's not, as long as we can, I want to live until the last of my days by your side. I truly love you from the bottom of my heart, and I want to grow old by your side. Receiving this heartfelt confession, overflowing with love and sincerity, Kai froze for a moment, but soon after, he smiled joyfully, his heart feeling infinitely warm and grateful to have Namori by his side in this life. I love you, Namori. As he held the woman in his arms tightly, Kai couldn't help but speak, filled with love, which caused Namori to break down, hugging the love of her life tightly as tears of happiness overflowed from her eyes. Hearing Kai say something like that truly meant the world to her. I love you too, Kai, more than anything in the world. 139 Chapter 58, I missed you. The next morning, Kai woke up in his room and then dragged Salem with him to the gym. Despite Salem's annoyed meowing from being woken up, he trained diligently with his master. Afterward, he endured a quick bath and some time in the special dryer at the gym. Now that Salem could shrink in size, he didn't have to spend as much time in the dryer, which was a relief for both master and cat. Back in his room, Kai quickly showered and put on simple jeans, a short-sleeved white shirt, a pair of Italian leather shoes, and a sleek titanium mechanical watch. When he came downstairs, he looked unusually elegant and handsome. Upon arriving in the main hall, Kai found Namori, who was wearing black pants that greatly accentuated her figure, along with an elegant white blouse. She was sitting at the main dining table with a small smile, waiting for him. You look very handsome, Kai. Namori commented with a slight blush on her cheeks when she saw him, like a teenager in love, which made Kai smile. Noticing that Mrs. Yumiko was still in the kitchen, Kai quickly moved closer to give his lovely girlfriend a warm kiss on the cheek, as he had promised not to do more. And you look stunning, Namori. Kai added softly, making Nemori's blush deepen as she lowered her head and responded quietly. Thank you, silly. Hee hee hee. Seeing Namori act so sweetly, Kai had to restrain himself from showering her with kisses. He then sat down and behaved normally, as he sensed Mrs. Yumiko approaching, something the beautiful blue-eyed woman quickly noticed. She immediately pulled out a makeup mirror from her bag to check her appearance. Thank you, Mrs. Yumiko. When the woman responsible for preparing their meals finished setting down the sumptuous breakfast, Kai thanked her with a smile, which spread to Mrs. Yumiko, who bowed respectfully as she replied. It's always a pleasure, Mr. Kai. After breakfast, the blue-eyed couple took one of the cars from the garage along with Salem, who, since acquiring his quirk, would grow in size to chase after Kai if he left him behind. They then headed towards the airport. Even though Kai had to ride as a passenger with Salem on his lap, as usual, he wasn't allowed to drive until he got his driver's license, which he could only obtain when he turned 18. Although he could get a motorcycle license at 16, it would only be for bikes with an engine under 50 cc, so he decided to entirely ignore that option since he preferred to walk rather than ride around on a scooter. After some time waiting on the private airstrip, Keiko and Momo disembarked from an impressive private jet, just as Kai was stepping out of the car. The mother and daughter duo quickly sped up with huge smiles on their faces. Kai, with a happy smile on her face, Momo jumped to hug Kai, exclaiming excitedly. The blue-eyed young man caught her and spun to soften her impact so she wouldn't get hurt, warmly greeting her at the same time. Welcome back, Momo. Hee hee hee. I missed you so much. Next time, you should come with us so we can avoid the annoying plane ride. Momo said cheerfully as she let go of Kai, who couldn't resist responding playfully. So your true intentions are revealed. You only want me as your transportation. How sad. You should feel honored to be this young lady's transportation. Foo foo foo, Momo replied, playing along as she mimicked the haughty pose of a character from a drama she liked, to which Kai imitated the male character and replied. HMPH, just because fate has crossed our paths, don't think I'll always indulge you, princess. While Kai and Momo performed their little play, Keiko arrived beside the blue-eyed young man with a small smile, wrapping him in a warm hug as she commented with a gentle smile. I missed you, Kai. I missed you too, Aunt Keiko. Kai responded as he returned the hug to the beautiful woman, now a head shorter than him. Shortly after, she let go and smiled as she commented. Well, let's get in the car. Let's go, Momo exclaimed cheerfully as she grabbed Kai's arm and got into the back seat of the car. Hello, Namori. I really missed you, Keiko said as she entered the car, hugging Namori. At the same time, Momo greeted from the back while clinging to one of Kai's arms and snatching little Salem with the other. Hello, Oni-chan. Hello, Momo, you're getting more and more beautiful. Namori greeted as she turned to look at Momo, who could only smile shyly while squeezing Salem tighter. The cat let out a grumpy growl but didn't dare do anything more. Hee hee hee, thanks, Oni-chan. You're looking beautiful too. Fu, thank you. Namori replied with a small smile, but shortly after, Keiko asked as she put her bag aside and removed her sunglasses. So, how about we go shopping for a bit and then have lunch at a nice restaurant? Actually, we were planning to visit the Pussycats. Something complicated happened last night, and if it weren't for Kai, things could have gone pretty bad. Namori said seriously as they left the airport, causing Keiko to turn to Kai with surprise and concern. What happened? Well, to be honest, I'm not sure about all the details either. Last night, Kai began explaining everything that had happened while rescuing little Salem from Momo's grip, ignoring her pouty face and Salem's grateful meow. Keiko nodded as he finished, then spoke in a more serious tone. Then it's best if we go visit her. The emotional shock must have been intense. But you were a real hero, Kai. You saved the day, Momo added cheerfully, clinging even tighter to Kai's arm, to which he could only respond with an ironic smile. More like a field medic than a hero, but if it makes you happier to think of it that way. After a while, the group arrived at Kai's house, quickly unloading their things before flying with the company to the Pussycats base, where they were warmly welcomed by the entire hero team. Over delicious cups of coffee, they recounted everything that had happened the previous night. So, the wolf was the husband of the first victim? Momo asked in surprise after hearing the truth about the incident, and Ryuko nodded with a serious expression. Yes, it was quite shocking when we found out. After all, the guy had completely convinced us that he was only staying alive to see the culprit captured. He was incredibly cooperative and even gave us all the information he had gathered about the culprit, and everything seemed very legitimate. If it weren't for Sentinel, we would have been completely fooled. There are truly all kinds of villains, Momo remarked with a complex expression on her face. And how did your cousin and her husband react when they woke up? Keiko asked as she soothed her nerves with a good cup of tea, given how impactful the story had been. They were pretty shaken up, even thinking it was a dream at first, but after calming down a bit, they understood the situation. Shino explained with a calm expression that masked the turbulent storm of emotions in his heart. Though it's uncertain if they'll continue being heroes after this. They were deeply affected. Ryuko added with a complicated look on her face, to which Namori thoughtfully replied. Well, that's to be expected. I suppose they'll need a good therapist to process everything that happened. Certainly, especially Kaide. She suffered a lot, and although Kai saved her from physical scars, the psychological ones are inevitable. Chitora added in a serious tone, prompting the others to nod in agreement. At that moment, Shino turned to Kai and asked. By the way, Kai, would you be willing to meet with Kaide and her husband? They're truly grateful and would like to express it to you directly, even if it's in secret. Honestly, no, on one hand, it would be problematic, and on the other, I didn't do it for them. I don't even know their names. I did it for you, and if you're happy, that's all I need. I just want my family to be okay. Everything else doesn't matter. Kai responded casually while playing with a tiny Salem, who was lying on his back on Kai's lap, happily meowing as he tried to catch his master's paws. Meanwhile, everyone else couldn't help but look at Kai with different expressions. The heroes and the aspiring hero felt touched by Kai's willingness to prioritize his family above all else, but they also felt a bit uneasy about his indifference toward strangers. In contrast, Keiko looked at Kai with shining eyes, feeling deeply moved. While she knew the heroes might think differently, for her, Kai's mindset was a dream come true. Although helping others was fine, she preferred a man who would put his family first over a stranger any day. Others might call her selfish, but what she wanted was a man who would run to her side when she needed him. Not some foolish do-gooder who would sacrifice his time, happiness, and even his own life and family for the sake of doing good, something Elisa had experienced firsthand. As for Shino, she felt her heart race, and her face grew incredibly warm. Desperately, she tried to calm herself by drinking, something Namori couldn't help but notice, but at that moment, a loud stomach growl echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention to Tomoko, who smiled cheerfully. Well, I think it's time to find something to eat. Seeing her friend, Shino, a bit grateful for the distraction, made a comment both to herself and to ensure that the others wouldn't notice her expression. Everyone nodded in agreement, and then she asked with a gentle smile on her face. How about some sushi from our usual place? Yes, sushi, yum yum, Tomoko exclaimed loudly, making everyone smile. Fu, then sushi it is, Shino said with amusement as she saw everyone smiling happily, especially Salem, who was looking at her as if she were some kind of goddess. So, who's going to get it? Mr. Narada doesn't do delivery. Ryuko asked, glancing challengingly at everyone, as in her family, such disputes were only settled by the traditional method, rock, paper, scissors. But just then, Shino stood up and responded in a calm and casual tone. I'll go with you, Namori quickly added, standing up to follow Shino, who, after grabbing the car keys, walked alongside her to the garage. It seems like things are a bit complicated for Shino, Keiko commented as she watched the two women leave, to which everyone present nodded in agreement. Certainly, though I didn't notice it at first, she seems to be a bit affected by what happened. It was her cousin, after all. Kai added as he pulled Salem away from Momo and Tomoko, who were trying to kidnap him, prompting Chitora to comment thoughtfully. Yes, as the leader, it's tough for Shino to show her vulnerabilities to us, but it's a relief that Namori noticed. Indeed. I was getting a little worried because she's been acting strange since yesterday. I hope Namori can help her. Ryuko added, a bit concerned, as she looked toward where Namori and Shino had exited. I think Oni-chan will know how to help her. She's the best at this. Momo chimed in with a smile, causing everyone to nod, while Tomoko commented cheerfully. Yes, Nemori's the best for this. She'll know what to do. You're right. Oni-chan will know what to do. Visibly more relaxed, Kai smiled as he commented, and his smile quickly spread to the others. They soon began chatting cheerfully about Momo and Kiko's trip, more details of the wolf case, and other topics, enjoying themselves as a family. 139 Chapter 59. I'm worse than you. The journey to the sushi restaurant, beloved by the whole family, passed in quiet silence. Namori drove steadily, while Shino gazed out the window, allowing herself time to organize her thoughts and feelings. Finally, she spoke in a tone laced with fear and insecurity. Namori. I don't think I can hold back my feelings anymore. What happened made me painfully aware of them, and I just can't ignore them any longer. Hearing Shino's words, Namori chose to remain silent. Instead, she placed a hand on her best friend's shoulder while pulling the car to the side of the road. This comforted the beautiful woman with the bob cut slightly, and she continued pouring out her bottled-up emotions. I love Kai. I love him more than anything in this world. I really tried to avoid it, tried to extinguish that feeling, but I couldn't. I don't know what to do anymore. I know I shouldn't feel this way, I know it's wrong in every possible way, but I can't even look him in the eyes without feeling the urge to throw myself into his arms. I'm the worst. I'm sorry. With tears in her eyes, Shino spoke in a voice that was both melancholic and lost, desperately searching for an answer or even a clue, to the point where she looked for the person she knew would understand her. After all, the two of them had been painfully aware of her impure feelings towards Kai, although until now, neither of them had had the courage for a confrontation. You know, Shino, I'm not in any position to judge you. In fact, I'm worse than you. After a moment, Namori said, looking at Shino and speaking in a calm yet self-critical tone, as she wiped away Shino's tears with a tissue. This prompted Shino to ask in surprise. What do you mean, you and Kai? After drying Shino's tears, Namori let out a long sigh, looking up at the sky through the window and gripping the steering wheel tightly as she gathered the courage to confess in a heavy tone. It's more or less what you're imagining. I'm a terrible person, far worse than you can imagine. I took advantage of Kai while he was asleep. What? Shino exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Namori, who continued to speak while looking ahead with a bitter expression on her face. But the worst part isn't even that. The worst part is that, while I can't deny feeling guilty about it, I don't actually regret it. In the end, Kai found out, and after some back and forth, we ended up starting a relationship. What? With a voice that seemed more like a sigh, Shino exclaimed as the world around her seemed to be spinning. She felt even more lost than before, since, although what Namori had done was something terrible and even unforgivable, she could not judge her. After all, she could have committed exactly the same sin if she had had the chance. But what hurt Shino the most, though, was hearing firsthand that there might have been a way to find her own twisted happiness. But she'd rested on her laurels, and now someone else was with the man she loved, shattering her heart into 1,000 pieces. Her tears began to fall again, but Namori turned to face her and spoke in a serious tone. This happened several months ago, and I've had a lot of time to think about all of it. I know this relationship is wrong, but I'm really not willing to leave Kai's side for anything in the world. Even if I have to quit being a hero, even if I have to live in hiding for the rest of my life, it doesn't matter. I love him, and I want to be with him forever. But at the same time, I'm very aware of your feelings and that this relationship could end up destroying our family. So, I thought, if I'm already doing the wrong thing for my happiness, why not go further so we can all be happy? I realized that the only thing holding me back was my morality and worldview. After deeply reflecting on myself, my feelings, and my limitations, I realized that I really wouldn't mind sharing Kai. Especially with you. I mean, in a way, we've been sharing him for years, and he's made sure to make us both happy. I trust him more than anything or anyone, and I know he would never leave me for someone else, as long as I don't betray him. I'm absolutely convinced he'll be with me until the day I die. So, I'm officially proposing this, Shino. If you truly feel that Kai is the love of your life, if you're truly willing to face the challenges that such an immoral relationship will bring to our lives, and only if you're genuinely ready to take Kai as your husband and me as your true sister for life, then I am completely willing to share the love of my life with you and do everything in my power to make this work. Upon hearing Nemori's solemn words, spoken with a serious expression full of resolve that left no room for it being a joke, Shino was left completely speechless, not knowing what to say. What she had heard was wrong on so many levels that calling it depraved would be an understatement, yet at the same time, it was an incredibly seductive proposition. To have Kai as her husband, to be his wife for life, to have Namori as a true sister and unbreakable ally, with a bond stronger than any other kind of relationship could offer, this was something that, for someone whose only remaining family was a cousin who had nearly died the day before if not for her beloved, was incredibly difficult to refuse. IACC, with a strange expression on her face, Shino tried to speak with a voice filled with panic, joy, fear, and confusion. However, she was suddenly interrupted by Namori, who gently placed her hand on the lips of the beautiful woman with the bob cut, and then spoke in a serious tone. Don't decide now. You need time to think about it and process everything that it entails. Besides, although Kai and I have started a relationship, because of my own personal boundaries, it won't be consummated until he turns 15. So, you have time to think carefully and make a decision you won't regret. Seeing that Shino nodded in understanding, Namori removed her hand, but continued to look seriously at her, speaking in an even graver, more solemn tone while staring intently into her eyes. She stressed not only the importance of her words, but also that there would be no room for debate on the matter. Furthermore, when I say it's for life, I mean it. I won't accept a half-hearted resolution, and I must be very clear to avoid any confusion or misunderstanding. If you decide to be part of our relationship, Kai will be the only man in your life. I will not allow you to have another relationship, under any circumstances. Kai deserves respect, and as his partner, I will ensure he gets it. Upon hearing Nemori's strong warning, a sharp pain pierced Shino's heart as she heard Namori refer to herself as Kai's partner, inevitably bringing to mind the image of herself in the same position. This filled her with a deep longing, but after a moment, she composed herself and responded in a more serious tone. Alright, I'll think it over carefully. Although I'll tell you right now that no matter what happens, I have no intention of seeking another relationship. You don't have to do that. This is simply one more option. If you decide not to join, you're totally free to live your life as you see fit. Nothing will change between us. Namori commented with a small smile on her face as she handed Shino a box of tissues. Shino took it and began wiping her face while speaking. It's not what you think. The truth is, although this whole situation is really unsettling and confusing, there's one thing I'm completely sure of. I love Kai from the bottom of my heart, and what I feel for him is something I've never felt for anyone else. Besides, although it doesn't feel quite right to admit it, and it may not seem like it thanks to Kai, we are already a little older and some would even say that we are past our time to get married, so I highly doubt that something like this will come up again in the future and especially not in our profession. Shino's words couldn't help but bring a somewhat bitter expression to Nemori's face. While they weren't pleasant to hear, especially the part about age, they were entirely true. It was almost like a professional ailment. Unless it was with another hero, it was rare for a successful heroine to get married, and if she did, those marriages often didn't last long. Perhaps it was because men felt intimidated by heroines, or maybe the hero's job was too demanding and created tension in relationships. Or it could even be the consequence of young heroines avoiding getting involved in relationships to avoid losing popularity. In any case, it wasn't uncommon for a heroine to remain single until retirement, and there were even cases of some staying single for life. Well, while you're partly right, you shouldn't close off your possibilities like that. Just think it over calmly, weigh the pros and cons, and make the best decision for yourself. I think that's the healthiest thing you can do in the midst of all this craziness. Namori commented as she restarted the car, to which Shino nodded before asking a bit uncertainly. Namori, do you think Kai will accept me if I agree to share him with you? Does he know about this proposal? Well, the truth is, Kai doesn't know. I don't want to bring it up with him unless absolutely necessary. As for whether he'll accept, I'm sure he will. Kai truly loves you like family, and you're an incredibly beautiful woman. I know you love him, too. Plus, when I said I'd do everything possible to make it work, that includes convincing Kai. As Namori re-entered the road, she responded with a somewhat mischievous smile, almost like a child caught in mischief, which somehow made Shino smile as well. She commented in a much calmer tone. You're really irresponsible for getting my hopes up like this when you still weren't sure. He, well, don't take it like that. I'm sure that if I explain our reasons and the rules of our relationship to Kai, he'll eventually accept. So don't worry, trust me. If you end up agreeing, I'll make it happen. While looking ahead, Namori commented with a mischievous smile on her face, which ended up improving Shino's mood, who, with a happier smile on her face, commented while looking at who would possibly be her sister in the future. Then I'll trust you, big sister, foo. Hey, I don't like how that sounds. Hearing the strange tone with which Shino said, big, Namori couldn't help but retort loudly, which made Shino smile even more mischievously as she quickly teased. So, you wouldn't be the older sister? After all, you're the first, right? HMPH, don't try to play smart with me. Don't forget, we're the same age. Namori huffed, annoyed as she drove. Shino quickly responded with playful laughter. Alright, big sister. With sharp eyes, Namori turned to look Shino straight in the eyes, starting a small staring contest that quickly ended when the pair of divinely beautiful women burst into laughter at the same time. Ha, he, thanks, Namori. I really needed to let off some steam. I feel a bit calmer now, Shino said as she wiped a few tears from her eyes from laughing so hard. Namori, doing the same, replied. You don't have to thank me, we're family. As long as it's within my power, I'll always be there for each of you. Though, I'd like to ask you to keep my relationship with Kai a secret for now. I want to find the right moment to tell the rest of the family since it's a delicate matter. I understand. Besides, there's also the issue of my possible addition to the relationship, which would make things even more complicated. But speaking of that, what about Ryuko? You know she's pretty serious about Kai, Shino replied, her tone more serious, which made Namori nod in agreement. Yes, I know. Although not on the same level as us, Ryuko is definitely interested in Kai. But I suppose that's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. Who knows what the future holds? Though, to be honest, I wouldn't mind sharing Kai with Ryuko either. Oh, so that's why you stopped fighting so often about Ryuko's confessions. I knew something was going on, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Upon hearing Namori, Shino couldn't help but exclaim with realization, causing Namori to smile shyly as she quickly added. Well, yeah, originally it bothered me because I knew she was partly serious, and the idea of losing Kai in the future terrified me. But, as you can imagine, that's no longer a concern for me. So now, fighting is more of a fun little event between us. The pair of beautiful women continued talking about various topics in a warm and cheerful manner. As they did, they both felt their already strong bond grow even stronger, not only becoming closer, but their trust and affection for each other also deepened, feeling more like sisters and best friends than ever before. 139 Chapter 60. The key to changing your foot in an office that seemed like a physical metaphor of its owner's personality, precise, orderly, and meticulously organized. There sat a thin man with sharp and rather elongated features. He was seated in his chair with his back as straight as a ruler. His eyes, behind rectangular framed glasses, moved from one report to another at a speed that defied human capabilities. Despite the office having a simple and minimalist decor in serious gray tones, the place stood out due to a curious fact. All kinds of All Might merchandise, from posters to books, decorated the space, reflecting the great fanaticism of the owner of this curious place for the number one hero. The man at the desk dressed elegantly, wearing a white business suit with golden buttons, which greatly contrasted with his red tie with white polka dots and his dark green hair with 3 golden lines. His hair was perfectly combed, making him appear more like a dedicated office worker than a hero. With terrifying efficiency, the man at the desk organized all the reports he had, almost as if he were preparing for an important conference. Among all the documents, 3 stood out in particular. One with the profile of a recently captured villain, another with the profile of the only active member of the former hero duo Water Horse, and the last one about a famous heroine known as Mandalay. This could be the key to changing your future, All Might. Upon seeing his work, the man couldn't help but comment with a certain hint of emotion in his typically serious and cold voice. He then gave everything one last review, including his own personal presentation, after which he took his phone to make a call. Yes, hello? Shortly after, the intermittent ringing was cut off, giving way to a somewhat hoarse and calm voice. Very different from the powerful and energetic voice the man was accustomed to, which caused a bitter smile on his face, but he quickly composed himself and spoke. All Might, this is Sir Nighteye speaking. There's something important I want to discuss with you. Is there a possibility we could meet? Nighteye, old friend, of course. Give me a few moments, I'll arrive at your agency quickly. Upon hearing the voice of his old sidekick, All Might couldn't help but respond with joy. Although things between them had been a bit tense after a certain event, they were partners for several years and great friends. Alright, I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Sir Nighteye reviewed his personal presentation one last time, even polished his shoes, and then sat at his desk with a serious expression. A few minutes later, a knock was heard at the door. Come in. At Sir Nighteye's word, the door opened, revealing All Might, wearing a simple white t-shirt and brown pants. Unusually, he didn't say his iconic phrase upon arriving and instead sat across from Nighteye with a serious expression. It's been a while, old friend. How have you been? All Might greeted in a somewhat unusual tone, much more restrained and soft, to which Nighteye responded seriously. It certainly has been a while, All Might, and things have been relatively well, nothing out of the ordinary. It's a joy to hear that, All Might replied, then fell silent, not quite sure what to say. Nighteye quickly explained in a serious and solemn tone. All Might, actually, the reason I called you here is because I found a lead to change your future, even cure you. Upon hearing Nighteye's words, All Might couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, then asked incredulously. What do you mean? Do you remember I told you there was no precedent for my future visions to change? Well, that's no longer the case. One of my visions changed, and after investigating the event, I concluded that there's a possibility to cure you. While All Might still looked at him in surprise, Nighteye quickly showed him the documents he had meticulously organized, then continued explaining seriously. Several months ago, a strange event occurred. While investigating a case of arms trafficking, I reviewed the future of one of the suspects to confirm the location of their base of operations, only to discover that the person was involved in a terrorist attack. But since he died in it, I couldn't obtain much information about it. For that reason, I initiated an exhaustive investigation to stop the attack, but when I was close to getting a lead on the villains behind it, they were repeatedly captured and the attack never occurred, something that surprised me so much that I even refused to believe it for a while. Nighteye showed All Might the profile of the hero Waterhorse, who had taken the name of the old group he formed with his wife before she decided to retire, along with the profile of the captured villain. Then, he continued speaking. After investigating what happened with the capture of the group of villains, I inevitably arrived at the hero Waterhorse, who used to form a team with his wife. But after a confrontation with a Class A villain, the wife retired, and they moved to another city, where the hero by chance discovered an arms transaction during one of his patrols and reported it to the authorities, which ended with the capture of the entire group. Upon hearing the story, All Might widened his eyes in surprise, then carefully reviewed the profiles Nighteye was showing him, who continued explaining. Knowing that he was the key to discovering what had happened with the change in my future vision, I investigated the event of his battle against the Class A villain. Although the official report only mentioned that they had been injured and healed by an unknown vigilante with a healing quirk, the reality was quite different. At first, I tried to interview Hero Waterhorse and his wife, but I didn't get much from them, as they only mentioned what was in the official report. But by investigating their therapist, I discovered that the event had been much more complex. The couple were not just injured, they were literally on the brink of death, and it was truly a miracle that they survived, to the point that both were left with serious psychological traumas that forced the wife to retire and the whole family to move to an area with a low crime rate. Do you mean that the future changed because of that unknown vigilante? Is he the key you mentioned who can cure me? All Might asked, absolutely shocked, as the implications of what Nighteye was talking about were too impactful for him. Certainly, I am convinced that this vigilante not only has an extremely powerful healing quirk but also that he is somehow capable of changing my visions, since that event ended up changing the future I had seen. If the water horse couple had died that day, my vision of the terrorist attack would have been fulfilled. With a serious expression, Nighteye commented while looking directly into All Might's eyes, who couldn't help but notice a slight light of hope and optimism in his friend, something that pleased him greatly, as he was fully aware of the psychological torture it had been for him to see the future and not be able to change it in any way. Did you find the vigilante? After a moment, All Might asked in a tone that contained an infinity of emotions. At the same time, smoke was coming out of his body. He then appeared as a skinny weakling on the verge of death, nothing like his glorious hero form, which greatly affected Nighteye. After shaking his head to dispel his insecurities, he quickly explained. Not yet. The truth is, I've been looking for him for a while but haven't managed to find him anywhere. Moreover, since that specific event, there hasn't been another case that leads me to suspect his involvement, which led me to conclude that he's not a vigilante at all and his intervention is due to something else. With a quick movement, Nighteye showed All Might the profile of the heroine Mandalay, belonging to the famous hero group Wild Pussycats, who have had an almost perfect streak of case resolutions in recent years, then explained in a serious tone. After a small investigation, I realized that the Wild Pussycats were also involved in the event, where one of their members, better known as Mandalay, is actually a cousin of the wife of Hero Waterhorse. This, along with the strange concealment they carried out about the event, led me to think that she is the key to finding that vigilante. This is quite unusual. Normally you'd have all the information ready before calling me. Upon hearing his old companion and friend, All Might couldn't help but comment, a little surprised, to which Nighteye nodded and then explained solemnly. In fact, I've already arranged an appointment with the heroine Mandalay, but the implications of the case are too big, and it could involve an unknown person with the possible power to break my visions. So I don't know what could happen, and I decided to inform you first before attending the meeting, since if something happens to me, this information could be buried, and with it, the only hope to change your future. Do you really think there is something else behind all this? All Might asked with a serious expression while looking intently at Nighteye, who could only respond uncertainly. The truth is, I don't know. The fact that they're hiding the information is quite suspicious in itself, and honestly, this is the first time I faced the possibility that my visions of the future might not be accurate, so I'd rather play it safe this time. I'll accompany you to that meeting, All Might commented seriously as he transformed back into his hero form, causing his voice to change midway, becoming much deeper and more powerful. For his part, Nighteye looked into the eyes of the now gigantic All Might with an infinity of feelings. On one hand, he felt truly happy to be able to act once again alongside his idol, but at the same time, he felt insecure about the possible disappointment that this meeting might bring. I suppose there's nothing I can say to change your mind, somewhat resigned yet secretly happy, Nighteye commented, which elicited a powerful laugh from All Might, who quickly added, ha ha ha, that's right, and there's nothing to worry about because I will be there, then I'll count on you, Nighteye said with a small smile on his usually serious face, to which All Might confidently replied, of course, partner.